72 unbroken white tiles on the floor of the intake lobby of the psychiatric hospital. I know this because I have counted them while I sit, waiting for my name to be called. I arrived 3 hours ago, and I'm still waiting, still uncertain how I got here. A man in a brown tweed suit is talking animatedly on his phone to someone while pacing in front of a group of large windows. The windows spill light into the otherwise shadowy room and overlook a scenic green space filled with trees and grass. The intent, I suppose, is to help clients forget they're in a hospital. As far as I'm concerned, the attempts to distract from reality don't work. A couple sits across from me, staring at their phones while seeming to avoid each other. The rest of the room is filled with a half a dozen more faces. No one looks at each other. No one is chatting about the weather or sharing information about why they're sitting in the lobby of a psych ward. My lawyer, who's sitting next to me, tells me I'm lucky I'm here and not sitting in a jail cell. But I disagree. The plastic orange chair I'm sitting on is hard. The heater's turned up too high, and I'm terrified. This is my worst nightmare. The one I'd feared since childhood, since finding out what happened to my own mother. Like mother, like daughter. I want to reject the thought, but I can't. How can I, now that I'm sitting here waiting to be officially evaluated by a shrink? The truth is, I've seen it coming. Knew it was coming. At first, I noticed only small changes. Confused thinking, issues with concentrating, random obsessions with certain thoughts, and then the memory lapses. The same way my mother had started losing her sanity. By the time I was born, her symptoms were already full-blown, but I'd been told that family and friends had noticed the small changes in her personality for years. I shift my attention to a woman on the far side of the room, in a polka-dot dress and fake pearl necklace. Sadie and Oliver don't deserve this. But I can't let my mind go down that path. The path that ends with my children being taken away from me. All I can do is pray that eventually everyone will realize that all of this is nothing more than a huge mistake. Something tells me that might not happen. False information, distorted memories, lies. With my own memories of that night still unclear, how am I supposed to know what is real and what is a lie? And what is going to happen when the truth about my husband's murder finally comes to light? 1. 3 days earlier. I'm always surprised at how something simple can quickly become so stressful, like picking out a birthday cake. Between flavor, filling, and frosting options, not to mention the decorations, it takes me a good 30 minutes to order my daughter Sadie's 13th birthday cake. The 3-tiered purple, turquoise, and black zebra print cake is only one item off a very long to-do list I'm trying to get through between clients I've taken on as a graphic designer. This is the first year I haven't made her cake myself, but juggling 2 kids as a single mom with a full-time job is exhausting. I glance at the row of wedding cakes as I head out of the bakery and back into the cold Texas afternoon. The reminder of matrimony feels like a punch to my gut. I'm not just a single mother of 2, but a widow, trying to navigate life on my own for the first time. My phone rings as I head down the sidewalk. I check the caller ID. It's my best friend, Melody. "Riley, if I didn't know you better," she says as soon as I answer, "I'd think you were ignoring me." I stop in front of a local coffee shop, an Austin favorite. While barely January, the store's already promoting Valentine's Day, with chocolate strawberry mocha and honey rose espressos. I swallow the string of excuses that come automatically. Why would I ignore you? Let's see. I've already called 3 times this morning, and you haven't picked up. I probably shouldn't be because you're a big girl, but I was worried. I'm sorry, I say. But I don't want to let even my best friend see past all the layers I've managed to build up around me. I'm out shopping for Sadie's birthday presents and just ordered the cake for her party. You are coming to her party, aren't you? I ask, hoping to shift the direction of the conversation away from me. Of course. I wouldn't miss it. We get back from our cruise the day before. The cruise? How could I have forgotten she was leaving in the morning? You're sure you'll be fine? Melody asks. I've been told cell service is awful, and if you need me... Of course, I'll be fine, I promise. I note the hesitation before Melody speaks again. I know tomorrow's your anniversary. I frown at yet another unwanted reminder. 15 years of marriage had ended far worse than I ever could have imagined. I don't exactly have anything to celebrate, I say. The clipped words are out before I can think about what I'm saying, but it's true. Be straight with me, Riley. Are you going to be okay while I'm gone? I'll be fine, really. My answer comes automatically because I have to be. For Sadie and Oliver. I stare at a couple drinking coffee together on the other side of the cafe window. They're smiling and laughing about something, clearly happy and in love. A man walks behind me. I can see his image in the glass and immediately sense something familiar about him. I turn away from the window while my mind scrambles to make sense of the figure from the reflection, who's now a half-dozen steps ahead of me down the sidewalk. He can't be Lucas. On a brighter note, Melody says, Evan McDowell is going to be at Rodeo Austin, and tickets are finally on sale. I can barely process what Melody is saying. I need to see the man's face in order to convince myself my imagination is working overtime. Let me call you later tonight and we can talk some more. I've got to go pick up the kids. I hang up and lengthen my steps in order to catch up. The man ahead of me is dressed in a familiar charcoal wool trench coat. When Lucas brought it home, I'd been shocked at the almost $400 price tag. It seemed extravagant, even for him, but Lucas had never really cared about what I thought. He has coffee in one hand and is talking on the phone with his Bluetooth headphones. The bounce in his steps and wide swing of his arm are both uncomfortably familiar, as if I'm chasing a ghost. I shove my phone into the side pocket of my purse and try to catch up by weaving through the shoppers. It's a weekday and chilly, but for some reason, consumers are out in full force. Lucas? No response. A couple is arguing in front of a pet store and blocking the sidewalk. I scurry around them, then stop, suddenly not sure which way he went. He couldn't have gone far. I don't think he went into one of the shops, which leaves the parking lot. I start to panic because, no matter how crazy it seems, I can't lose him. I shift right and finally spot him heading across the parking lot. The wind has picked up and rain clouds have rolled in, but I barely notice. I'm running now, determined to catch up to him. He's still talking into his Bluetooth, animated as he walks toward a row of cars next to a construction site at the end of the strip mall. No one is working, but a chain-link fence has been erected to keep people out of the area. Lucas? I'm out of breath as I finally manage to catch up with him and grab his arm. This time, he turns around, sloshing coffee across his sleeve and onto his dress boots. Hey! He pulls away, holding up his drink in the process, and looking at me as if I'm crazy. Watch out, lady. What's wrong with you? I don't know. I can't answer the question. I can't speak. My stomach shoves the bile that had been simmering up into my throat. I force myself not to choke. It's not Lucas. I stumble backward, confused for a few seconds. I was so sure it was him. I'm so sorry. Watch where you're going. He shakes his head, then turns back to his Bluetooth. Sorry, some crazy woman wasn't watching where she was going. Spilled coffee all over me. I watch him slide into the driver's seat of an Audi, and seconds later, he's zooming away from me, still talking into his earpiece. My hands are shaking. My body feels frozen. Of course he wasn't Lucas. He couldn't be. Lucas is dead. Someone honks behind me, and I realize I'm still standing in the middle of the lane. I move out of the way, almost tripping over a pile of rocks scattered along the edge of the construction site. Lucas is dead, repeats in my head like a broken record, and I'm pretty sure my heart is about to burst out of my chest. How could I have chased a ghost across the parking lot? Someone I know is never coming back. Believing that man was Lucas was nothing more than an illusion. I know that because I've learned the hard way that memories can lie, along with perceptions of what I think I see. Discrepancies between the two men that should have been obvious, like how the man's skin was a shade too dark and how his hair was clipped shorter than Lucas kept his. And, of course, the fact that Lucas had died in a car explosion 8 months ago. My phone rings again. I start to let it go to voicemail, then decide to answer it. I pull it out of my pocket. It's the school. Hello? Mrs. Bishop, this is Claire Rogers, Oliver's teacher. I'm here with Sadie and Oliver. Claire, oh, wow. I glance at my Fitbit and realize I've completely lost track of time. I'm so sorry. Mrs. Bishop, are you all right? Your children are worried about you, and frankly, so am I. This isn't the first time you've been late. I'm fine. I realize I'm out of excuses. At least, excuses Claire Rogers is going to want to hear. I'm extremely sorry, and promise this won't happen again. If you'll please keep them with you, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I look around me and realize that time isn't the only thing I've lost track of. I draw in a slow breath and start for my car that's somewhere on the complete other end of the parking lot. My feet are killing me by the time I finally find my car. It takes me 25 minutes to get to the school where a clearly unhappy Mrs. Rogers is waiting for me with my equally unhappy children. I bury any lingering emotions from my earlier encounter. Those will have to be dealt with later. Hey, baby. I kiss Oliver, my 6-year-old, on the head. Oliver rolls his eyes. I'm not a baby anymore. I know, but I'm so sorry I'm late. I turn to Sadie and force a smile. I got distracted buying a young lady a birthday present. Forget it, Mom. It doesn't matter. Sadie's in that tween stage, between moments of still needing her mother, mixed with other moments of seemingly complete independence and maturity. But that doesn't mean the situation is fair to her. I get the kids settled into the backseat of the car, but Oliver's teacher clearly isn't done with me. Mrs. Bishop, I realize the challenge of being a single mom, she says, walking up to me before I get into the car, wearing her leopard print ballerina flats. I know you are a very competent woman, but it is upsetting to your children when you arrive late, and this isn't the first time. Your children need to know that they can trust you. When they can't, it affects their self-esteem and overall well-being. She lowers her voice. They've already lost a father. Don't let them lose a mother as well. Her words tumble around in my head as I slide back into the car and put on my seatbelt. The woman was right. They'd already lost one parent. Honestly, some days, as hard as I try, I'm not sure I'm going to make it. Then I remind myself that I don't have a choice. Every morning, I have to get up and make it through the day, preferably on time. That was my reality, and I couldn't let an incident, like what happened in the parking lot, throw me off. I'm sorry, guys, I say as I pull out of the parking lot. This won't happen again. Forget it, Mom. I told you it didn't matter. I know you've got a lot on your plate. That from my overly responsible grown-up daughter. Age wasn't a harbinger to maturity, but she'd taken on so much responsibility at home, as well as looking after her brother when I needed help. I know it's not fair, but neither do I have a choice. Feelings of failure wash over me as I pull onto the highway. I never wanted to be that mother, the one spread out too thin, The irresponsible one who didn't pick up her children on time. The one full of excuses. Apparently, that parent was me now. "I'm hungry," Oliver calls out from the back seat. "How about pizza?" I say, knowing it's more of a bribe than anything else. I look in the rearview mirror as Oliver claps his hands, excited about the rare takeout. I can't read Sadie's expression. She has her eyes closed. I need to spend more one-on-one time with her, making sure she knows that none of this is her fault. This situation isn't either of their faults. I'm the one who made choices that had come with dark consequences. I can't stand the fact that they're the ones also suffering from the consequences of those decisions. "Bryce told me my dad was a bad man," Oliver says as I switch lanes and head to one of those drive-through, ready-to-eat pizza places. "I told him he was a liar." "You know that's not true," Sadie says, responding before I can say anything. "Dad just made some bad mistakes. Let Mom drive. She's tired." "Is it true?" Oliver asks, ignoring his sister. The question has come up before, but how do you explain to a 6-year-old that his father would have been arrested for a list of felonies if he hadn't been murdered first? How do you stop other 6-year-olds, who'd more than likely heard their parents whispering, from bringing up the subject? Thanks to a scholarship, I'd been able to pull them out of public school and put them into a private school. The change for Sadie had been tremendous. I had hoped it would be the same for Oliver, but I'm still not sure. "Are the kids giving you a bad time, Oliver?" "Nah, just Bryce." Sadie's right. People make mistakes, I say, trying to find the words. Your dad made some bad choices, but he was a good father and loved you very much. "Did he say he was sorry?" I can't help but smile at the innocence of a 6-year-old. Hiding what happened is impossible, and despite Lucas's bad judgment, overall he'd been a good father, and I have no doubt he loved his kids. But in answering Oliver's questions, my therapist says I have to deal with the questions as they come. Be age-appropriate and transparent. Unfortunately, I've yet to discover a manual for a situation like this. "He told me he was sorry," I finally say. Once. Honestly, I'm not really sure if he was sorry for hurting me and the kids, or if he was simply sorry because he was about to be caught. But I can't go there. Not now. I need to be present with Sadie and Oliver, not sucked up in the never-ending undercurrents of guilt and regret from the past. 30 minutes later, Oliver has somehow made it to his second piece of the cheesy pie while telling me everything that happened at school today. Sadie, on the other hand, is sitting across from me at the dinner table, hardly saying a word. Her distance worries me. She used to be bubbly and spontaneous. I'm worried she's losing her childhood by having to grow up too fast. I'm worried I'm losing her. "I've got homework," she says, getting up from the table, carrying her plate and half-eaten piece of pizza. I follow her into the kitchen. "You didn't eat much." She shrugs. "I'm not hungry." I try to read behind the lines, praying I'm not overthinking the situation. Sadie had been forced to fend for herself over the past year more than I care to admit, becoming more and more self-reliant. I can't remember the last time I've had to nag at her to clean her room or help out around the house, or when she last spent a day simply having fun. "If you need anything, I'm here," I say, worried I'm missing something. "Thanks." A moment later, she disappears upstairs with her backpack, leaving me alone with Oliver. "Homework?" I ask, trying to shake off the worry I know will never fully dissipate. He frowns. "Math." I counter his frown with a smile. "I'll make you a deal. You get your homework done while I finish the laundry, and we can both have some ice cream." I can't help but chuckle as Oliver runs to go get his homework. You'd think I'd offered him a trip to Disneyland. In the laundry room, I realize I'm doing it again. bribing my children, letting guilt drive my decisions. I pull wet towels out of the washing machine and toss them into the dryer. How am I supposed to let go of the guilt for a situation I knowingly put myself into? How do I forgive myself for making a decision when if I had to do it all over, I'd make the exact same choice? 2. The water's freezing as I dive into the inky blackness. Beneath the surface, my eyes are open, but it's too dark to see anything. I let out a scream as I search for Sadie, but underneath the water, the sound is muffled. No one can hear me, and there's no one to help, but I know she's been sucked under the water. I twist my body in a slow circle until I finally see her. She's trying desperately to get to the surface for air, but no matter how hard I try to move forward to where she is, the current won't let me. I wake up, bathed in sweat and gasping for air. The clock next to me is flashing. The power must have gone out for a moment, which seems odd. I try to shake off the all-too-vivid nightmare, but my heart won't stop racing. This isn't the first time I've had this dream. I've talked about it with my therapist, who says that my nightmares are all a part of the grieving process. She actually calls them grief dreams. Dreams where the mind is trying to deal with unresolved issues, guilt, or maybe anger towards someone. Mine is definitely wrapped up in guilt and born from the terror of losing my children over choices I've made. It terrifies me. I hear a knocking noise from somewhere downstairs and immediately shift my attention to the outline of my bedroom door that's illuminated from a nightlight in the hallway. Maybe it wasn't the power going off that woke me after all. I throw off the covers, completely awake now. I listen for another few seconds, but I know I didn't imagine the noise. I grab the baseball bat sitting next to my bed, along with my phone, before I head out of my room. I never used to be afraid of being alone in the house at night with the kids, but Lucas's death changed that. I upgraded the alarm system, added security locks to the doors, and recently even considered getting a guard dog. Maybe that's something I should still do. Besides the extra security, it might be good for Sadie and Oliver to have a pet. Both rooms are quiet when I listen at the cracked open doors, so I quickly head downstairs. I check the control panel for the alarm system next to the garage door. It's green, which doesn't make sense. I know I turned it on before I fell asleep. Maybe it went off when the power dropped. I tighten my grip around the bat and hurry to check the front door, but it's still bolted with the security lock firmly in place. I look around the house as I walk toward the kitchen and the back door. Nothing seems out of place, but I can't shake my uneasiness. I try to convince myself I'm imagining things. I could have forgotten to set the alarm, and as for noises, the house is older, and the noise could have been the house shifting. This has happened once before. The last time I called 911, convinced someone was in the house. The police came to check, but with no proof of a break-in and nothing missing that I could see, they left as quickly as they'd come. I put my hand on the back door handle. It's unlocked. Tendrils of fear tug tighter as I flip on the back light and open the door. The first thing I notice is the rush of cold air. The second is Sadie, sitting out on one of the porch chairs. I let out a sharp breath as she turns toward me. She's bundled up from head to toe in one of the blankets I keep thrown over the couch in the living room for movie nights. My heart is still pounding when I sit down next to her. Close enough for her to know that I'm listening, but not so close that she wants to pull away. Sadie, what are you doing out here? It's freezing. She shrugs, as if that's what she'd intended. A physical numbness to mask the emotional pain. Sadie? Her sober expression has me worried. She's still not looking at me as I tug an edge of the blanket across my lap. I'm still in my pajamas and not exactly dressed for this kind of weather. What's going on? For a few moments, she says nothing, just stares out across the frost-tipped lawn toward the cedar privacy fence. I bite my tongue, afraid of what will happen if I push her, afraid of what will happen if I don't. I've never been good at this. Most of the time, I prefer to lay everything out on the table and deal with finding a solution. Sadie has always needed time to process things. "Do you miss him?" she finally asks. I know who she's talking about. She doesn't even have to say his name. Lucas might not have been the man I thought he was, but his death has left a hole in all of us. He was her father. I nudge her with my shoulder. He gave me the two most wonderful people I know, you and Oliver. But you're relieved he's gone, she says, still not looking at me. Is that what you think I feel? Isn't it? I can't lie to her. She knows me too well, and I respect her too much to not be truthful. But telling a complicated truth isn't easy. I miss what we once had, I say, searching for the right words. What I'd always imagined we would have together. We had a lot of happy times together, and I'm sad that the situation didn't turn out the way I expected. Your father changed over the last couple of years, and that will always be something I have to live with. Someone at school told me that they arrested the man who killed him. This time she looks up at me and catches my gaze. I know Daddy did some bad things, but I don't understand how someone could have done that to him. I swallow hard as she pulls me into one of the conversations I've tried to avoid, that I've wanted so badly to protect her from. She's too young to have to deal with situations like this, but sheltering her from everything is no longer possible. He took people's money, a lot of money, and because of what he did, a lot of people ended up getting very hurt. Enough that someone wanted to kill him? I nod because there's no way around the question. Maxwell Everett had just turned 75 when police found evidence tying him to the explosion that killed Lucas. The man had made a full confession, blaming the loss of his wife as well as his life savings for his actions, which left me with the heavy burden of guilt that I didn't stop all of this from happening. I told you we can homeschool you, I say, wondering how my life got to the point where I'm even having this conversation with my daughter. You don't have to go back. She shakes her head. You taught me never to run away from problems. Besides, most people are nice, and I have some friends. I put my arm around her and pull her against my chest, my own heart breaking over everything she's lost. You're wise for your age, Sadie Bishop, and an amazing young woman. It doesn't matter what anyone says. Never forget that. Night noises fill the silence between us. An owl hooting, the wind rustling in the tall oak in the yard. Is there anything I can do? I ask when she doesn't respond. Sadie shakes her head, but doesn't pull away from me. I'm worried about her. I know she wants to be strong for me, doesn't want to add to my stress, but that's not how things are supposed to work. I'm supposed to be the one protecting her. Everything that's happened seems like too much for an almost 13-year-old to have to deal with, and yet this is where we are, and I can't change things. I do miss who Lucas was. I always imagined us together at this point in our life, but I've stopped asking how we got here, and I'm trying to learn to accept my reality. What hurts the most is how it affects the kids, and how nothing I do can change that. I ordered the cake that you picked out, I say. I finally catch her smile in the yellow glow of the porch light. It's going to be a good party, I continue. Your best friends will be there. She nods, but I know what she's thinking as her smile vanishes. Her father isn't going to be there. No matter how close I came to leaving Lucas before he died, Sadie and Oliver were the one thing that had made me hesitate. I didn't want them to lose their father, but they had no idea what he was capable of doing. In the end, they lost him anyway. I reach for her hand and squeeze it. I'd do anything to make all of this go away for her sake, for Oliver's sake. They say hard times make you stronger, and that may be true, but there's also a darker side. Sometimes hard times break you, and that terrifies me. Why don't we go back inside? I'll make some hot chocolate to warm you up. Inside, it doesn't take long to heat the water in the electric kettle and make a cup of hot chocolate in her favorite gnome mug. I even add a handful of marshmallows. Thank you. She leans into me and gives me a big hug. Maybe we're going to find a way to get through this after all. I forgot to tell you that I signed up to be a part of the science fair. Okay. The judging is February 27th. Will you put it on the calendar? You bet I will. I kiss her on the top of the head. Sounds like fun. I think it will be. I smile and tell her goodnight, grateful that she has something to look forward to. Grateful that she finally talked to me. I know we still have a lot of healing ahead, but every step forward is a step in the right direction. I put the chocolate mix and milk away, then grab a dry erase marker from the magnetic calendar on the fridge. I make a note of the date, then stop. 2 pieces of paper are peeking out from behind the calendar. I pull them out. 2 tickets to the Evan McDowell concert. I finger the tickets, confused about where they came from. I know I didn't buy them. The $200 marked on the printed tickets for prime seats are way too steep for my tight budget. Except if I didn't buy them. The only possible explanation I can think of is Melody. I glance at the clock. It's late, but she's a night owl and probably still packing for her cruise. Plus, I realize I never called her back and would like to talk to her before she leaves in the morning. She answers on the second ring. Sorry for the late call, I say, but I figured you'd be up. Are you packed? Melody lets out a low chuckle. You know me better than that. I still have to find a way to downsize. Sounds about right. Riley. There is a pause on the line. I really am worried about you. You sounded off this afternoon when I called. It was one of those difficult days, but I'm fine. Are you sure? I want to shout no, to tell her that I thought I saw Lucas today, that my daughter is hurting and I can't change things for her. I realize I'm still holding the tickets, so I drop them onto the table. There has to be an explanation. I have a weird question for you, I finally say. You mentioned that Evan McDowell is going to be at Rodeo Austin? Yes, and I want to go so bad. I hesitate again before jumping into the real reason for my call. This might seem weird, but I found tickets to his concert on my fridge. Front row tickets. Wait, you found tickets to see Evan McDowell? I don't understand. I don't either. I'm trying to figure out how they got there. Sounds like you have a secret admirer. If that's the case, then there was a stalker in my house. I laugh at the ridiculous thought, but inside, the fear is starting to build. I guess that means it wasn't you. I wish I was the one who got them for you, but our finances are a bit too stretched right now for front row tickets. My budget goes more for the nosebleed seats. Don't worry about it, I say, trying to shrug it off. I'm sure I'll figure it out. A minute later, I hang up, then drop my phone onto the counter. No one else would have bought me front row tickets, which leaves me with only one viable option. My computer is sitting on the kitchen table. I sit down in front of the screen and quickly open it up. It doesn't take long for me to go online into my bank account, where I can finally prove I didn't buy the tickets. I scan through the credit card purchases. $139 at H-E-B for groceries, $15 at the pharmacy, and $54 for Sadie's cake. $219 for concert tickets. I walk my mind through the day I'd spent grocery shopping and gift shopping for Sadie. Melody called me, and I had seen Lucas. Except, of course, it wasn't Lucas. The school had called me as I was late to pick up Sadie and Oliver. I'd headed there and then taken the kids home after paying cash for the large pepperoni with extra cheese pizza. I had done the laundry and taken care of half a dozen client emails while Oliver had finished his homework. I have no memory of buying tickets, and I knew I wouldn't have. Being a single mom with 2 kids means I have to budget my income and have no room for extravagant concert tickets. I glanced back at the computer screen and the concrete evidence that I had bought tickets. But if that were true, why didn't I remember? I'm shaking as I start through the house, checking to make sure everything is locked. Satisfied the house is secure, I set the alarm and head back upstairs to bed. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Or maybe my worst nightmare is coming true. 3. The moment I step into Dr. Gabrielli's cozy waiting room the next morning, I regret not canceling the appointment. The panic is back in the form of a steady drip of adrenaline that pulses slowly through me like a leaky faucet. The door to her office is shut. I could turn around, slip back out of the building, and drive away. I want to. I close my eyes and take a long, slow breath before exhaling. I can hear Melody's voice in my head, telling me it will be okay, telling me I need to stay because every appointment is a step in the right direction. I open my eyes and frown. If that's true, why do I feel like I'm being sucked into a downward spiral, and being here is simply accelerating the fall? I force myself to walk to the 1-cup coffee maker and brew a cup of off-brand chocolate coffee in a paper cup with a lid. 2 sugars and some artificial cream don't take away the bitter taste, but maybe it will help calm my nerves. I put the cup down on a small side table beside the couch that has too many pillows. Dr. Gabrielli might be an amazing therapist, but a decorator she is not. I suppose the pillows were added to give the room a cozier feel in order to put her clients at ease, but between the set of brown velvety ones, the plaid square one with blue tassels, and the plush red one, there's hardly room for me. I shoved them all toward the other end of the couch before sitting down, crossing my legs, and then starting to tap my feet on the carpet. I know what I need to talk to her about. The fact that I thought I saw Lucas. I know how she's going to react when I tell her. She'll listen while I process the situation without putting any words in my mouth, without saying I've regressed or that my trajectory for healing has suddenly been thrown off track. I know the unspoken rules of a therapist. They have a desire to make clients feel like they are in a partnership, an alliance, and in order to do this, they work hard to infuse a measured balance of reality and hope. My coffee's cold by the time I take another sip. I drop it into the plastic-lined trash can next to me, trying to convince myself that my reaction is normal, but I know it isn't. Maybe she should say I'm losing ground. If I were healing, I wouldn't see Lucas while out shopping. I wouldn't have had a panic attack driving home or have lain awake half the night unable to sleep. 5 minutes later, the office door swings open, and Dr. Gabrielli motions me inside with a broad smile, as if I've come for lunch, not to bare my soul to her from a therapist's couch. Even her dress, a burnt orange midi she paired with brown boots, perfect for winter in Texas, seems too festive, and for some reason only adds to my irritation. I've been seeing her every other week for 6 months now. Some days I can feel the progress as I walk out the door at the end of the session. Some days I'm sure I've simply slid deeper into that dark abyss that came from the trauma of peeling back the layers of loss. "How are you today?" she says, again far too cheery for my mood. It's been a rough few days. A rough few months, if I'm honest, but she already knows that. She motions me to sit down. "Can you tell me what happened?" I drop into the padded armchair where I always sit, a gaudy floral pattern that somehow works with the room and thankfully has no pillows, and stare at the abstract watercolor on the wall as an attempt to avoid her question. "I saw Lucas." "Okay. Where were you?" Dr. Gabrielli prodded, not seeming at all surprised with my revelation. I don't answer. She sits down across from me in the matching chair, holding the small pad of paper she uses to take notes on our session. "Riley." I hesitate a few seconds longer before finally looking back at the doctor, this time to study her oversized turquoise-framed glasses. They fit her personality and plump body shape, a phrase that probably isn't politically correct, but it's not a degrading thought. merely an observation I make in trying to keep from answering the question. Eventually, I will have to answer. It wasn't Lucas, I finally say. Just someone who looked like him. Dr. Gabrielli crosses her legs and nods. I'm not surprised. It's called a bereavement hallucination. Her assurance that what happened is normal doesn't make me feel any better. I haven't felt normal for a long time, and hallucinations don't seem exactly normal to me. Our minds are incredible machines, but simply put, they don't work like computers. Dr. Gabrielli taps her pen against her notebook, finally breaking the long moment of silence. When memories are sprinkled with gaps, we tend to fill in those gaps with our own created recollections. You mean lies, I say. They're not lies to you. Stress can alter both our perception as well as the ability to recall memories. Think about the eyewitnesses of an accident. You can have half a dozen people recount what they saw, and it will all be different. It makes eyewitness testimony unreliable, even though they are certain they saw the black truck or the white sedan. Or my dead husband. So these are simply holes my mind is trying to fill as it works to accept that Lucas isn't coming back. Exactly. She makes me sound so normal. Memories are colored by stress, and even when we pull up a memory, that retrieved memory can be altered. False memories. Cobbled together to create a reality that never happened. A reality that feels genuine. Let's be honest, she continues. You've been through a lot of stress. Stress can lead to exhaustion, which can lead to cognitive impairment, issues with attention and memory. I lean forward. Like seeing things that aren't there? Or forgetting what I've done? She taps her pen against the pad of paper, then sits back. We've talked about this in the past, but you need to look at your sleep, your diet, and your stress. These can all impede memory formation and retrieval. I shift in my chair. I've heard the suggestions before. I know they're important, but life's juggling act makes it seem impossible. The problem is, traumatic memories can be misinterpreted, and often even wrong. Her gaze intensifies, as if she's somehow enjoying our psychological exchange. I've explained about behavioral bereavement hallucinations, but what if we take it a step further? I'm not sure where she's going with this. I'm tired from not sleeping, and all of a sudden her questions are more irritating than helpful. Riley, what's really at the bottom of your anxiety today? If I knew, I wouldn't be here. I let out a sharp huff of air. I didn't mean to snap, but I'm tired of coming up with all the answers. I want someone to simply give me a solution. She gives me a moment to compose my thoughts, seeming perfectly comfortable with the only noise coming from the heater starting. What else happened yesterday? What do you mean? Were you able to spend time with your kids, for example? My guilt resurfaced. I was late to pick them up. One of the teachers covered for me, but she won't keep doing that. Why were you late? I was following Lucas. My answer seems ridiculous, but Dr. Gabrielli just nods. What was your kid's reaction to your being late? She's prodding deeper, peeling off the scabs one by one in order to get to the root of the infection. Oliver didn't seem too bothered. He rarely is. He's one of those happy-go-lucky kids. And Sadie? I think she's angry with me, though she tries not to show it. Despite Lucas's flaws, they were close. I think sometimes she blames me for what happened. Blames me for not stopping it. I can't help but wonder what Sadie's reaction would be if she knew the entire truth. If she knew I was the one who turned her father into the feds. The thought terrifies me. How does that make you feel, Riley, knowing Sadie is angry at you? I don't like where the conversation is going. Being a single mom is 1,000 times harder than I thought it would be, And not only because you have to do everything on your own. An emotional toll comes with it. The fatigue, the attempt to be both mom and dad to your children. In the end, I usually feel as if I've let them down. Like my mother. I clench my hands together, surprised at where my own train of thoughts has led me. What are you thinking, Riley? I hesitate. We've talked about my mother once before, and I don't want to talk about her again. Yet I know there's truth to the rabbit hole I find myself falling into. I'm not sure that covering up what I'm thinking will help. Dr. Gabrielli has this eerie way of knowing my thoughts without my actually saying anything. I'm afraid I'm failing my children. Like my mother failed me. Okay, good. Let's talk about your mother. The statement spikes my anxiety. My mother had done the best she could, but her illness had put a wall between us, and I never felt close to her. Riley, how do you feel when I ask you about your mother? I search for a word. Defensive, I finally say. I automatically want to shut down. Why do you think that is? Maybe because there's not a lot to talk about. She was sick, then died young. I don't have a lot of memories of her. And yet, you're the one who brought her up. Only because you pushed. I frown at the thought, but it's true. In the memories you do have, she says, see if you can think of one that stands out. I let out a breath and close my eyes, trying to find a comfortable position on the chair to both relieve the panic and answer her question. I can only pull up a handful of happy memories. In fact, I have very few memories at all. What's the first memory that comes to mind? She's still pushing. I remember the day she took me to the fair, I finally answer. I was so excited to go. There were so many people. Lots of noise. What do you remember about that day? A little girl's balloon popped behind us, and my mother, she had a complete meltdown. I didn't know it then, but I'm sure it was a panic attack. Do you remember how old you were? 7? Maybe 8? Good. What else do you remember? We never went again, or anywhere with crowds. Unleashed memories float to the surface. She would forget things, yell at me, belittle me, see things that weren't there, especially when she didn't take her medication. You couldn't count on her. No. My response feels as if it were coming from the lost little girl inside me. I'd never put all the pieces together until this moment. Her illness, her depression, anxiety, fear of crowds, fear of so many things. I don't want to lose Sadie the way my mother lost me. I hesitate. I don't want to lose myself the way my mother lost herself. The final words tumble out along with all of my bottled-up fear. Sweat beads on my brow. My heart is racing, and I'm not sure if these revelations are healing or pushing me deeper. Do you think that could happen? She asks. Yes. My mind shifts again to a more recent memory. I found 2 tickets on the side of my fridge. I had just been talking to Melody about the concert, and then that night they were there. What do you mean, you found them? I shake my head, not wanting to answer. I don't remember buying them. Maybe your friend bought them for you? The offered grace doesn't help. They were on my credit card statement. Dr. Gabrielli scribbles something in her notebook, then turns back to me. We've talked about how there can be a connection between stress and memories. How stress can affect how memories are formed. So you're saying that this is all stress? I throw up my hands, feeling more agitated than panicky. That I actually bought the tickets but somehow forgot? The same reason I lost track of time chasing a ghost and didn't pick up my kids? Do you know why I wanted to bring up your mother? Her calm voice is a complete contrast to my emotional response. I glance at the door, wanting to run. No. How does thinking about your mother make you feel? Lonely, guilty, afraid. She keeps pushing. Why guilty? I don't want to answer, but I know I have to if I'm ever going to move past this. I've been afraid that I'm going to end up like my mother. The confession doesn't bring the relief I'd hoped it would. Instead, it seems to magnify the fear. When I'd mentioned the same niggling apprehension to Lucas years ago, he'd assured me that would never happen. Yet here I was, dealing with panic attacks, memory loss, hallucinations, as if Lucas's death had pushed me another step closer to being like my mother. Dr. Gabrielli sets her notebook on the table next to her and leans forward. I want you to hear what I'm about to say. Mental illness is a result of more than one single cause. There are combinations of factors. You haven't had the same experiences as your mother did. Your children will not have the same experiences that you have. I'm still not feeling any better. Meaning? Meaning the chance of not developing a mental illness is greater than your having one. You are not your mother, Riley. You've had to deal with some difficult situations, but you're making progress. Every time you fight against your past, like today, and win, you're a step ahead. Does that make sense? I nod, knowing her words should comfort me, wanting her words to comfort me. But a part of me still feels as if I'm headed over the edge of a cliff, and I can't stop myself from losing everything. I sense a bit of hesitation in your reaction. I'm honestly not sure how to respond. I don't feel as if I'm making progress. Some days I do, but lately I feel like I'm being pulled back. Every day I wake up and feel like I'm starting over, living on survival mode. You've gone through a lot, and just like grief isn't always linear, progress isn't either. You'll find there are times when you're soaring ahead, and other times when you feel as if you've gone backwards. And that's okay, as long as you're working on moving forward. I let out a sharp sigh, holding on to her words. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. I need to find a way to conquer those feelings of loss and betrayal, of never being enough. My phone vibrates, and I quickly apologize to check the caller ID, then stop when I notice several missed calls. I need to take this. It's Sadie's school. I answer, unable to squelch the bubbling anxiety that once again presses in. Mrs. Bishop, this is Mrs. Green from Kingston Academy. Yes, Mrs. Green. I automatically panic at the sound of the principal's voice. Is everything okay? I was calling to ask you that, actually. I wanted to check on Sadie's absence. I'm sorry? I stand up and walk to the window, not understanding her statement. Why would she need to call me to check on Sadie? Sadie isn't at school? Oliver is here, but Sadie never made it to her first period class. 4. By the time I get to the school, I've dialed Sadie's number a dozen times. Each time, it simply goes to voicemail. I remember discussing with Lucas the decision to let her have a phone. For me, the hesitation was always a matter of safety. We eventually put in as many precautions as possible, believing it would allow Sadie to call in an emergency and I could track her if needed. Then came her request to ride her bike to school with other kids who lived on the block. Again, I agreed, but the decision came with a long list of boundaries. The school is close, and I'd taken every precaution to keep her safe. Clearly, I hadn't done enough. The slow drip of adrenaline that had started during my therapist appointment is now at full blast, making it hard to breathe with the fear. I press my hand against my chest. Now isn't the time for me to fall apart. This has to be some kind of misunderstanding. Or, even more unlikely, Sadie had simply decided to skip school for the day. Didn't all kids try something rash and impulsive at some point? No, they didn't. Not responsible kids like Sadie. I pull into the parking lot of the school and quickly check the Find My Phone feature in an attempt to track her down for the 100th time, but her cell is still off. The wind whips through me as I head toward the school entrance, making me wish I'd grabbed a heavier coat. Sadie's homeroom teacher, along with the principal, are waiting for me as I enter the building. I'm quickly escorted into a room in the back of the administration wing that I've never been in before. It's like a library with cozy couches, armchairs, and bookshelves, but I'm clearly not here to hang out. Where's my daughter? I try unsuccessfully to curb the panic in my voice. She should be here. Mrs. Bishop, I know this is very stressful, but we are doing everything we can to find your daughter. Is anyone else missing? Where are the students she rode here with? The principal, Lacey Green, a busty woman in her late 50s, steps forward. They are all here, but unfortunately it was discovered that Sadie didn't make it to her first period class. And you just found out now. I don't even try to mask my anger at this point. This is supposed to be Sadie's safe space. How could she be missing? Someone has to know where she is. What have you done to find her? Mrs. Green glances toward the open door. We have a witness. I stand up as a uniformed policewoman enters the room, now certain my heart is about to explode. It's beating so fast. Why are the police involved? My hands are clenching my handbag, and I'm worried I might pass out. The young officer looks as if she just graduated from the academy, too inexperienced to be working on finding my daughter, and I'm afraid to ask her what she's found out. Mrs. Bishop, I'm Officer Coppola, responding to the school's 911 call about your daughter. One of her classmates came forward and said your daughter told her she'd forgotten her homework and was going to ride her bike back home to get it. Wait, what? No. She knows she isn't supposed to ride by herself. I want to throw up. It makes no sense. We sent an officer to the house. There was no sign of anyone there, but we did find her bike dumped in the bushes in front of your house. The officer pauses. A neighbor said she saw her leave in a black compact car. I'm trying to stay focused, but the nightmare is unraveling around me quicker than I can catch up, and I can't stop it. I open the app for my home security camera, but the last two events picked up were my leaving for my counseling session and the officer arriving. Where had Sadie gone? The officer, I've already forgotten her name, points to a chair, motioning for me to sit down, and I realize it's not a suggestion. I drop to the edge of the chair, knowing that losing my temper won't help, but how am I supposed to react to the news that my child is missing? I take a deep breath through my nose, then let it out through my mouth, trying to implement some of the anti-stress exercises Dr. Gabrielli gave me. But stress exercises and breathing exercises aren't going to bring Sadie back. My partner is talking with the other students right now, the officer says, but I will need to ask you a few questions. Of course. Are there any custodial issues with your daughter? The question hits me hard in the gut, a reminder that I have to deal with this alone. My husband passed away last year. It's just the three of us, Sadie, her younger brother, and myself. Is it possible that she ran away? She asks. No! I'm adamant with my response. It's been a rough year, but I pulled her out of her old school. She's been doing better here. At least I thought she had been. My mind switches to the conversation Sadie and I had last night. I should have pressed her harder to talk with me. Instead, I'd tried to sugarcoat her feelings with hot chocolate and then sent her to bed. Mrs. Bishop? I look up at the officer and wonder if she has any children. Wonder if it is possible she could even begin to know what thoughts are racing through my brain right now. I'm sorry, what did you say? Has Sadie been upset about anything lately? She was. I close my eyes for a moment. She was upset last night, but we talked and that seemed to help. What was she upset about? Losing her father has been hard. They were close. They shared a birthday. It's next Saturday. And this is the first year he won't be here to celebrate with her. I decided not to bring up the scandal behind his death, or the fact that our marriage had been falling apart. None of those things seem relevant at this point, and besides, I'm pretty sure they have this information by now. We're going to need to go to your house, she says. Because Sadie is under 18, we're treating this as a critical missing persons case. What about Oliver? I turn to the principal, suddenly not only worried about Sadie, but my son as well. He adores his sister, and if he hears that she's missing... Mrs. Green looks to the officer, who nods, as if they've already discussed this. We will have security keep an eye on him, but it might be best to keep him in school for right now. I'll ensure he doesn't hear what's going on. I'm not sure I agree with the decision, but maybe Oliver is safer here. Of course, Sadie was supposed to be safe here. I moved them into a private school, so something like this would never happen. The officer starts telling me that the first 24 hours are the most important, and that we need to move quickly. I'm going to need a liaison, someone who will help me navigate this nightmare. I know they're right, but I'm completely frozen at this point. Is there someone you can call? She asks. Someone who could meet you back at your house. I start to call Melody, then remember she left for her cruise this morning. I have other friends, but I've been so caught up over the past year with my own family drama that I've managed to close myself off. I glance at my phone. I have a family friend who lives nearby. I'll call him. I've known Darren Kirby for over 15 years. We'd all gone to school together, and he and Lucas had remained close. 3 years ago, he'd lost his wife to cancer, and understanding my loss, had been extremely supportive after Lucas's death. I feel dazed as I dial his number, then step toward the window to wait for him to answer. The sky is gray, leaving a somber feeling in the air and multiplying my anxiety. Darren, I say as soon as he picks up. It's Riley. Riley, hey. Is everything okay? He must think it odd for me to call him out of the blue in the middle of the day. No, I say. Nothing is okay. It's Sadie. She's missing. Wait, what? I don't know. The growing panic feels as if I'm being slowly strangled. She returned home on her bike to get her homework, but never made it back to school. Oh, Riley. I don't even know what to say. Darren lets out a sharp puff of air. Listen, I'm out of town, in Dallas on business, but I'll cancel the rest of my appointments. I can be back in Austin in 3 hours tops. I want to say forget it. That all of this has been a horrible mistake. Sadie's right here with me, and we're fine. Instead, I'm relieved he's coming. That was an old friend, I say, hanging up the call. He's in Dallas on business, but will get here as soon as he can. I have a suggestion, Mrs. Green says, stepping forward. One of our mothers has been involved with situations like this before. She's actually here at the school this morning. I'm sure she will be willing to help. I want to scream when she says situations like this so matter-of-factly. Like losing my child is a common, everyday situation. I know there has to be an explanation. I try to remember details from last night when we'd talked outside on the patio. Something I didn't pick up. The tone of Sadie's voice, maybe, or an avoidance in her words. If she'd tried to brush me off, I'd obviously missed something. I'm told to drive my own car back to my house where officers will meet me. Mrs. Green tells me that Eloise Torres will be there and is putting together a team to help. I barely process her words as I hear the officers say the words, runaway, and then kidnapping. I want to scream at them, to somehow convince them that Sadie wouldn't just run away. She knows what we've been through, and as hard as it's been, it has brought us together. She'd never do anything to hurt me, and she'd know that running away would crush me and Oliver. I'm in a fog the entire drive back to my house. Sadie's phone is still off, but I search the route she would have taken, praying that she hasn't gone far. Or that if someone took her, they won't hurt her. Imagining something horrid happening to your baby is the worst kind of torture I've ever experienced, and it's impossible to shake. I can barely breathe, drowning in the fear. As I turn onto my street, I think of all the missing children's flyers I've seen at my local Walmart, or on the news, or on the Amber Alerts on my phone. I never stop to really think about the potential domino effect of lives affected. I get out of the car and a woman walks up to me. Riley Bishop? Yes. She has bleach blonde hair, French nails, and perfect eyebrows, but her smile is genuine. I'm Eloise, the mom of one of your daughter's classmates, Cammie. The name triggers a memory. Yes, we met at the middle school Christmas party. I'm so sorry for what you're facing, but I've already made some phone calls, and a few of us would like to help. My husband owns a repair business, she runs on. He and I have been Amber Plan partners for a long time. I shake my head, not sure what she's talking about. It's a government program to help extend the search whenever a child goes missing. Our employees are trained to actively look for that child. I glance at the 2 police cars pulling up in front of my house. Wait a minute. They've put out an Amber Alert for Sadie? Not yet. There are certain conditions that have to be met first. But that would be a good thing. The more people looking, the faster we can find her. I nod, knowing I can use all the help I can get. Thank you. She puts her hand on my arm. I'm going to talk with one of the officers who just arrived. Then I'll meet you inside. Why don't you go get some coffee going? We have a checklist to go through that will make the process easier for law enforcement, and they will have a lot of questions to ask you. I realize her request might be practical, but I also know it's meant to keep me busy. Inside, I automatically gather mugs on the counter, a sugar bowl, and the rest of the milk in the fridge, feeling embarrassed suddenly about the chip on the sugar bowl. But they're not here to judge. They're here to help me find my daughter. I take the tray of coffee into the living room, then stop to take in the scene in front of me. 3 more mothers from school have already shown up and are whispering in the corner of the room with Eloise. Police officers are moving freely through the house, my house, as if it's a crime scene. I hear one of them mention a door-to-door search where Sadie was last seen. It all seems impossible. My hands are shaking, and I'm not sure how to do this. I shift my gaze to the front door, somehow expecting Sadie to walk in because I can't stand the alternative. Instead, the front door slams open and 2 officers step inside. I jump at the sharp noise and drop the tray filled with coffee and mugs. Glass shatters at my feet, but I can't move. Instead, I stand there, frozen. Riley? Eloise and one of the other women rush toward me. My ears are ringing and my heart is pounding in my throat. I don't want to cry, but I can't stop the wave of emotion that follows. Don't worry, we'll clean it up. Eloise takes my hand and pulls me away from the broken glass. I say I want to go into Sadie's room. Maybe I'll find a clue, but an officer says no. Access is limited as they collect evidence. They're going through her room, going through the trash. Instead, they need to ask me questions. I sit down on the sofa, still in a fog as I start answering question after question. What was Sadie wearing? Had she been depressed lately or harmed herself in any way? Did she get along with her brother? Had she been distant or aloof recently? The more questions they ask, the more terrified I get. She opened up to me last night, and I thought she was being honest, but I'd apparently missed something. They ask for a photograph of her. I pull out my phone, where the cover on the screen is Sadie and Oliver at a Christmas light show last month, and then several more of her smiling in front of one of the displays. It was the first time I'd seen her smile in a long time. I'm instructed to forward the photo to a number before the questions continue. They want to know about new friends or new teachers, a list of family members, friends, coaches, and teachers, as well as everyone who came to our house routinely. But my mind is shutting down. I force myself to answer their questions about Sadie's routine and friends. My head is pounding as I look at the clock on the fireplace mantel. I'm going to need to pick up Oliver in a couple of hours. But what am I supposed to tell him? He adores his sister. They've always been close, but especially this past year. After the questions, I'm given checklists and guides, step-by-step instructions on how to respond, what law enforcement does for missing children's cases, and details on procedure. I hardly know what any of it means. Thankfully, Eloise has jumped in and organizes everything. She has the name and telephone number of the investigator assigned to Sadie's case. She helps me go through Sadie's information so we can write up a detailed description for the press of what she'd been wearing and any personal identification marks. It all seems so sterile. She also helps me make a list of friends and acquaintances, and the women start calling them to see if anyone has seen Sadie. Eloise sets a cup of tea in front of me, then sits down next to me. "What am I supposed to do?" I ask, looking up at her. "How do people do this?" She draws me into a hug and whispers into my ear. "Exactly the way you're doing things. One step at a time. One moment at a time. And you never, never stop praying and believing that your baby will come home." 5. Temperatures across the state had dropped over the last couple of hours, bringing a frigid chill to the empty parking lot where Deputy U.S. Marshal Tucker Shaw was in the process of gearing up for the organized raid. They'd organized simultaneous raids on 3 houses this morning, a multi-jurisdictional initiative including almost 3 dozen officers, all targeting crimes against young girls that had risen exponentially over the past couple of years. He glanced at his watch, impatient for the search warrant to be signed before they could approach the house. He'd been involved in Operation Retrieval for weeks now, a joint effort between the U.S. Marshals Service and local law enforcement to bring home some of the most at-risk children in Austin and the surrounding counties. They'd already rescued 23 in the last 2 weeks. Most of the girls they'd found were between 13 and 18. Several had been beaten. All of them were scarred emotionally for life. While today's raid would never make up for the trauma they'd gone through, thanks to a tip he'd secured by a confidential source, this time he was counting on bringing the entire group down. Jace Kruger was the alleged ringleader, but he worked with at least a dozen other people involved in the operation. Tucker's job was to ensure he was brought in to face charges of sex trafficking conspiracy, conspiracy to harbor illegal aliens, and money laundering. "Tucker." His partner, Ruby Solomon, handed him his raid jacket out of the trunk of the car. "Thanks." He slipped it on over his bulletproof vest. She stopped in front of him and frowned. "You okay?" "Yeah, just ready to do this." She nodded, understanding the urgency he felt to stop the men they were chasing down. They'd been fighting this battle for 18 long months. Some days it felt as though they were making progress in stopping this evil. Other days it felt like what they were doing was barely a drop in the bucket. 5 minutes later, they got the green light. The house itself was an unassuming ranch-style structure that could have been located in any neighborhood, any suburb, any county or state, spreading its evil across a country that too often placed more value on pleasure than the lives of these children. Tucker stepped up to the door. "U.S. Marshals with a warrant. Open the door." Seconds later, a battering ram splintered the doorframe, making way for his team to move in behind him. Adrenaline surged as he rushed into the 3-bedroom house and headed down the hall as planned and into the first bedroom, following the floor plan they'd memorized. Dirty mattresses lay on the floor, along with discarded takeout and trash scattered across the room, but no signs of anyone. "Clear." He headed to the second room, while Ruby continued down the hallway to the master bedroom. "Living room and kitchen are clear. Front office clear." Their information was solid. He'd been sure of that. Kruger and the girls should be here. Tucker glanced around the bedroom, then reached down to pick up a unicorn keychain attached to a pink pom-pom. How did this happen in a modern society? These exploited girls were children who should be home with their families and looking forward to hanging out with friends on the weekend, not living in this hellhole. One of the men stopped in the doorway. "No one's here." Tucker shook his head. Where were the girls? Where was Kruger? "This doesn't make sense," he said. "Someone had to have tipped him off." "Tucker, you need to come here." Unless... He followed the sound of his partner's voice to a bathroom situated adjacent to the master bedroom. Bottles of alcohol lay scattered across the floor, and, like the rest of the house, the room smelled like vomit. "What have you got?" he asked, stepping through the doorway into the bathroom where Ruby stood. He froze on the tile when he saw the body. She couldn't be more than 13 or 14. Her lifeless form lay in the tub, pale, scantily clothed, and wearing a pink butterfly bracelet. Carly Banks. He recognized her immediately from her missing persons file. She'd run away from home 3 months ago and hadn't been heard from since. The butterfly bracelet was familiar as well, an expensive gift used by a groomer to draw in his prey. "There's more," Ruby said. She handed him a folded piece of paper with her gloved hand. He flipped open the paper and read the note. "Catch me if you can, but the girls will pay." This shouldn't have happened. Tucker blew out a sharp breath. How did he know we were coming? Ruby's jaw tightened. I don't know. Anger burned in the pit of his stomach. It didn't matter how many horrific scenes he witnessed. He'd never see this as normal, or want to stop hunting down men like Jace Kruger, who treated young girls like nothing more than pieces of flesh to be bartered on the open market. He also knew the threat was far from empty. For months, they'd been chasing Kruger and the destruction he'd left across 3 states. Every time authorities got close, the man managed to pack up and disappear. But vermin that he was, he always reemerged somewhere else. Usually with a new name, new identity, and new look. But his MO was always the same. Bringing in more vulnerable girls, and sometimes boys, to pad his pockets. A horrible game, encouraged by the Johns who were willing to pay top dollar. I'm calling this in, Ruby said, stepping past him. Tucker watched her leave, then sat down on the toilet seat next to Carly, not wanting to leave her alone. His job had its rewards when they found the girls, but failures like this hit hard. She wasn't supposed to have died alone this way, away from friends and family, and yet it kept happening over and over. Eventually, sirens blared outside the house. Someone would have to talk to her parents, shattering any hope that their daughter might come home. His team gathered on the front lawn as her body was taken away, now far more sober than when they'd first arrived. We didn't do enough here. Tucker blew out a sharp breath of air. Shake it off, Tucker, Ruby said. The other girls you've rescued don't think it's not enough. They've been given their lives back, given a second chance. What about Carly Banks and the other girls who were supposed to be here today? Their lives are worth saving. Which is why this isn't over. She stopped in front of him and set her hands on her hips. We will find them. And if they didn't? He'd searched so long for redemption from past failures that sometimes he felt like he was in a never-ending battle for the good guys who were never going to win. No matter how hard they tried, evil always seemed to be a step ahead of the game. 6. I'm ending a call when the front door opens and Darren walks in. He spots me immediately and crosses the room, his expression serious. Riley. I manage to stand up and he pulls me into a hug. I am so sorry I didn't get here sooner. It's fine. I'm just glad you're here. Darren's 6'4" and still wearing a suit and tie from the meetings he canceled. His commanding presence makes me relax a notch, if that's possible, but at least someone's here who knows and loves Sadie and can help me carry this burden. A ribbon of guilt tugs at me as Darren steps away from me. I wonder what would happen if he knew I was the one who turned Lucas in, that I was the one who started the chain of events that led to his best friend's death. None of that matters right now. All that matters is finding Sadie. I drag myself back to the present and introduce him to the women helping me. Darren shrugs off his jacket and drops it onto the back of a chair. What can I do? Riley didn't eat lunch, Eloise says, taking charge as she's done the whole time. Why don't the two of you grab something to eat from the kitchen and go sit outside on the veranda? The sun's finally out. She presses her hand against my shoulder. You can catch Darren up with what we've done. A break and some fresh air will do you good. I frown, wanting to scream at her that I don't want to go outside and fresh air isn't going to help me find Sadie. I bite back the irritated response hovering on the tip of my tongue. I need to go check on Oliver, I say instead. Oliver's fine. He's in the den with my husband playing Mario Brothers. She ushers me into the kitchen, where she hands me a paper plate and motions to the box of tacos. I'm really not hungry. When is the last time you ate? Darren asks. I squeeze my eyes shut for a moment, annoyed that someone is trying to get me to eat. Dinner last night, I suppose? If you don't keep up your strength, you won't be able to help find her, Eloise adds. Darren squeezes my hand. She's right, Riley. You need to eat, and I could really use some coffee. His comment makes me feel as if I'm a whiny child. The man canceled all his appointments and drove 3 hours here for me. He grabs a cup from the counter, pours the coffee, then takes a sip. Sugar or cream? Eloise asks. He shakes his head, then waits for me to put a couple of tacos on a paper plate for the two of us, still certain I won't be able to eat. He doesn't say anything else until we sit down on the back porch. The sun is finally shining, but while I can feel the warmth on my face, I'm still icy cold on the inside. I glance around the yard, at the barbecue grill I bought Lucas for Christmas the year we bought the house, empty herb beds waiting for spring, and the purple and white pansies I planted before all of this erupted, but I barely see anything. What do you know so far? Darren takes another sip of his coffee, but like me, ignores the plate of food between us. Not much. All we really know is that she made it to school, but then realized she forgot her history assignment. She told her best friend she was going to ride her bike back home to get it. When she never returned, Macy told one of the teachers. There's been no sign of Sadie since. What about the security system? It should have caught something on the camera. I shrug, not knowing what to tell him. I checked my phone, but there's nothing on it. They found her bike in the yard, and a neighbor saw her get into an unidentified car. I'm sure you've tried calling her. Her phone is off, which means there's no way to locate her. So, bottom line, do the authorities have any theories? I don't know. There are really only two possibilities. Either she ran away, which seems unlikely, or someone took her. As I hear the words I'm speaking, I'm not sure which possibility is worse. The potential consequences of both are horrifying. I lean back in my chair and rub the back of my neck. I keep going over our interactions over the past few weeks. But running away? That isn't like her. And yet, on the other hand, I know how much she's gone through the last year. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised that she didn't go through everything unscathed. I know I haven't gotten this far without my own scars. I've been answering questions all day. Questions about her friends and activities and mood. I decide to breach the subject I haven't brought up so far. What if this has something to do with Lucas? You mean like some kind of, I don't know, revenge abduction? Maybe I'm being paranoid, but some people still believe I was involved. Darren looks skeptical. It doesn't seem likely, but if anyone does bring it up, refer them to me, as your lawyer. I let out an awkward snort. You know I can't afford you. I'm barely scraping by after putting my kids in a private school. I'm also a friend. Don't worry about it. I shake my head. How can I not worry? My finances are the least of my problems, but I can't help but wonder how long Lucas's actions are going to haunt me. The only reason the police didn't arrest me was that they had a confession from the man who'd killed Lucas, the 75-year-old retired chemistry teacher who'd lost his entire life savings thanks to Lucas. Have you thought about a press release? Darren asks, shifting the conversation. Eloise has already put something together. Good. Darren catches my gaze, then reaches out and squeezes my hand. I'm so sorry you're having to go through this. But we're going to find her. I know, I say with forced confidence. One of the uniformed officers steps out of the house, carrying something. Mrs. Bishop, she says, walking up to us. I'm sorry to bother you. I start to get up, but she motions me back to my chair, then sets a wooden box in front of me. Do you recognize this? I nod, recognizing the box immediately, but I'm also confused. I open the lid. Inside are letters, photos, newspaper articles, and documents, all ones I'd saved about my mother. I set my trembling hands on the table. Where did you find this? The officer hesitates with her answer. It was under your daughter's bed. Wait, what? I pick up a photo of my mother and me from when I'm about 5 years old, one of only half a dozen pictures I have of the two of us. That makes no sense. Why would Sadie have taken these? I don't know, ma'am. I start pulling out the rest of the familiar contents, one by one. I didn't even know she knew about this box. What exactly is all of this? Darren asked. I hand him one of the papers. My mother's psych eval when she went into the hospital when I was 9. Doctor's notes from her stay. The accident report from when she went off the road and died. I fight the nausea as I pick up the newspaper article that mentions the fact that there were no brake marks on the road, implying her death had not been an accident, but a suicide. I'm not sure why I'd kept all of this about my mother, but it was never meant for my children to see. The officer still hovers above me. Has your daughter asked questions about her grandmother? I look away, knowing what she's really asking. She wants to find motivation for Sadie to run away from home. But this can't be the reason. Or could it? Dr. Gabrielli had brought out my fears of my becoming like my mother more than once. She had tried to convince me that I was on a different path, but now I'm not so sure that's true. Wasn't today the perfect example? My mother had been narcissistic and had always focused more on herself than my needs. I've been stressed lately and missed something with Sadie. What if she is gone because I'd done the same thing with her that my mother had done to me? I pull out yet another paper. This time, an article I'd printed out on mental health genetics that are passed down from generation to generation. I suck in a deep breath, then blow it out. What if this is the connection I was missing? But if it is, why hadn't Sadie come to me if she'd had questions? Sadie has seen photos of my mother, I finally say. She knows she'd been sick, knows she died in a car wreck. But beyond that, Sadie was a baby when she died. It really never seemed important. Maybe, for whatever reason, it was important for Sadie, Darren says. But my mother was mentally ill. Her death was because of her illness. She did the best she could, but she and I were never close. My voice breaks, and I realize I'm starting to panic again. Why would Sadie want to know all of this? Darren scoots back his chair. You want some water or something? No, I want to know what's going on. I press the paper against the table with my fingers. What if Sadie was afraid that she was going to have the same sickness my mother had? The very same fear I'd had for so long. Darren looks up at the officer, then back to me. Maybe you're jumping to conclusions. Maybe she was just looking for a connection to her grandmother. He's trying to placate me, and I don't like it. I shake my head. If you had asked me 2 days ago how my daughter was doing, I would have said she was doing better, that we had a good relationship. Now all that seems to be a lie, and I have no idea how she found these papers or why she wanted them. It makes no sense. Have you had symptoms like your mother? The officer asks. The question seems too personal. She might as well straight out ask me if I'm crazy. I go to a therapist, and I've spent time working through issues, like a husband who was a narcissist, and a mother who showed me no affection. But no. I do know, though, exactly where part of my panic is coming from. I'm not sure if I'm telling the truth. I promised myself that my relationship with Sadie would be different. I've always tried to be there for her. I refuse to be the emotionally absent parent because, while I can't give her 2 parents, I can give her myself. What if that hasn't been enough? There is one other thing. The officer clears her throat. Do you recognize this bracelet? I study the pink butterfly bracelet that had been dropped into an evidence bag and labeled. No. Where did you find this? In the box with the papers. I stare at the bracelet, knowing what she's thinking. I should know where the jewelry came from. It looks expensive, though I have no way to know how much it's worth. Had I become so focused on surviving that I'd missed all of this? Someone with the U.S. Marshal Service will be here to talk with you in a little bit. They will have some more questions for you. Wait. I sit back, confused. Why would the U.S. Marshals be involved in Sadie's disappearance? Why? My phone rings, and I check the caller ID. It's Melody, so I quickly excuse myself and step away from the table, not able to deal with this. The connection's bad as she starts talking. Riley? Riley, can you hear me? Yes, but barely. I move farther away from the house, across the brown grass, as if that's going to help with the connection. Where are you? Still on the ship? I called as soon as I got your message. Please tell me this is all some horrible misunderstanding, and that Sadie is sitting there with you. I start to answer her, but can't bear to say out loud again that Sadie is missing. Every time I tell someone, the reality presses harder against my chest until I can't breathe. Riley, what's going on? I don't know where Sadie is, Melody. She rode her bike back to the house to get her homework, and it's as if she just vanished. My mind is still convinced she's on her way home from school or in her room sleeping. But a glance back at the house where Darren and the officer are waiting keeps me chained to reality. I blink away the tears, afraid if I start crying I'll never stop. Do you have any idea what happened? Melody asks. Her bike was in the yard, and someone saw her get into a car. A crackle disrupts the line before Melody speaks again. You don't think she ran away, do you? No. That is something I refuse to believe. She's been excited about her birthday party, happy at school, making new friends. But still, what if I missed something? Is someone with you right now? The police are here, as well as a few mothers from school helping. Darren showed up, and now I've just been told that the marshals want to talk with me. I pause, unable to catch my breath. I'm so terrified. I don't know what to do. I'm coming back. Philip's checking flights for me right now. I should be able to take a flight out of the next port. I'll let you know as soon as I get one. I hang up the call a minute later, relieved she's coming, then realize I'm still holding one of the photos from the box. One of my mother and father that was taken before I was born, before she started losing her sanity. She's smiling and looks happy, which I know they were for a while. Daddy always told me that the first decade of their marriage had been perfect. And then her mental health had slowly deteriorated. Later pictures show signs of her worsening symptoms, but I kept this one. It reminds me that there was a time in her life when she was happy, before everything changed. And now I'm afraid the same thing could be happening to me. 7. Tucker was still angry when he stepped into his boss's office with Ruby. They should have been rejoicing over another successful raid. Instead, a girl was dead, and they hadn't found Kruger, dragging them back to square one. Harry Blackwell stood on the other side of his large desk, with his arms folded across his chest, looking as irritated as Tucker felt. "What happened out there?" "I don't know." Tucker shook his head. "My information should have been good, but someone must have tipped Kruger off." "Are you implying a leak?" Blackwell asked. "I don't know what I'm implying right now." "What about your CI?" "He's always been reliable," Ruby said. Reliable, that was, until today. Tucker glanced at his partner. "We haven't been able to track him down." He closed his eyes for a moment, still trying to shake off the image of Carly Banks's dead body. To him, these girls would never be just another case. They had names, families, and stories. "We need to go through all of our intel again." Tucker didn't even try to hide the emotion in his voice. "We need to find this guy before another girl gets trafficked or dies in the crossfire like today." "Agreed, and we will. But in the meantime, I need the two of you to do something else." Tucker frowned. He might have lost a round with Kruger, but he had no intention of getting distracted or stepping down from the fight. Blackwell shoved a report across his desk. "I was just handed the file of a missing girl I think the two of you will be interested in. Her name is Sadie Bishop, and she's 12 years old. Told a friend she was riding her bike home to get her homework, but she never showed up at her house or back at school. Found her bike dumped, and a neighbor saw her get into a black compact car. No description of the driver." "A runaway?" Ruby asked, picking up the report. "It's possible." "I don't understand," Tucker said, his irritation growing. "Why are you bringing us in on this? We need to be out there tracking Kruger." Blackwell hesitated. "I believe her disappearance could be related to the raid you made this morning." "Okay." Tucker braced his hands against the desk and leaned forward. "I'm listening. How?" "They found something in Sadie Bishop's room that I think might interest you." Blackwell took the file back, chose a photo, then tossed it across the table. "Look familiar?" Tucker picked up the picture of a pink butterfly charm bracelet and frowned. "Expensive. And yes, familiar." "As you both know," Blackwell said, "this is the third butterfly charm bracelet we found, and I've never believed in coincidences." Tucker frowned. Neither did he. "One of the officers involved in the case recognized the connection," Blackwell said. The first bracelet had been found on Amy Johnson, a 15-year-old who'd gone missing in October. She'd been groomed and trafficked by one of Kruger's minions, then found dead, murdered, in the trunk of a car 3 weeks ago. Carly Banks, the girl they found in the bathtub today, was the second girl found with a similar bracelet. She'd been killed, seemingly, to make a point. "Where did you find the bracelet?" Ruby asked. "Hidden in Sadie Bishop's room. She's the perfect target. Her mother is a single mom, and her father was killed in a car explosion a few months ago, just before he was going to be indicted for a white-collar crime scandal. Switched schools recently after being bullied, and I'm sure deals with self-worth issues." "It does sound like the perfect storm," Ruby said. "Sadie's best friend was the last person to see her. She's actually here with her mother in one of the interview rooms. I want you to talk with her, then go talk with the mother. I don't think they've talked to her about this yet, but we need to see if we can connect her to Kruger." Tucker took the girl's file, then started through the rest of the photo documents. "What is all this?" Most are what local PD found hidden in the girl's room, inside a wooden box along with a bracelet. It's mainly newspaper articles, medical information, and a coroner's report, all on the grandmother. Seems like strange items for a girl to keep locked away, Ruby said. I don't think anyone has talked to the mother about it yet, but I want you to connect the dots, Blackwell said, sitting down in his chair. Tucker flipped through a number of photos, then stopped at one of the pictures of an old farmhouse. The intense feeling that swept through him off guard. No visual memories or sounds, simply a terrified feeling as he stared at the picture. Tucker, you okay? Ruby asked. Yeah, this house looks familiar. He tried to shrug off the feeling, but the panic wouldn't leave. It's in the notes, Blackwell said, but I believe it belonged to the missing girl's grandmother. Tucker stared at the picture, forcing himself to dredge up any memories connected to the house. He'd seen lots of typical German farmhouses, but had never felt this gut-wrenching panic. He dropped the photo back into the file, confused at his unwarranted reaction. Today's trigger made no sense. How could a picture fill him with so much terror? Tucker. He drew in a slow breath. Sorry. Nothing threatened him. No danger. It was just a photo. Go talk to the best friend, and then the mother. The clock's ticking. By the time he got to the interview room to talk to Macy Foster, his heart rate had slowed, but the lingering panic, combined with the anger from this morning's raid, still compelled him to push through. Macy, who was in Sadie's class at school, sat next to her mother in one of the interview rooms and, from the frown on her face, was clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Mrs. Foster? Macy? Ruby slid into the seat across from the mother and daughter, taking the lead on the interview. My name's Ruby Solomon, and this is my partner, Tucker Shaw. We're deputy U.S. Marshals. One of the things we do is look for missing children. Like Sadie? Macy asked. Ruby nodded. We understand that you were the last one to see her the morning she disappeared. Macy fidgeted with the zipper on her jacket. You're not in any kind of trouble, Tucker said. We just want to find your friend. And to do that, Ruby added, we need you to tell us what happened this morning. Her mom squeezed her hand. It's okay, sweetie. All you have to do is tell them what happened. The girl nodded. Sadie, she rode her bike to school like she usually does. I saw her arrive, but then she told me she had to go back to her house. She'd forgotten an assignment that was due. When did you realize she hadn't come back? Ruby asked. We're in third period together. When she didn't show up, I told Mr. Davis, who told the principal. Tucker took notes, while Ruby continued guiding the interview. How long have you known Sadie? She asked. She started going to our school this year. And the two of you are close? Macy nodded. We like a lot of the same stuff. She's pretty shy, but fun to hang out with. Does Sadie have lots of friends? Everyone likes her, but I'm her best friend. Ruby paused for a moment, giving Macy a short break from the conversation before shifting subjects. Can you tell me how she's been lately? Has she seemed sad or withdrawn? Macy glanced at her mom. She lost her dad last year. She never really talked about it, but I know it was hard on her. I think that's part of why she's so quiet. What about boys? Ruby pressed. Does she have a boyfriend? Macy blushed at the question. She likes Tommy Phillips, but so do all the girls. He doesn't really go for girls like us. What do you mean, girls like us? You know, we're not really the popular girls. We like school and science fairs and stuff. Tommy's into football and cheerleaders. Does that bother Sadie? Not being one of the popular girls? Macy shrugged. Not too much. Did she ever talk to you about hurting herself or wanting her life to end? Macy shook her head. No, never. What about her mom? Do you know what kind of a relationship she has with her? She's close to her mom and her little brother. Did she ever talk about running away? No, and I don't think she would. Ruby leaned forward in her chair. I know this is hard, but we still need to ask a few more questions. Did she ever talk to boys online? Maybe boys that didn't go to your school? Someone she didn't want her mother to know about? Tucker studied Macy's reaction to the question and thought he caught a glimpse of guilt in the young girl's eyes. If Sadie had been groomed, as the evidence of the bracelet implied, there was a very high probability that her disappearance was connected to Kruger. The grooming process was typically done by experts, like Kruger, who were looking for vulnerable girls. They were masters at the game, who manipulated their target's reality and leveraged their fears. Finding them was always challenging, because they could be someone she knew, or a stranger hiding behind a social media account. You have to tell them what you know, Macy, her mother said. Macy's gaze dropped. There's this cute boy she met on Snapchat. They never met, but they text each other sometimes. Someone from school? Macy shook her head. He was a friend of a friend. They talked about life and stuff. He was sweet to her. Did you ever read any of their conversations? She showed me a couple of pictures he sent. This time, she avoided her mom's glare. It wasn't any big deal. Nothing inappropriate. Do you know what his name was? Ruby pressed. Kyle. I don't know his last name. Tucker made a note of the name. IT would have already scoured the girl's social media accounts, but young people today had become experts at covering their tracks, then too often paid the price of getting involved with the wrong person. What about this? Tucker held up a photo of the bracelet. Have you seen it before? Macy shook her head. No. Are you sure? Yeah. Sadie would have liked it, though. She loves butterflies. What about you? Ruby turned to Macy's mother. Do you know Riley Bishop, Sadie's mother? We've done a few things together. She's not as active as some of the mothers are at school, but I know she has to work. She always seemed like a good mother, and I've always found Sadie to be a sweet girl. I appreciate your coming in and talking with us. If you think of anything that might be important, please call us. Ruby handed Macy's mom a business card, then pushed her chair back and stood up. If you will both please wait here, we'll send someone to escort you out. We need to find this Kyle, Ruby said, as soon as they were in the hallway. Excuse me, sir? Tucker turned around to where Mrs. Foster stood in the doorway of the interview room. Pass on the information to IT, Tucker said to Ruby before turning back around. I'll meet you at my car. I'm sorry, the woman said, stepping into the hall and shutting the door so her daughter couldn't hear the conversation. It's so upsetting to think that poor Sadie just vanished. I can't even imagine what her mother is feeling right now. But I'm also worried about Macy. Do you think her life could be in danger? I try to protect her, but there are so many dangers out there, the woman rushed on, blinking back the tears. And now, Sadie's disappearance hits so close to home. They know the same people, hang out at the same places. Am I missing something? Tucker clasped his hands behind him. He understood the woman's anxiety. This was a conversation no one wanted to have. Most people didn't expect your average middle-class families to have to deal with human trafficking, yet statistics prove different. Not only was it possible, but it was happening all over the country. All you can do is be diligent in talking to your daughter. Make sure she realizes how important it is to communicate with you. He headed to meet Ruby a moment later, feeling frustrated. He'd always been an optimist. Always believed he could make a difference in the world if he kept fighting for justice. Faith had been part of his motivation, but that hadn't stopped him from questioning God's plan in all of the ugly mess he encountered with his job. So many broken lives. It had to break God's heart, too. On top of their botched raid, he still wasn't sure what had happened inside his boss's office with the photo. His job was hunting down dangerous criminals, executing federal arrest warrants, and in the process, seeing atrocities that most people couldn't even imagine. He was on the front lines every day. So why had that picture triggered such an emotional response? Another image flashed in his mind, this time of Carly. Maybe she was the key to what was messing with his head. Not the photo, but the fact that they'd found her too late. Whatever it was, they had a missing girl to find, and he wasn't going to let anything distract him from doing his job. 8. Tucker pulled up at the Bishop home, a 2-story house in a quiet Austin suburb, a place where no one expected to be touched by child trafficking and other underground crimes. After connecting with the officer in charge of the investigation, he and Ruby were escorted into the house and to Riley Bishop. "My name is Tucker Shaw," he said, holding up his credentials to the woman standing in front of him. "This is my partner, Ruby Solomon, with the U.S. Marshal Service. We need to talk with you about your daughter." "Of course. I was told you were coming." Riley Bishop was pretty, even with no makeup, but the strain of the situation had clearly left its mark. She'd pulled up her hair, but several strands had escaped and now hung loose against her left cheek. Her eyes looked tired as she stood in the doorway, her hands held tight to her sides. Nails were neat but unpolished, body language closed as she pointed to the couch, then sat down across from them on the other side of the coffee table, looking scared and exhausted. Tucker frowned as he joined his partner on the brown leather sofa. He'd been in similar situations more times than he could count. They left him frustrated with the world they lived in. Talking to the loved one of a missing person was never cut and dried, and there was no strict script to follow, and no one ever reacted the same. Some parents became highly irritated and argumentative. Others completely shut down. He couldn't predict yet what Riley Bishop's reaction was going to be. Tucker glanced around the living room, automatically taking in the details of a room that was simple, but also cozy and inviting, with cushions, throws, and a few pieces of inexpensive art on the walls, as well as family photos. Several women sat in the adjoining dining room, talking to an officer and implying a support team already in place, something crucial in situations like this. Tucker shifted his attention again to a man in a suit walking up to them. Tall, thin, and carrying himself with an air of confidence. The man sat down in the matching wing chair next to Riley. "This is Darren Kirby," Riley said, making the introduction. "He's a lawyer, but here is a friend. I'd like him to stay if that's okay." "Of course," Ruby nodded. "I know this is difficult, and that you've already answered a lot of questions. I'm just not sure I understand why the U.S. Marshals are involved." Riley fiddled with the pendant necklace she was wearing. "I thought you tracked down fugitives." "We do," Tucker said. "But we also cooperate with local law enforcement in child endangerment cases." Riley's face paled, reminded again that her daughter was gone. "We understand that there's been no history of your daughter running away," Ruby said. "No." Riley glanced at Darren. "Granted, the past year has been hard with the death of my husband, but we've always been close." "Has anything changed recently?" Tucker asked, trying to evaluate the relationship between the two of them. Situations like this tended to be layered, and part of the job was to pull back those layers in order to find the truth. He still wasn't sure if the man's primary role here today was as friend or lawyer. "Sadie, she's struggled more in school," Riley responded. "She's been bullied a few times. I switched her to a private school, and that's helped. She's made a couple of good friends." "Any mental health problems or signs of self-harm?" Ruby asked. "No, never." Tucker gauged her reaction, noting that lack of expression at the questions, as if she were trying not to react. He wasn't ready to jump to conclusions. No parent ever wanted to believe their child was hurting. "I understand your husband passed away recently." Photos of Riley and 2 children covered the mantel, with only one of the family that included Lucas Bishop. I know that this has been hard on your family, and from what I understand, you and your husband were having problems before he died. Riley frowned at the comment, clearly unhappy that he knew the details of her private life. But like Ruby had said, this situation appeared to be the perfect storm. Digging through details that at times felt unrelated could lead to the breakthrough they needed. I've tried to keep as much as I could from my children, she said. But if he hadn't died in that explosion, he'd be in prison right now. For fraud and embezzlement, Tucker said. She frowned. I'm sure you know as much as I do, if not more. And his relationship with his children? Ruby asked. I guess I'll never know why he did what he did, but he did love his children. I'll give him that. And yes, losing him has been very hard on both Sadie and Oliver. It can't be easy financially, Tucker said, continuing to press through the layers, looking for what he needed. The house and the car are paid off, and I've gone back to work. It's not easy, but we manage. I'd do anything for my kids. Is there anything else you can tell me? Tucker asked. Saturday is her birthday. She's turning 13. It's a hard age. She'd invited a couple of close friends over, and they were planning to have a slumber party. She was actually excited about it. I need you to find her. There is one more thing. Tucker glanced at Ruby, then back to Riley. I know you've already talked to law enforcement about this, but we need to ask you about the bracelet found in her room. Is there something significant to it? Possibly. Tucker caught the tension in the woman's voice and hesitated. Your daughter's case has similarities to another girl who recently went missing. She had a similar bracelet. Did they find her? Riley's voice was barely more than a whisper as she spoke. We did, Tucker said. He wasn't going to tell her that they'd found the bracelet on her body. I told the officers who did the search that I had never seen it before, Riley continued, which doesn't make sense. I'm not saying Sadie had no secrets from me, but we are close, or at least I thought we were. Tucker hated this part of the interview. I know that this is going to be hard to hear, but it is very possible that she was being groomed. Wait, you think Sadie is a victim of human trafficking? She asked. He hesitated, unsure if her knowledge of the concept of grooming was helpful or if ignorance would have been better for her. We can't make that determination at this point, but she fits a certain profile, Ruby said, jumping in. She lost her father, switched schools. Perpetrators often utilize tactics like giving gifts or money, like the bracelet, and increased attention for girls who are lonely. No, it's not possible. I would have known. She would have come to me if something like this was going on. Riley stood up and started pacing on the other side of the coffee table. Sadie was quiet and a bit shy, but she had friends at school and is doing well. She stopped and turned back to them. At least, I thought she was doing well. Tucker cleared his throat, hating that he'd just shattered the woman's view on her relationship with her daughter. Unfortunately, it happens far too often, Tucker said, keeping his voice soft. There are usually signs, but these men and women are manipulative, and they know how to get to children. They look for vulnerabilities, people they can exploit. Your daughter lost her father, struggled with self-esteem, isolated herself. The perfect storm. Had she been missing any school? Ruby asked. No, not until today. She was a good student. Loved school, in fact. That's why this doesn't make any sense. Riley was beginning to slip into panic mode. He could see it in her eyes and the way she clenched her fists at her sides. He'd never been in her situation, but he knew what it was like to feel out of control. when nothing you could do could change the situation. "Tell me about Sadie," he said, softening his voice. "Not her height and her eye color, but who she is, what she likes to do, what makes her happy." Riley stopped at the mantel, then ran her hand across her daughter's photo and smiled. "She's smart. And I'm not just saying that because I'm her mom. She's in the top of her class. She told me yesterday that she wants to do something about genes and genetic mutations for her science fair project because she has a friend with cystic fibrosis. I'm not even sure how she'll do it, but she will do it, and it will be amazing." Riley paused, then sat back down. "If we can find her." Ruby leaned forward. "Which is why we're here, to find her." Riley pulled the throw pillow that had been sitting on the chair against her chest. "She's always been curious, always reading and asking questions. I just wish she would have come and talked to me about whatever was going on. To think that she was trying to sort it out on her own." "I know this is hard, but we're going to do everything we can to find her. I promise." He stood up and handed her his card. "We will probably need more from you at some point, but if you think of anything else or need anything, call us." Riley took the card, then nodded, the sadness reaching her eyes. "I will, but please, just find my daughter." 9. It's 10:30. 12 hours since I first heard that Sadie is missing. 12 hours of feeling both an overwhelming panic and complete numbness. From the fridge, I grab a bottled water that had been shoved toward the back to make room for the takeout someone had left, then go sit back down in the living room. Oliver's asleep upstairs in my bed, exhausted after a day of being entertained and distracted. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to do this. I keep the lights off, except for one lamp, hoping the darkness will help dissipate my pounding headache. I'm not sure where the headache came from. Dehydration, maybe? Or perhaps because I haven't really eaten today. The thought of food still turns my stomach. The last of the volunteers has just gone for the day, along with law enforcement, including the U.S. Marshals, and won't be back until early tomorrow. Darren offered to stay, but I told him I'd be fine alone. I honestly thought that's what I wanted, but now that the house is quiet, I'm not sure. At least with the distraction of a house full of people telling me what to do, I didn't have time to think. Now all I can do is think about where Sadie is right now, about what is happening to her, wondering if I'll ever see her again. No, I can't let my mind go there. Instead, I try to push away the fear. I just need 5 minutes. 5 minutes to pretend all this is just another nightmare. 5 minutes to forget that it's real. But forgetting is impossible, and I feel myself sink deeper into the terror. The officers who have been here today promised me they were doing everything they could to find Sadie. Knowing the U.S. Marshals were involved should make me feel better, but in reality, it just terrifies me. How had it come to this? I almost feel guilty. I'd seen the way they'd looked at me, watching my responses to their questions, trying to dig deeper to make sure they weren't missing something. I pull out the card one of the marshals had given me. Tucker Shaw, Deputy U.S. Marshal. I wonder what he thinks about me. If he thinks I'm guilty, that I had been involved with my husband's illegal proceedings. He has to have spoken to dozens of mothers like myself, desperate mothers who somehow had become too busy to notice what was going on with their children. When you believe you've done everything to keep your kids safe, something like this happens. Like in a marriage, where you expect to raise your kids and grow old together, until everything is shattered in an instant. After Lucas died, news of what he'd done hit the news, both national and local. Every time I walked into a store, the kids' school, or even church, I was convinced everybody was staring at me. Guilty by association was a horrible label to live with. I wanted so much to be different from my mother. I thought that going back to church would stave off the demons hounding me. It hadn't worked for my mother. It hadn't worked for me either. I closed my eyes for a long moment, knowing I need to make sure I didn't forget to lock one of the doors and check on Oliver. I get up and go through the house, checking all the doors and then turning on the alarm. I've never been afraid to be in the house with just the kids, but tonight there's an eerie feeling I can't shake. The shadows seem to move as I go up the stairs, as if something is hiding in the darkness. I can feel my heart beating and hear my labored breathing. I shake off the feeling. No one is here. It's just me and Oliver. How am I supposed to feel safe? Someone took my baby away from me, leaving me feeling vulnerable and defenseless. Helpless. I stop in the doorway of Sadie's room, afraid to go inside. Nothing looks right. The officers tried to put the room back together, but everything seems out of place. The bedspread is wrinkled, and her books lie askew on her desk. What pulls at me the most is the fact that my daughter isn't there. Her bed is empty, and she won't be there tomorrow to get up and go to school. I force myself to cross the floor of her room. Sadie had gotten tired of pink walls, so we painted it blue with red accents and added matching curtains and a bedspread. She'd hung posters on the wall, and I'd found a bookshelf at an estate sale for her books. So many dreams and expectations feel suspended. High school and college, getting married and giving me grandchildren. All that can't simply be over. I sit down at her desk and flip open the book sitting in front of me. She'd started going to a local church youth group with some of the kids in her class. I feel guilty that it's been so long since I've taken her. My faith was present once, but life has somehow pushed those longings aside. The book is a devotional book, and I notice the title is Fear is a Liar. I close the book. Ironic. I have no idea how to get rid of the fear devouring me. But whatever the message in the devotional is, I bet it has nothing to do with losing your child. Oliver is still sleeping on the side of my king-sized bed when I return to my room. I turn on the bathroom light, then lie down next to him, realizing I don't have the energy to take a shower or even change my clothes. I push back a lock of his blonde hair. While Sadie's more serious about life, Oliver has always been my happy-go-lucky child. Easygoing. Makes friends with everyone. How do you shelter a 6-year-old from the trauma of his sister being taken? While he knows something is wrong, I don't think he understands the severity of the situation, the reality that we don't know where Sadie is. I had several people offer to take him somewhere safe, but I couldn't let him go. How can I let him out of my sight? I've already lost one child. I can't lose Oliver, too. He snores quietly next to me, his favorite teddy bear pulled snugly against his chest. I'm going to have to make some decisions tomorrow and somehow find a way to keep him close to me and yet as far away from the situation as possible. Eloise talked to me about setting up volunteers at the school instead of my house in order to ease the chaos that will be here again. But how long could this actually continue? What happens if we don't find her tomorrow, or next week, or the week after that? I'm trying to rein in my thoughts. I can't let my mind go that direction. Trying to focus them on praying, begging God to keep my girl safe wherever she is. Trying not to be angry over God allowing this to happen in the first place. Hasn't our family gone through enough? Our family unit had already been shattered once with the loss of their father. Despite what Lucas had done, he had been a good father. How am I supposed to put the pieces back together? Is she going to come home? Oliver's whisper in the darkness breaks my heart all over again. I pull him against me, wanting desperately to take this away from him. Yes. I shove every ounce of determination I can find into my words. I know this is scary, but we have the best people looking for her, and they will find her. Doesn't she love us anymore? He looks up at me with those wide blue eyes of his, caught in a trail of light from the bathroom. How am I supposed to explain what is happening to him? How am I supposed to let him see a glimpse into what I've tried to shelter him from? Of course, Sadie loves you. That hasn't changed, and it never will. What if I get lost like Sadie? He continued. Or die like Daddy? The truth smacks me hard as I realize what he's thinking. When Lucas died, I had to explain to Oliver that his father couldn't come back, like the cat we lost the winter before. Sometimes things happen that are hard and make us sad. Sometimes people do things to hurt other people. Like the man who hurt Daddy? I nod. Sadie will be back soon. I promise. I know I shouldn't promise him something I can't guarantee, but the answer must be enough for the moment, because soon his eyes close and I can hear his soft, steady breathing. I turn over onto my side, trying to squash the panic that makes me feel like I'm breathing underwater, as if the weight of the world is pressing against my chest. I know I won't sleep tonight. How can I sleep when my baby's out there somewhere, hurting? I hear a bang from downstairs and immediately open my eyes. From the bathroom light filtering into the room, I can see the mirror above the dresser and shadows along the carpet. I hold my breath, listening for the noise again. I try to convince myself I just imagined the noise, or maybe I'd fallen asleep and had been dreaming. It wasn't the first time I'd heard strange noises in the night. Noises I'd never heard when Lucas was here. I'm sure my fears are taking over. A second bang gets me out of bed. I wonder if I should call 911, or if I'm just being paranoid. It seems unlikely, but if there's a connection to Sadie's disappearance, maybe I should call Marshal Shaw. Maybe he'd come by and make sure everything is okay. Except I know that idea is ridiculous. Making sure I'm okay isn't his job. Besides, more than likely, I am just paranoid and hearing things that don't really exist. For the moment, everything is quiet, but I can't just lie here. Instead, I walk out of my room quietly, pull the door closed behind me, and head toward the stairs at the end of the hallway. I pull the deputy's card. 911 would simply believe I'm paranoid at a second call. Tucker Shaw understands my reason to be afraid. Before I can talk myself out of it, I punch in the numbers from his card. He answers on the third ring. Deputy Shaw? I'm sorry, who is this? It's Riley Bishop. You gave me your card this afternoon at my house. My daughter, Sadie. Oh, of course. Is everything okay? I debate hanging up, but now he knows who it is, and I don't want to feel more foolish than I do right now. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called. It's fine. What's going on? I think someone's in my house. Where are you? Going downstairs to check. Wait a minute. I see a light from a flashlight skip across the wall downstairs. Now I know someone is in the house. I start back up the stairs. They've got a flashlight. I just saw it in the dining room. Where's Oliver? In my room. Riley, I want you to go there now and lock the door, then hang up and call 911. Tell them what's happening. I'm on my way. I run to my room, shut the door and lock it, then drag the dresser a few inches in front of it. Oliver stirs, then sits up on the bed. Mommy? I scoop him off the bed. I need you to be very, very quiet. Can you do that for me? He must have caught the fear in my voice because he just nods. I should have gotten a gun like Darren had once suggested after Lucas died, but it is too late for that. Instead, I arm myself with pepper spray from my nightstand and the bat I keep just in case. I punch 911, slip into the closet, and lean against the closed door on the floor. 911, what is your emergency? I unsuccessfully try to keep the panic out of my voice as I give them my name and address. Someone's in my house. Did you see them? Yes, they have a flashlight, and I heard them. Do you know where they are in the house? They were downstairs a few minutes ago. Where are you? I'm upstairs in the master bedroom in my closet with my son. I locked the door to my room. Good. Is anyone else in the house besides the two of you? No, I called someone else first. A deputy U.S. Marshal who told me to call 911, then said he's coming. But right now, it's just the two of us. Just the two of us. The operator interrupts my thoughts. How old is your son? He's 6. Officers are on the way right now. I need you to stay on the line with me, do you understand? Yes. I'm breathing so hard I can barely talk, barely think, holding Oliver tightly in my lap. I close my eyes and wonder if I just imagined everything. Did I actually see a light and hear a noise, or was it just a dream? Except I know it isn't. I dig my fingernails into my thigh so I can feel the pain, to remind myself that I'm awake and that this is no dream. This is all very real. Sadie's missing. Someone targeted her. Now someone's targeting me. None of it makes any sense. All I know is that I'm awake and I'm terrified. Riley, a text comes through from Marshal Shaw. Did you call 911? My fingers shake as I respond yes. Where are you? In my closet with Oliver. Good. The police will be there soon, and I'm on my way as well. I don't know why he's doing this for me. My well-being is not his job, but I find the fact that he's coming reassuring. Riley? It's the 911 operator. Please hurry. I can hear footsteps outside my room. The police are pulling up. Is the front door locked? Yes. Does your closet have a lock? No, I'm leaning against it. I want you to stay on the line with me, but stay as quiet as you can. Don't talk. We'll have someone in there in the next couple of minutes. I can hear pounding, and I'm not sure I have a couple of minutes. My heart's racing so fast I'm convinced it's going to explode in my chest. But I have to be strong for Oliver. I have to be strong for Sadie, wherever she is. I wait for another text from the marshal, and wonder if I should have contacted Darren. But there's nothing either of them can do to help me right now. I hear banging. The intruder's breaching the bedroom door, and once they're in, it won't take the intruder long to find us. 10, 15 seconds at the most. And there's nowhere for me to run. Please hurry. I lean back as hard as I can against the door and hold Oliver tighter. I couldn't protect Sadie. What if I can't protect Oliver? Another loud bang, and I hear the bedroom door slam against the wall. The intruder is now inside the room, and it will only be a matter of seconds before he finds me. 10. Tucker arrived at Riley Bishop's home 20 minutes after he'd received the frantic call. He wasn't sure what to expect on his arrival, but with even the slightest chance that this was connected to her daughter's disappearance, he needed to figure out what was going on. He strode up to the uniformed officer standing on the porch, then pulled back his jacket to show his badge. I'm Tucker Shaw with the U.S. Marshals. The officer flashed his light on the badge, then stepped back. Why are the marshals here? Mrs. Bishop is connected to a case I'm working on. I understand there was a break-in? She's talking to my partner right now while I search the house and perimeter. Is she okay? She's shaken up, but both she and her little boy are fine. She said she saw someone inside the house, but there are no signs of a break-in. No signs of a break-in. Tucker glanced toward the front door. All I know is that she heard someone breaking in, or said she heard someone, and saw a flashlight, but nothing shows on her security cameras and no signs of forced entry. The officer clicked off his own flashlight. And just so you know, this isn't the first time she's called 911. Tucker didn't miss the suspicion in the man's voice. What happened last time? Same thing. A 911 call that there was an intruder. Then when we show up, couldn't find any signs of a break-in. Tucker frowned. He knew Riley Bishop was under a lot of stress, but he'd heard real panic in her voice. Surely she hadn't faked that, which meant that whether or not anyone had been inside, she'd clearly believed someone was there. unless Riley Bishop wasn't as innocent as he thought. But then, what would be the point of faking a break-in? "What about windows or other outside doors?" Tucker asked. "We've made a thorough search and found no sign of an intruder." "Search the entire house one more time in case you missed something, and I want to talk with her." The officer frowned, clearly not happy with the order, but nodded. "My partner's with her now in the living room. We'll search the house one more time before we leave, but I'm telling you, the house is clear." Riley Bishop was curled up on the couch with a blanket pulled over her legs, and Oliver snuggled up against her, sleeping. A half-empty water bottle sat next to her, and from the dark streak on her face, she'd been crying. "Hey," he said, sitting down across from her on a padded side chair. She looked up at him. "You came." "I said I would. Are you okay?" "No. Someone was in the house." She glanced at Oliver, then lowered her voice until it was barely above a whisper. "I heard a noise like I told you. Started downstairs, then saw the light from a flashlight. I took Oliver into my bedroom closet, heard someone breaking into my room, but by then it was the police trying to get to me." "I'm sorry," he said, trying to read her expression. She nodded. "I feel ridiculous that I called you, that I called 911, but I don't care what the evidence says. Someone was in the house." "You've been under a lot of stress, Mrs. Bishop. Please, just call me Riley." Her eyes widened as she looked up at him. With her hair pulled back and no makeup on, she looked completely lost and vulnerable. "I need you to believe me." "I want to, but according to the sergeant, there's nothing on your security cameras showing anyone entering or leaving the house until the officers arrived." "I know." She looked down and fiddled with the fringe on the blanket. "I can't explain that. I just know what I saw." The officer he'd spoken to outside returned with his partner. "We're heading out. We double-checked and the house is clear. No sign of forced entry." Riley stood up and walked them to the door. "Thank you. And I'm sorry for the trouble." "It's no trouble, ma'am. It's our job." She locked the door behind them, then came and sat back down next to Oliver, who had somehow managed to sleep through the conversation. "How's he doing?" Tucker asked. "Thankfully, he's young enough that he doesn't fully grasp what's going on." She let out a soft sigh. "Or at least that's what I keep telling myself. His father is dead. He knows that something bad happened to his sister, and from things he's told me, I think he's afraid the same thing could happen to him." "Just keep reassuring him that he's safe." Tucker hesitated, knowing that he needed to address something else. "They told me you called 911 before." Her expression darkened as she caught his gaze. "I was up in my room sleeping and heard a noise. I've become a very light sleeper. The kids were asleep, and I heard a crash. I checked on Sadie and Oliver immediately, but they were sound asleep. Went down to see what was going on, and found a glass vase that had fallen off the top of my kitchen cabinets and shattered on the floor." "No pets that could have knocked it over?" "No. And like tonight, no evidence that anyone had been in the house. Just the broken vase. But vases don't just fall and break on their own." "He was missing something." "Is there anything else that's happened in the last few days that's been, I don't know, out of the ordinary?" he asked. She let out a low chuckle. "The past year has been full of strange incidents. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching some horror movie, and then something reminds me that this is my life. Makes me wonder if I did the right thing." "What do you mean?" Tucker asked. Tucker followed her gaze to the line of photos on the mantel. Lucas Bishop was in the photo on the end, surrounded by his wife and kids. Clean cut, broad smile. You'd never guess he'd been involved in such a huge scandal. "I'm the one who discovered my husband was laundering funds, stealing clients' money, and involved in tax evasion." He'd seen that in her file, but it still surprised him. "And you were the one who turned over the evidence to the feds." "I was the one who initially made contact," she continued. "It was one of the hardest decisions I've ever made. I knew it was what I had to do, but I also knew the devastating effect it would have on my children. Once I turned him in, there was no going back." She paused for a moment. "I'm sure you've also heard the rumors. Rumors that I was involved with Lucas and his illegal activities." "Were you?" "No." She didn't seem fazed by his direct question. "I found out something was wrong about 3 months before he was killed. I started copying files and downloading them onto flash drives, all while putting pieces together. Once I realized what he was doing, I knew I had to go to the feds." She didn't flinch or look away. As far as he was concerned, she was either a very good actress or she was telling the truth. Either way, he wasn't here about her involvement in her husband's fraud. He was here to figure out how her daughter had disappeared. However, he'd also spent his career learning to read people, and he could sense something genuine about the woman sitting across from him. He just needed a way to prove she was a loving mother and not a mastermind who'd conned both her husband and law enforcement. "I sat with the evidence I'd found for days, debating what to do," she said, after a moment of silence passed between them. "I knew when I spoke with the authorities that everything would change. The ironic thing is, when I went looking for evidence, it had nothing to do with his job. I thought he was having an affair. Turns out, he was involved in something far worse." "Did he know you were the one who turned him in?" She shook her head. "It was part of the deal I made with the feds. I didn't want him to know what I'd done. I figured if he knew, he might hurt me or the kids, and I couldn't let that happen." "Was he ever violent with you?" "Emotionally, not physically. He knew how to manipulate people to get what he wanted. Did it to every one of his investors. I shouldn't have been surprised that he did it to his own family as well." "What was your relationship with your husband?" She pulled the blanket up around her son's shoulders before answering the personal question. "There was a time when Lucas and I were happy in our marriage. A time when he was my knight in shining armor. I trusted him with my life and had this image of how our life would turn out together. But then somehow everything changed." 11. I push a lock of hair across Oliver's forehead, surprised at my response. Surprised that I'm sitting here, opening up in front of the deputy without feeling like I'm on trial. Somehow still believing he actually cares. Maybe that feeling is simply a need, but still, I cling to it. "My grandfather used to talk to me about expectations," he says, interrupting my thoughts. "He'd say that sometimes you have to change your expectations of what you thought life would be in order to accept how life is." "That's hard." "Very." Deputy Shaw nods. "And your life?" I ask, shifting the conversation further away from me. "Has it been predictable?" He lets out a low laugh. "I'm not sure you could ever call the life of a deputy U.S. Marshal predictable. But I'll admit, my life has pretty much gone the way I expected. Graduating from college, going into the Army, working in law enforcement. Yet some things I've always thought I'd have, I'm still waiting for." "Like having a family?" I press my lips together, not sure why the words come out, because as I say them, they sound far too intimate. "I'm sorry, that is definitely none of my business." "It's okay. And yes, you're exactly right. I think I didn't realize that juggling a career like mine and having a family would be as difficult as it is. I've had a couple of relationships in the past, but they couldn't accept me for who I am and the choices I have made. So, in the end, I always chose my career." Oliver shifts next to me, and I wait for his breathing to regulate before I respond. I've always heard that it's better to be alone than with the wrong person. The words coming out of my mouth seem harsh, but I know they're true. Maybe that's where I went wrong. Maybe, he says. Except you did what you thought was best at the time in marrying Lucas. He's the one who made choices that shifted his trajectory away from what the two of you had together. I feel my shoulders slump at the reminder of what I've lost, and what my children have lost. I won't blame him entirely. I'm certainly not perfect. All I know is that holding that guilt close to your heart doesn't help anybody. Learn from what happened, and find a new path. You've got 2 beautiful children. Never forget that. 2 beautiful children. His statement rips me out of a past loss to today's loss. I shove the blanket aside, careful not to disturb Oliver, and head to the kitchen. I stop at the sink and press my palms against the countertop, trying to compose myself. I won't make any promises, he says, walking up to me. But we're good at what we do. I will ensure that we do everything in our power to bring Sadie back. I look up at him, and he holds my gaze, as if trying to emphasize his words. I nod, thankful to see someone as more than just a man with the badge. Grateful that he's the one searching for my daughter. But none of that eases the terror coursing through me. Whatever had passed between us is gone, replaced by an awkward silence as I start scrubbing down the counters, something I tend to do when I'm anxious. I probably need to leave, but I have one more question. You mentioned strange things, plural, he presses. I set the rag down, hesitating before responding to his shift in our conversation. According to my therapist, stress can cause false memories. My statement clearly intrigues him. What do you mean exactly? I regret my words immediately, because the last thing I should be doing is talking about my state of mind with law enforcement. I sound paranoid, and I'm afraid of what will happen next, that he'll mark me off as crazy and not listen to me anymore. Still, for some reason, I find myself wanting to tell him what I'm thinking. Here's a perfect example. Right before Sadie went missing, I was talking to my best friend about going to see Evan McDowell in concert. Later that night, I found 2 front-row tickets stuck to my refrigerator. She bought them for you? I lean back against the counter, wishing that were true. No, apparently I did. But you don't remember buying the tickets? No, and I never would have. I can't afford front-row tickets. I pause. And yet the charge is on my credit card. Deputy Shaw frowns. Does anyone have access to your card? No, no one. Anything else? I look away, avoiding his gaze. I've seen Lucas twice since he died. Yesterday, while I was out shopping for Sadie's birthday present, and another time I was at the DMV getting my license renewed. Of course, it wasn't him. Both times it turned out to be someone else. You said you are going to counseling? I can't help but feel uncomfortable with his probing question. Sometimes I'm not sure that it helps, but it seems to make people close to me feel as if I'm doing something, so they don't worry as much about me. Maybe you need to have a little grace for yourself. I glance up at him, then shake my head. That's easier said than done. I know it's not easy. You have a lot on your plate, and you've lost a lot. I step out of the kitchen in order to ensure Oliver is still sleeping, then turn back to him. I don't have the luxury of walking away from any of this. I have to handle it. Yes, but everything you've gone through is enough to push anybody over the edge. His words trigger something inside me and dig into my fears of becoming like my mother. So you're saying I imagined the fact that someone was in the house? I'm not saying that at all. It just seems like there has to be an explanation for what's happening. Like I'm losing my mind? A shadow of confusion crosses his face. Why would you say that? You seem pretty sane to me. Because there are people, Even friends, who I'm sure think I am. He sets his hands on his hips and shakes his head. Maybe they shouldn't be your friends anymore. Or maybe it's true. You saw the papers in that box about my mother. She killed herself when Sadie was a baby. The mental illness had become too much for her to deal with, and my father, he didn't know how to deal with her. And now there are signs in my own life that I can't ignore. Something tells me that if you really were losing your mind, you wouldn't be handling the situation this well. I'm pretty sure I'm not handling this trauma well at all, but I catch his gaze, confused. I can't keep track of who you're trying to be. You bounce between law enforcement, a friend, and a psychotherapist. Maybe I'm here for all those reasons. I've had experience as all three. A psychotherapist. My job requires let's just say, an eclectic skill set. His eyes widen. Any dreams? I cock my head slightly, not sure if he's serious or just teasing me. Actually, yes. I started having nightmares after I found out what Lucas had been doing. I have this recurring dream. Sadie's in the water, and I can't find her. She's beneath the surface, so close to me, and yet she's slipping away. Just like in real life. And now she's gone. It's almost as if someone is listening to the thoughts in my head. Like the tickets. I nod. Deputy Shaw glances around the living room, then leans in toward me, keeping his voice low. What if someone is listening to you? 12. What if someone is listening to you? The sick feeling I haven't been able to shake all day mushrooms inside me as I repeat his words over in my head. I feel as if the nightmare is dragging me under. You really think my house could be bugged? I whisper. Will Oliver be okay for a moment if we go outside? Like mine, Tucker's voice is barely audible as he leans in toward me. He should be, but grab your coat and your cell phone and come with me. I glance at Oliver, thankful he's a heavy sleeper, still hesitating at the deputy's request. If there's even a chance he could be right, I grab my coat off the back of one of the chairs and follow him out the front door. My breath fogs up as I step outside into the darkness, lit only by dim streetlights and a sliver of moonlight. I'm shivering now, as much from fear as from the cold. I'm sorry to have to bring you out here, he says. But if someone is listening, we need to know. He doesn't have to say more. The thought of someone listening in on my conversations adds another layer of anxiety to the nightmare of the last 24 hours. I'm willing to do whatever he says. Because this isn't the first time I've feared my house was bugged. Lucas believed our house was bugged before he died. Did you find anything? The authorities searched the house, told me it was clean. I'm not sure how much I should be confessing, but I have to know if there is a connection. His frown deepens. I need to see your unlocked phone. I quickly unlock it with facial recognition, then hand it to him. A chilly wind whips through the collar of my coat, and I tug up the zipper as he starts scrolling through my apps. What are you looking for? I ask, shoving my hands into my pockets. Anything that doesn't belong. It's possible to compromise a cell phone with spy apps. That sounds so James Bond. And absolutely frightening. Not something that could ever happen to me. I'm just a normal mother of two, a graphic designer who likes iced coffee, beaches, and art history. How did I ever get into a situation like this? He continues scanning through the phone, frowns, then starts shutting it down. Wait. I reach out and touch his arm. Did you find something? I saw a couple of apps that look suspicious to me. I need to have our IT clear it. I drop my hands to my sides. What if Sadie calls? It's just temporary until it's cleaned. We can monitor any calls through your online account. He looks down at me, his worried expression magnified under the streetlight. I also want to sweep your house for bugs. I'm still shivering. desperate to wake up from all of this. I still don't understand how this is possible. The authorities swept my house for bugs after Lucas died, and since then I've added security locks and an alarm system. How could someone bug my house? Unfortunately, surveillance devices today are easily planted, and so small they're almost impossible to find without some kind of bug detector. He hands me back my phone. Before my job with the U.S. Marshals, I worked in Army intelligence and dealt regularly with this kind of thing. If nothing else, we can cross out the possibility. I nod, trying to slow my rapid heart rate. I'm terrified that he won't find anything, which would confirm I really am losing it. But even more terrified, he will find something. That someone has been listening to everything going on in this house and using it against me. When we go back inside, I'll need you to turn off all of your wireless devices. Laptops, smartphones, ebook readers, game consoles, everything. He presses his finger against his lips as we walk back into the house, motioning for me to be quiet. As grateful as I am that he's here, the thought of someone listening in on my private space makes me feel completely violated. And for what? I don't understand why someone would, but I feel like the walls are pressing against me. I check on Oliver, who's turned over but still asleep on the couch, while Deputy Shaw goes to get something from his car. Then I follow his instructions to turn off all my wireless devices. 5 minutes later, I'm done. I find him working in the kitchen, intent, as he uses some kind of electronic equipment to sweep room by room. I watch as he checks wall sockets, smoke alarms, and mirrors. I reel my thoughts back in as he finishes the last room upstairs, and he holds out 3 small electronic devices in the palm of his hand. Only 2 options explain this scenario. Either the feds never removed the devices from my house, or someone else had put in new ones. I'm going to bring in a team to make a second sweep, he says, but your house should be clear now. I don't even try to fight the nausea this time. Someone bugged my house and phone. Someone took Sadie. There had to be a connection, but what? And why? Bile burns my throat, and I run to the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet to vomit. I have to find a way to somehow get a hold of myself, but I'm not sure I can do this. I stare at the mirror, then grab the hand towel, wet it, and wipe my face, forcing my breathing to slow down. I don't know how things escalated to this point. The fact that someone is listening into my conversations is almost as terrifying. I feel as if an evil force caused all of this, someone who wants to destroy my family. The way Lucas destroyed so many. Deputy Shaw is still standing in the hallway when I finally walk out of the bathroom. I'm grateful that, for whatever reason, he's decided to listen to me. As terrifying as all of this is, maybe we're a step closer to the truth, and, I pray, one step closer to finding Sadie. Deputy Shaw? Please, call me Tucker. And Riley, you didn't fail Sadie, he says, as if reading my mind. Didn't I? I thought she was doing better. I thought she was communicating with me. I tried to give her everything she needed, and yet it wasn't enough. In my job, I deal with parents of missing children daily. I'm not saying that none of them are to blame. There's so much brokenness and loss, and navigating this world as a teenager is not easy. Traffickers know this, and they take advantage. As long as there is a demand, there will be someone to meet it. But you also need to know that my team and I are very good at what we do. We're going to do everything in our power to find her. I lean back against the wall, my throat still burning. Why are you here, listening to me? I feel like everyone else sees me as part of the problem. My job is to find your daughter. If someone bugged your house, I need to know if there's a connection. He was right. This was just his job. I need to go, but are you going to be okay here alone? I'll be fine. Only because I have to be. He heads down the stairs carrying his scanner, and I follow him. I'll have a second team sweep your house as a precaution tomorrow. We'll also see if the bugs that were used can be traced back to whoever bought them. Thank you. I do have one last question for you. He stops in front of the door, pulls something out of his back pocket, and hands it to me. Can you tell me anything about this photo? It's a copy of one of the pictures we found in your daughter's room. His question takes me by surprise, but I recognize the stone house immediately as one my parents had lived in when I was a baby. Is there something significant about the house? I'm not sure. He hesitates before continuing. This might sound strange, but there's something familiar about the house. There were no markings on the back of the photo, but I'd like to figure out where it's located. I still don't understand what he's getting at. Familiar how? His jaw tenses as he looks at me. The first time I saw it, I had this intense emotional reaction. I've never experienced anything like that before. Do you know where it is? I don't. I only know that the house belonged to my parents, but I was just a baby. Well, it was worth a try. He sounds disappointed in my response. I nod, but something tells me he isn't telling the whole story, just like I haven't told him mine. Does this have something to do with Sadie? I ask. No, actually. It's personal. He shifts his stance, suddenly looking uncomfortable. You said you had blanks in your memory. Now I'm really curious about the connection between a deputy U.S. Marshal and a photo of my childhood home. I've had my share of therapy and have learned that memories can definitely hide, I say, especially those that are overwhelming or traumatic. It's like the brain's way of protecting the individual. So the photo's a trigger. Exactly. What did you feel when you saw the picture? Honestly, complete terror. The first time I saw it, I was completely overwhelmed, as if I'd been hit by a train. I've never experienced such strong sensation, and that's coming from someone who has spent his life as an adrenaline junkie. But this was different. Can you tie it back to a time in your life? I may have to talk to my parents, but... He turns around and faces me. I think it has to do with the disappearance of my brother. I take a step back at his answer. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. What happened? He lets out a sharp huff of air. I was out riding bikes with my brother, Wyatt. We lived out in a rural area west of Austin, and had spent the summer riding bikes, making sure we had enough money to buy ice cream from the ice cream truck, and collecting frogs. Until one day... I stand still, waiting for him to continue. My brother and I went missing for 48 hours. But Wyatt, he never returned. I catch the emotion in his voice, and I'm not sure how to react to his story. Suddenly, the connection between us goes deeper than just a photo of a house. He knows what it's like to lose someone he loves. Knows what it's like to have your mind play tricks on you. The crazy thing is, I was never able to tell the police what happened, he continues. It was like the section of my memory vanished. Now all that's left is guilt. How old were you? 8. I shake my head. That couldn't have been your fault. Maybe not. But I should be able to pull up those memories. Is this why you work with missing persons? It's definitely a motivation. He glances back at the door, suddenly looking extremely uncomfortable. It doesn't matter. I probably should go. Wait, I have some albums, I say. I haven't looked at them for years, but we might be able to figure out the location of the house. If you want to try. You need to get some sleep. It's fine. I brush off his concern, knowing the real reason I want him to stay is that I don't want to be alone. And if, by chance, this mystery connects to Sadie's disappearance... I'll be right back. I head upstairs to the room that used to be Lucas's study. I haven't done anything to the room since he died, except to dump a few boxes on the floor that I eventually need to get rid of. I grab 2 photo albums from the bottom of the wooden bookshelf, then hurry back downstairs, where Tucker is sitting at the dining room table waiting for me. I sit down next to him, then open up the first album. This is where Sadie found the photos. I'm impressed, he says. My mother has boxes and boxes of old photos that will never end up organized into albums. I can be a bit OCD. I smile for the first time all evening. Maybe very OCD. I almost didn't keep them after my mother died, but these photos are the only reminders I have of her before she got sick. It's possible that some of the photos have dates or locations written on the back. I don't know why I hadn't thought of looking here before, but I flip another page and find an empty space where a photo had been taken. A quick look confirms that half a dozen photos are missing from the album. The photos in the box in Sadie's room definitely all came from here, I say. I just don't understand why she took them. I keep flipping through the album. I haven't looked at these for years. Whenever I talk to Sadie about her grandmother, I always try to paint a happier picture than reality. But she's never seemed interested, so I've never pushed. Which is confusing to me. Why had she become interested in my past? Unless it had something to do with a fear that the same mental illness that destroyed my mother would destroy her as well. I looked up at him, wondering if my attempt to protect her had in turn pushed her away. What if Sadie's been afraid of becoming sick like my mother? I know it's possible. That fear has plagued me since I was a child. I'm surprised that I've confessed to him something that I've only told my therapist. I'm sorry. I can imagine how hard that had to have been. I just can't figure out what she was looking for. I turn the page, and there's another photo of the same house. This time, there's a photo of my mother standing in front of the house, holding a baby who has to be me. I pull it out of the album and turn it over. It has my mother's handwriting on the back. Fredericksburg. I hand him the photo. There isn't an address, but now we know the town. Is that you? My mother and I. I'm surprised at how relaxed I am with him. Usually, men make me nervous. It's not that I'm attracted to him. The feeling is more of an appreciation for who he is, a sharp contrast from Lucas. From everything I know about Tucker Shaw, he's a man of integrity, one who risks his life standing up for what he believes. Men like that seem few and far between, but the fact that they are still around gives me hope. Even though I'm not sure I can completely trust him, there's something about the way he looks at me, the soft tenor of his voice when he speaks. I can't imagine ever trusting someone again after what Lucas did. But if I do, Tucker Shaw is the kind of person I would want to be with. I immediately reject the rambling line of thought. The deputy U.S. Marshal sweeping my house isn't my friend, and I'd be a fool to fall into the trap of believing that. He's here in order to find out the truth of what happened to Sadie, and I know he wouldn't hesitate turning me in if he believed I was guilty. Thank you, he said. I'm not sure if this will help find Sadie, but it helps me. How do you do this? How do you deal with all the emotions, grieving parents, and the horrors that you see? It's hard, but it's also the most rewarding thing I've ever done. I'll be honest. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to wake up to the reality that Sadie's out there somewhere, that I didn't protect her. Losing someone you love is never easy. I guess we both know that. I glance around the room that holds reminders of Sadie everywhere, from the photographs of her on the fireplace mantel to her artwork hanging on the refrigerator. My mind is simply not able to accept the fact that she's gone. Instead, I keep waiting for her to walk through the door because I can't accept the alternative. I pull my wandering thoughts away from a path I won't go down. When's the last time you ate? He lets out a low laugh. Does gas station coffee and a breakfast burrito count? I've got takeout in my refrigerator. I'll never eat it all, and I can't stand throwing good food away. I could heat something up for you. I'm not sure I should. Then take something with you. I rush on. I'm sure you can use it as much as I do. I jump up, not allowing time for him to say no. I come back into the dining room a couple of minutes later with a to-go bowl of fettuccine and breadsticks. When is the last time you ate? He asks as he takes the bag from me. Oliver pops into the doorway, just in time for me to avoid answering his question. He wraps his arms around me, then looks up at Tucker with wide eyes. Who are you? Oliver asks him. Tucker glances at me, and I nod, realizing he's not wanting to overstep his bounds. I'm a deputy U.S. Marshal, kind of like a policeman. You help people? I do. Are you trying to find my sister? Yes, because that's my job. I help find people who are lost. Tucker crouches down in front of Oliver. Would you like to see my badge? Oliver nods, and Tucker pulls out his badge and hands it to my son. Do you think I could get one of these one day? Oliver asks. If you work hard, definitely. We need more people who are smart, honest, and who like to help people. Oliver's smile fades. I miss Sadie. I'm afraid she's not going to come back. Just like my dad. My heart breaks as I listen to Oliver's confession. I pull him closer, afraid of how all of this is going to affect him. I'm not sure how you tell a 6-year-old that his sister might not come back, or that life didn't always come with happy endings, or that losing his father won't be the last loss he experiences in this world. A lot of people are looking for Sadie, Tucker says, still crouched down in front of Oliver. I'll tell you the truth. I'm good at what I do, and so are the others I work with. We are going to do everything we can to find her. I nod at Tucker, deeply appreciating the fact that he didn't give my son a promise he couldn't keep, while still giving him hope to hang on to. I better go, Tucker says, as Oliver hands him back his badge. Are the two of you going to be okay? Of course, I lie. I want him to stay and make sure something else doesn't happen tonight, but his job isn't to babysit me. I'll set the alarm as soon as you leave. We'll be fine. If there's anything you need, call me. I can't help but smile at his offer. Are you sure? Positive, he says, and then a moment later, he is gone. I get Oliver settled in my bed, where I've decided to let him sleep tonight. Then I make sure that the alarm on the house is set, and double-check that all the doors and windows are locked. I still don't feel safe. How can I feel safe when I don't even know who the enemy is? When I don't know if the enemy is out there somewhere, or simply in my own head? I shut the door behind me, lock the handle, then lie down on the bed next to Oliver without changing. I'm exhausted and need sleep. But how can I, knowing my baby is out there? Somewhere in the night, with a fear twisted tightly around my chest and heart, I finally fall asleep. 13. Tucker sat inside his car outside the Bishop home as the sun came up, his mind still unable to settle down. Maybe Ruby had been right when she told him he was looking for something that wasn't there, a connection that was nothing more than a wild goose chase. Even with the bracelet and a possible link to the separate trafficking case, the evidence was still threadbare, but something about Riley had convinced him she was innocent. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to ward off the fatigue. Like so many other parents he met in his line of work, Riley Bishop was facing one of the worst experiences someone could go through, not knowing where your child was. In his mind, even though there was still hope that they would find her, the unknown had to feel almost as devastating as death. Tucker leaned his head against the back of the seat, needing a shot of caffeine, but he didn't want to leave until the investigating officer showed up. Wanted to make sure they experienced no more surprises. His boss, and partner for that matter, would probably be irritated with him for not getting any sleep last night. But for some reason, he needed to make sure Riley and Oliver were safe. He'd spent years working through dealing with the trauma and daily pressures his job entailed. The role could be brutal due to the sheer magnitude of what he'd seen over the past decade, and situations involving children were even more difficult to cope with. So was the guilt surrounding the cases of those missing that they never found, or those they found too late. He glanced back at the house, unsure what was different with this case. Other than the connection of the photo, Riley Bishop was no different than the other parents he'd worked with. He picked up the photo and stared at the house. By now, the emotions that surfaced had lessened, but not the questions. What did the 25-year-old cold case of his brother have to do with Sadie Bishop's disappearance? 30 minutes later, he met briefly with the officer who showed up, then headed for Zilker Park where his parents lived, stopping briefly on the way for donuts. It had been a couple of weeks since he'd last dropped by, and though he did his best to communicate, he knew his mother especially missed him. Friday night pizza had been the norm for years, an open invitation. His sister, brother-in-law, and 2 nephews typically showed up, but he was usually busy working on a case. His mother answered the door before he had a chance to ring the bell. She pulled him into a big hug, then ushered him into the house with a wide grin on her face. "That was just because I've missed you and that I'm grateful for whatever reason prompted you to come by." He held up the donuts. "I come bearing gifts." "Something smells amazing." His father walked into the room and gave his son a hug. "I think there might be a sausage kolache with your name on it inside, Dad. And I'm hoping there's a pot of hot coffee brewing for me." His father clasped his shoulder. "Follow me into the kitchen, son, and I think we can sort something out." A minute later, his mom had placed a large cup of coffee on the kitchen table, doctored with sugar and cream, while his father had grabbed plates for the donuts and sausage breakfast pastries. His mother stopped in front of him, eyeing his wrinkled button-down shirt. "You look like you didn't get any sleep last night." Tucker frowned before kissing her on the forehead and sitting down. "Thanks a lot, Mom." "I'm serious. What's going on?" "Can't a son drop by to visit his parents just because?" "That doesn't explain the wrinkled look and bags under your eyes." Tucker popped a donut hole into his mouth, then took a sip of the hot coffee fixed just how he liked it. "The wrinkled shirt is because I was working a case and didn't go home last night. And yes, I do have a couple questions for you. But let's eat first. I'm starving." His mom nabbed a maple bar, then took a bite. "I hope your visit has something to do with your relationship with Katie. I know she's been hoping the 2 of you would get back together." "Katie?" Tucker avoided his mother's steady gaze at the unexpected question. "There's no relationship there, Mom. Katie and I broke up months ago. I'm perfectly content being single, and she knows that." "Well, your sister has done a good job at giving us grandchildren, but I wouldn't mind a few more." Tucker rolled his eyes, knowing his mom was teasing, but also ready to shift the conversation. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a copy of the photograph that had left him reeling yesterday. "Do either of you recognize the house in this photo? I believe it's somewhere in or around Fredericksburg." His mother studied it for a moment, then handed the photocopy paper to his father. "It doesn't look familiar to me." "Me either," his father said. "Where did you get this?" Tucker slid it back into his jacket. "It's connected to the case I'm working on." His father held his coffee mug in front of him. "Just curious, but why would you think we would know where it was?" He glanced at the red brick fireplace that went up to the ceiling on the other side of the room, hesitating with his answer. Family photos and his mother's collections of ceramic birds lined bookshelves on either side. He knew he was fortunate. His family was close, something he tried to never take for granted, especially when he worked with so many broken families. "You remembered something, didn't you?" his mother said. He looked back at her, forgetting breakfast and the liquid caffeine he needed. He shouldn't be surprised at her perception. "Maybe. Do you know what it's like to forget something? It's like the memory is hiding right beneath the surface, taunting me. I can never quite grab it. But this photo dragged it all up again yesterday." Even after all these years, his mother still had to blink back the tears. "You and Wyatt spent most of that summer riding bikes. Things were different back then. Safer. Or so I thought. When the two of you didn't come back, my entire life shattered." She drew in a deep breath, working to compose herself. "After we found you, we took you to counseling. But you never could tell us what happened." Tucker reached automatically for the scar across his wrist where he'd come back scraped up, but he'd never remembered what had happened. A month later, they found Wyatt's bike. They never found Wyatt. "IT is trying to get me a location. Do you have a copy of the police report? I'd like to look at—" His mother jumped up before he even finished his question. "I kept everything, just in case new information ever came up about Wyatt." A minute later, Tucker was flipping through the paperwork his mother had kept. He'd looked through the records in the past, but never with the connection of the photograph. Even to this day, it seemed impossible that he couldn't remember what had happened, but a medical exam had discovered a sedative in his blood work. "Are the medical records in here?" he asked. "In the back of the file. The counselor always believed the sedative might be why you couldn't remember everything. Normally, it would just relax a person, but too much could mess with your mind." The theory that he and Wyatt had been involved in an abduction gone wrong made sense, but the police report was thin, and no real evidence had ever been found. The authorities had questioned a few eyewitnesses, but even those reports were conflicting. One woman had said she saw a man grab two boys off the side of the road and a white van. Another eyewitness account said he saw two boys matching their description in the back of a vehicle at a gas station. Security cameras had never been able to verify any of it. How this could be connected to a house in Fredericksburg and Sadie's disappearance was anybody's guess. "I don't see anything here about the house," Tucker said, reaching the end of the file. "But do you mind if I take this with me?" "Of course not," his mother said. "I hope it helps." "Thank you." He caught the lingering hint of sadness in his mom's eyes that he knew would never completely vanish. She knew what Riley was going through. "It's probably a wild goose chase, but we need to find this girl." "What's her name?" she asked. "Sadie." "I saw the Amber Alert that went out this morning," his father said. "We'll be praying for her." "But God," his mother said, giving a hint of a smile. "It's the only way through something like this. I'll be praying for her mother as well." Tucker gave them both a hug before heading out the door. 45 minutes later, after showering and changing into wrinkle-free chinos and a button-down shirt, Tucker arrived at the U.S. Marshal Service offices. He'd spent all night trying to figure out what to tell his boss, and even as he walked into the man's office, he still wasn't sure what he was going to say. What he did know was that he was frustrated and had questions that needed to be answered. He knocked on Harry Blackwell's door, then a moment later stepped inside the cozy office. Behind the desk hung a large piece of wooden artwork Blackwell's wife had custom-ordered for him. The American flag with the Pledge of Allegiance on it. The man had spent his entire life serving his country. Blackwell glanced up from his paperwork. "Do you have an update on Sadie Bishop?" "No, but I do have some questions." Those bugs I just found in Riley Bishop's house? He pulled them out of his pocket and dropped them onto his boss's desk. Those aren't your run-of-the-mill purchase off of Amazon. Those were put there by the feds, weren't they? Yes, and all completely legal. Blackwell pulled off his glasses, then sat back in his chair. Those involved in Lucas Bishop's case have always suspected she was in on her husband's dealings. When he died, there was still at least $25 million not accounted for. Money believed to be connected to a whole slew of illegal dealings. And Riley Bishop is the most likely suspect? She's still at the top of the list. Tucker sat down across from his boss's desk, trying to put all the pieces together. He'd called his boss last night and had been given the go-ahead to sweep her house. So why didn't you stop me if they were there due to a warrant? I've been asked for the Marshal's service cooperation in this case. We thought it was a good move considering how you've established rapport with her. And establishing a relationship will gain her trust. Tucker frowned. His boss nodded. The more comfortable she is talking to you, the more likely she is going to tell you something we need to know. Tucker shifted in his seat, not thrilled over the approach. So this is some kind of good cop, bad cop setup because you think she's involved in Lucas Bishop's organization. We are still not sure who else was involved, but we do know that Lucas Bishop was one of the organization's top leaders. When he was arrested, a large portion of his assets disappeared. The state has evidence that ties to a number of criminal networks, including drug trafficking and money laundering. So what are you thinking? Tucker racked his brain for a possible connection to Sadie's disappearance. That someone's trying to send Riley Bishop a message? Blackwell nodded. If she is involved and even possibly has her hands on the missing money, it would make sense that Sadie was targeted. Why? Tucker pressed. Perhaps to remind Riley that she's not in control. Maybe. But from everything I've learned about this case, including my time with her, I'm still having a hard time believing she was involved. Not only did she turn her husband in when she discovered what he was doing, I think she loves her kids far too much to do something stupid like that. Blackwell frowned. You, of all people, should know that money makes a lot of people do a lot of stupid things. Tucker rubbed the back of his neck. Blackwell was right in that he'd established a rapport with Riley. At least, he thought he had. Was it possible, though, that she had simply been using him? Making herself look like the victim in all of this so he'd feel sorry for her? He frowned. If that was her game, she'd done a good job. This might change your mind. Blackwell flipped around his computer so Tucker could see it, then clicked open an audio file. What is this? IT just found this on the wiretap recordings. This one is from 5 days ago. They aren't sure who the second woman is, but the first one you'll hear is Riley Bishop. Blackwell pressed start on his computer and let the conversation play. Wait a minute. Why are you calling me? Like his boss had said, the voice was definitely Riley's. You've been holding out on me, said the second voice. You can get me the money that is mine, or I am going to force your hand. And do what? Riley asked. You can't do anything without me. You are the one who needs me. That is where you're wrong. I don't need you, but I know how to make this end. And when it is over, everything you have, including your children, will be destroyed. Like Sadie. Tucker felt a chill slip through him. While he didn't want to believe Riley was guilty, his job had never been to go by his feelings. If she had been or still was involved in her husband's illegal dealings, she needed to be stopped. And yet, what if there was another side? What if she's being framed? Tucker asked, unable to ignore what he'd seen and heard the past 24 hours. That doesn't matter right now. Blackwell closed his computer. The last time I looked at your assignment, it was to find her daughter, not to clear her mother's name. I know, but just hear me out. If Riley was guilty, he'd be the first one to admit he was wrong. But if she was innocent... What if somebody simply wanted her to think they were breaking in? Meaning no one actually broke into her house. Why? To make her doubt her sanity. Or, perhaps, to make law enforcement doubt her sanity. Again, why? Blackwell pressed. Tucker paused. He might not be able to prove her innocence at this point, but experience with people told him that something was very off in this situation. I'm not sure yet, he finally said. But from what I've seen, too many things aren't adding up. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation, and a moment later, Ruby stepped into the room. Sorry to interrupt, but a call from the DA just came through, she said. They are formally bringing Riley Bishop back in for questioning. 14. I've just finished a call with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children when Melody is escorted into the house with a uniformed officer. She comes straight to me, pulls me out of the chair, and just holds me. Like most of the people who have been here today, nothing anyone says can alleviate what I'm feeling. Tears of emotion swell at the sight of her, and I realize that I haven't allowed myself to really cry. Haven't allowed myself to stop long enough to even process what has happened. The relief at her being here far outweighs the guilt of knowing she had to cut short her trip, but the guilt is still there. I'm sorry you had to leave your cruise, is the only thing I can think to say. She pulls me tighter. A cruise is nothing. You know I couldn't stay away. Do you mind if I take Oliver out for ice cream? I glance up and see her husband Philip standing under the arch between the living room and dining room. Melody is still hanging on to me. That would be wonderful. A friend is keeping him occupied in his room for the moment, but getting him out of the house would be better. Thank you. Of course. We're here to do whatever needs to be done. You married a good man, I say to Melody as her husband heads upstairs. I know. She turns back to me with tears in her eyes as well. She doesn't have to say out loud what I know she's thinking. She wishes Lucas and I could have had the same relationship, but we both know that can never happen. Are there any updates? She asks, heading for the full pot of coffee set up on the kitchen counter, next to a pile of mugs, sugar, and cream. I shake my head as she pours herself a cup. They have a few leads, but no. By now, I can't stop the tears. They're flowing down my cheeks, big, ugly tears I can't keep in. She grabs her coffee along with a box of tissues on the counter, then leads me back to the table. It's okay to cry, she says, handing me a tissue. You're not in this alone. I just don't know what I missed, Melody. I close my eyes, trying to get control of my emotions. I don't want Oliver to see me this way. Plus, I need to stay strong for Sadie. I've been calling everybody I know, even people I don't really know, people from school, teachers, students, parents, all in hopes that we can find a witness. I draw in a shaky breath before I continue. The school's been wonderful. They've put a group together to help, and they've even filled my fridge with food. That's how it should be. I'm not convinced. I'm not sure I deserve it. I'm not exactly Parent of the Year. Stop. She squeezes my hand. You're an incredible mother. Never forget that. I want to believe her, but I can't. I should have known, Melody. I should have been there for Sadie. I should have protected my daughter. The guilt just presses in harder until I can barely breathe. I have no idea how to navigate this. I feel like I've been thrust into a waking nightmare, and I can't find my way out. I don't know the rules. I don't know what to do. I've called dozens of people and no one knows anything. You're doing exactly what you should do. The more people who are looking for Sadie, the higher the odds of finding her. I know, but I'm just so scared. Scared of what she's facing right now, alone. It's my job to protect her. Melody's gaze shifts for a split second toward the kitchen. I follow her gaze, not sure what she's looking at, but I don't miss the glimpse of sadness in her eyes. I look at her, truly seeing her for the first time. We've known each other for so long that most of the time I feel as if I know her almost as well as I know myself. Something's off, and for some reason, I don't think it's just Sadie's disappearance. Melody? I lean toward her. What's wrong? She looks up at me with a confused expression on her face. What do you mean? I realize it's an odd question, particularly in this situation, but now I know something's off. I know you're worried about Sadie, but there's something else, isn't there? It's nothing. Melody reaches out and squeezes my hand. All that matters right now is Sadie. I'm here to help, to do anything I can. We can't let anything else distract us. I study Melody's expression for a moment. I know I'm not the only person who struggles. Are you okay? I ask. We're focusing on Sadie, Riley. Melody? Her shoulders sag, as if she's realized it's not worth arguing with me. We've always been honest with each other, and I don't want that to change. Don't want this wall of grief surrounding me to force me to push away the people I care about most. There was a message on my phone from my doctor when I arrived at the airport, she finally says. You know I'm having some fertility tests run. I nod. She and Philip have been trying to get pregnant for at least 5 years. After losing a baby last year, shortly after finding out she was pregnant, they finally went to a specialist to see what their options were. According to our doctor, I am unable to carry a child. Even if I were to get pregnant again, the odds are pretty low that I could carry to term. Wow. I know what a blow this is. I try to put together a response. 48 hours ago, I would have tried to come up with a list of solutions, something to convince her that it was going to be okay. But I'm done sugarcoating life. Sometimes life isn't okay. Sometimes there are no answers. It's okay to grieve, I say, even when you're grieving for someone else. I know. Melody forces a smile. Right now, Sadie's all that matters. We're going to find her. We have to find her. Mrs. Bishop? I turn away from Melody to the uniformed officer I don't recognize, who's now standing a few feet away from me. I'm going to need you to come down to the station with me for questioning. 15. The only other time I've been in a police station is after Lucas died, and they pulled me into an interrogation room and questioned me over my involvement in the situation. Today, I'm still struggling to understand why I'm here. I need to know what's going on, I say. Do you know where Sadie is? I'm ushered by 2 officers into a room in the back of the station. The metal sign on the door says interrogation, but they're still not offering me any answers. On top of that, the pity I'd seen in everyone's eyes over Sadie's disappearance has vanished, and I'm afraid to ask what's changed. Go ahead and have a seat at the table. I don't recognize the red-headed detective with the ponytail who's speaking, or her partner with the thin mustache, but I don't think either of them have been to my house. I sense no warmth in her voice as she speaks, just a cold, matter-of-fact tone. I'm Detective Ware, and this is my partner, Detective Galvin. Do you have any leads on my daughter? I press. Right now, we need to ask some questions about your husband. Lucas? I shake my head. I don't want to talk about him.
I just want to find my daughter, and this is wasting time. My husband is dead, and his investigation has been closed for months. The person who murdered him was arrested and is awaiting trial. My voice is starting to match the franticness I'm feeling. You have his confession. So what has changed? Detective Ware opens the file in front of her and looks at it, ignoring my question. Lucas Bishop was brought in for questioning last spring, after allegedly defrauding millions of dollars from investors. According to the DA's report, he made false statements to numerous individuals in order to solicit investments. On top of that, there's evidence that the money embezzled can be tied to numerous criminal activities. I try to suppress my frustration, but I'm angry. Every second sitting here is a second taken away from finding my daughter. I know what my husband was being arrested for. What I don't understand is what this has to do with my daughter, who, in case you forgot, is missing. Your husband made a lot of enemies. Every instinct inside of me tells me to run. But instead, I force myself to answer. I wasn't involved in my husband's dealings. I don't know his clients or who he worked with. This was all part of the court case against him. Before he was murdered. The DA was about to issue a federal warrant and indictment for wire fraud, money laundering, securities fraud, and conspiracy to commit securities fraud, Detective Ware continues. And even with his death, the authorities are still working to find those he defrauded as well as the missing money. The detective who had been standing behind her sits down across from me, then presses his hands against the table. You said you were not involved in your husband's dealings, and you told prosecutors that you in fact had no idea of his involvement until you found files on his computer and decided to turn him in to the authorities. When did you first find out about your husband's alleged illegal dealings? I'm assuming all that is in the file in front of you. I know I sound belligerent, but I'm angry. Why did you go to the feds and turn in evidence against your husband? I shift in my seat, suddenly feeling extremely uncomfortable. The last thing I want to do is talk about Lucas, especially when they already know everything they're asking me. I glance at the door. I could demand a lawyer, call Darren and have him deal with this for me. But he's in court this morning, and I need to get back to looking for Sadie. I need this to be over. Our relationship had been deteriorating for months, I finally say. I was worried about my children. They became my first priority. Detective Ware doesn't look impressed. In fact, you had planned to disappear with your children, hadn't you? It hadn't gotten to that point, but yes, I was preparing. I lean forward, tapping my finger on the table with each sentence, as if that will help them understand me better. I never hid any of that from the authorities. Yes, I got passports for the kids. And yes, I started putting aside money. Lucas was cocky. He didn't think I knew what he was doing, or that I would do anything about it if I found out. Did your husband give you money before he died? I have no idea how to staunch the flow of adrenaline. He gave me $15,000, told me I needed to leave town. He told me he was being framed and wanted us safe until this blew over. I was to pay cash for everything. An interesting plan, Detective Ware said. But you never told the authorities about that money, did you? I don't know. I don't remember anyone asking me. I truly don't understand the questions they're asking, or why Lucas's death has anything to do with Sadie's disappearance. Unless something in my mind clicks. The break-in. The bugs in my house. Your husband had a lot of enemies. My heart is pounding in my chest as I lean forward. You think there is a connection between Sadie's disappearance and my husband's criminal activities, don't you? The sick feeling spreads through my gut as I sort through the implications of their questions. What do you know about Sadie? I rush on. Is there a connection with her father's death? A dozen questions hit me at the same time. I realize numerous people are angry over what my husband had done, angry enough to plant the explosive device that killed him. Was someone angry enough to take my child for revenge in order to hurt me the way they had been hurt? Except I had nothing to do with Lucas's illegal conduct. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to wrap my mind around what they're saying. They're accusing me of being involved in Lucas's criminal dealings, accusing me of stealing millions of dollars, of somehow being responsible for my daughter's disappearance. You said you had saved up money in case you needed to leave your husband, Detective Ware asks. How much? I sit back, feeling trapped as a memory flashes in front of me. The police had never asked me that direct question, and I'd never told them. I'd moved that money, plus the money Lucas gave me for an emergency, and hidden it inside the wall in our bedroom. It's a simple question, Mrs. Bishop. How much money? I'm not sure I should answer the question, but I don't want to look guilty. Surely, if I tell the truth, then everything will be okay. How much? She repeats. $10,000. How much is left? I saved it all for an emergency, I say, trying desperately not to get caught up in the snare I know is closing in on me. If you got rid of your husband, you'd be able to get your hands on far more than $10,000. The accusation feels like a punch to my gut.
If I had stolen millions, do you think I would be working right now? Do you think I would be worrying about paying the rent and trying to decide if I should sell the house and to move to a smaller place so the kids can stay in school? Most people are smart enough to know there would be red flags if you spent the money right away, Detective Galvin says. Where's the money? It's in the house. I hesitate. Along with the $15,000 Lucas gave me right before he died. So if we go back to your house, you could hand me the money. The rapid-fire questions from the two of them are making me dizzy. Of course. And after he was murdered, you didn't think it was important to tell the authorities about that money? He told me the money he gave me was from our savings. So no, I didn't think it was important. Suddenly, I feel completely naive. Why hadn't I called Darren? There is one more thing, Galvin says, as if he were holding a handful of aces and was about to trump my hand. He picked up a small bag with a cell phone in it. This is yours? I wasn't sure how he wanted me to answer. I'd told the authorities about the phone. If you mean, did I purchase it? No. I'm assuming my husband did. I found it in the house the morning that he called me. Except that's not true, is it? I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you're implying. I'm implying that you've lied to us this entire time. We have video evidence that you in fact bought the phone. I shake my head. Why would I do that? That's the question I'm asking you, Mrs. Bishop. I'm sure I'm about to throw up. What if the truth isn't enough? What if someone really is trying to set me up? Like the tickets and all the other strange things that have happened. The confusion sloshes around in my mind. I didn't buy that phone. He holds up a still picture that I assume is from a surveillance camera. Is this you, Mrs. Bishop? I am not sure what to say. The picture is grainy, but it is hard even for me to deny that I am its subject. Same build, and wearing my favorite sweatshirt. Yet, I have no memory of that store or buying the phone. You might think you're smart, but there are simply things you can't avoid, like paper trails and security cameras, Ware said. Eventually, most people get caught. Why did you buy a burner phone? I have no idea how to answer a question when I have no memory of buying the phone. Like the concert tickets. Maybe I had actually bought them. I have no idea how many memories are still unaccounted for. I can't explain the photo, but I didn't buy it. IT found a hidden string of text messages on the phone between you and a man who has been identified as a hitman. No.
I shake my head, not knowing what else to say at the accusations. "Where's the 25,000, Mrs. Bishop?" Detective Galvin asks. "It's at my house. In the wall in my bedroom." I have to prove to them they're wrong. That somehow the information they have is false. "The judge issued a warrant to search your house while you've been here. We found the hole in the wall, except there wasn't 25,000 there. Only 5. The amount missing is the same amount demanded as a down payment by the hitman we brought in for questioning." "I didn't hire a hitman," I say, not even trying to squelch the panic. "And besides, Maxwell Everett confessed to my husband's death." "Maxwell wasn't the only one angry enough to kill your husband. He was simply the one who managed to accomplish it first." I can't believe what I'm hearing. I haven't looked at the money for months, just assumed it was still there. I hadn't wanted to spend it unless I absolutely had to. "Let me remind you that anything you say can be held against you." "Are you arresting me?" I press my fingers against my temple, trying to sort fact from fiction, trying to remember something that isn't there. It feels as if they are running me in circles while attempting to trip me up. Dr. Gabrielli had talked about unreliable memories that were there, but your own denial could make you unsure how something happened, even if something happened. "Here is the problem," Ware continues. "What you're telling us doesn't add up with the physical evidence. And on top of that, the DA was never convinced that Maxwell Everett, the man who confessed to Lucas's murder, is guilty." I struggle for a response. "Why would I go to the police with information about Lucas and then kill him?" "Only you can answer that question, Mrs. Bishop." I can't breathe. My heart is racing and I feel like a cement block has been dropped onto my chest. It's not my first panic attack. They're talking to me, but I can't understand them. I can't hear them. My ears are ringing. I shove my chair away from the table, still fighting for breath. I'm finally able to gulp down a lungful of air, but it is not enough to stop the terror. "I need some fresh air," I finally manage to say. "We're not done here, Mrs. Bishop." I stand up anyway. "I need a break, please." The other detective stands up as well. "Let her go. But as soon as you're back, Mrs. Bishop, you're going to go over everything again with us from the very beginning." I'm escorted down the hall to the bathroom, where I lock the door, then quickly splash water on my face, trying to forget there's an armed officer waiting for me on the other side of the wall. I rest my hands on the sink and try to practice the breathing exercises my therapist taught me. Slow breaths. Inhale. Exhale. I wish Tucker were here. The deputy U.S. Marshal who seemed to believe I'm not crazy. Then I remember that, like the detectives in the interrogation room, he's not on my side. Looking back in the mirror, I barely recognize myself with no color left in my cheeks. Makeup is rubbed off my eyes, but more than that, they look hollow, tired, empty. Which isn't surprising. I feel like I'm losing everything. Maybe I already have. 16. 8 months earlier. I've just managed to haul in the rest of the groceries when my phone rings. I quickly drop the ice cream and frozen vegetables into the freezer, then turn back to the counter where I left my purse. The phone is still ringing, but not my phone. I set my hands on my hips, trying to figure out where the ringing is coming from, when I realize the sound is coming from the built-in desk at the edge of the kitchen. Confused, I pull open a drawer, and the ringing gets louder. Looks like one of those burner phones criminals use on cop shows so their calls can't be traced. I'm not sure if I should answer, but the ringing is persistent. "Hello?" "Riley, I need you to not say anything and listen to me very, very carefully." I take a step back on the kitchen tile, flustered at the instructions. But I know the voice. It's Lucas. I start to say his name. No words, Riley. Just listen. Now I'm starting to panic. Lucas has been gone on business for the last 10 days. I've only heard from him a handful of times, which is normal. But this is hardly normal. My mind races with questions I want to ask him, like, where are you? And are you in trouble? Instead, I do what he says and don't say anything. I sit down on the desk chair and wait for him to continue. I know this makes no sense, but I need you to trust me. The tone of his voice has softened, but I'm still on edge. In our bedroom, behind the electrical switch cover, on my side of the bed, is a hiding place in the wall. A what? I almost say, then stop myself. Instead, I grab a piece of paper and pen and decide to write down the directions he's giving me, since I have no idea how long the list will be. I need you to unscrew the plate and take out the sealed envelope and flash drive that are inside. Then I need you to meet me at the park where we used to run. I don't know why he's talking to me in code. I don't know why he didn't call me on my phone. Unless... I look around the kitchen and feel a growing sense of dread shoot through me. He thinks the house is bugged. Riley. I realize I missed the last thing he said, still caught up in the terrifying thought that someone has been listening in to every conversation that has gone on in this house. My stomach clenches. I shouldn't be surprised. I'm the one who went to the feds. Feds who have the resources to bug my home. I'm here, I whisper. I need you to leave now, but don't drive directly here. Make sure you're not being followed. I'll be by the bench. Our bench. His voice softens slightly with his final words. Trust me, Riley. None of this is what you think. I need you to believe me. His words frighten me as I hang up the phone. None of this is what you think. My stomach churns. Does he know I've gone to the feds? That I think he's guilty of fraud? That I betrayed him? I hesitate on what to do next after we hang up. Maybe I should call my contact at the FBI and let them know I'm meeting Lucas. But what if I'm somehow wrong about all of this? I head to our bedroom, stopping at the display of wedding photos and past vacations with the kids hanging on the wall. I can't help but notice that we've taken fewer family photos over the past few years, but life with Lucas wasn't always this way. Once upon a time, I would have trusted him with my life. A time when I meant every word of my wedding vows. I shove the doubts aside for a moment and follow his instructions. The sealed envelope is exactly where he tells me it would be, along with the flash drive next to it. I step back from the wall, still stunned. How could I have not known he had installed a hiding place in our bedroom? I sit down on the bed and stare at the envelope. I want to open it up and see what's inside, but it's sealed, and he'll know if I do. But the flash drive... 5 minutes later, I shove the envelope and drive into my purse and head back to the car. The doubt that has plagued me the past few weeks presses harder against me, and I can't stop asking myself, what if I'm wrong and he's not guilty? I glance at my purse, still wanting to know what's inside the envelope. Files? A new identity? He has to think the house is bugged. He has to know the feds are looking for him. It's the only thing that makes sense. The park looks barren when I finally arrive. I don't remember the last time Lucas and I came here together. It might have even been before Oliver was born, when I used to run regularly and Lucas and I would meet for lunch. Back before secrets and mistrust had made a wedge between us. The park is quiet. Quieter than I remember for this time of day. I slow down as I approach the spot where Lucas told me to meet him. I'm being paranoid, but the isolation brings an unexpected chill to the air. I shake off the feeling. Lucas might be in over his head, but he would never hurt me. I know him better than that. Still, my heart is pounding, and each step seems to pulse through my body. I finally see him, sitting on a wooden bench 50 feet ahead of me. I keep walking. A flock of birds are startled by something and swarm out of the tree ahead of me. They dive down in unison before they soar into the heavens. Their exit is replaced with an eerie quiet again. Too quiet. I lick lips that feel dry and cracked. How is it possible that the man I'm approaching feels like a stranger, not my husband? Lucas stands as I approach him. He's dressed casually in a black sweatshirt with a hoodie, gray track pants, and tennis shoes. I don't remember the last time I've seen him out of his suit. I barely remember the last time I saw him. He pulls me into his arms and holds me for a long moment. The unexpected gesture surprises me, making me want to forget everything that's going on. For the moment, I can almost believe it's only the two of us, back at our favorite place, together. "How are the kids?" he asks. "They're fine. Still at school." I take a step back and clutch my purse. "But all of this? You're scaring me, Lucas." He reaches up to brush my face with his fingers, but pulls away before he touches me. "You don't need to worry about this. It's all being taken care of." I start to argue that it is something I should worry about. Wives are supposed to be involved in their husband's work, but our relationship has been deteriorating for months. He barely talks to me anymore, rarely ever sees the kids. He comes home late and misses most of their school functions, always with one excuse or the other. I've given up nagging him that he needs to be home more. I press my lips together, trying not to ignite a fight. "Anything I can do?" "There is, actually." He motions to the wooden bench behind us. "We're having some issues at work," he finally says. "It will all be fine, but there's been some issues with several clients, and I'm worried about the blowback." "What kind of problems?" I ask, sitting down next to him. "Like I said, there's nothing for you to worry about." He raises his voice as he starts to speak, then holds up his hand. "I'm sorry. The stress is starting to get to me." I frown while I wait for him to continue, noticing how gray his temples have become and the extra lines deepening beside his eyes. I half expect him to confess everything to me, like he would have in the past. "I want you and the kids to get out of town." "Out of town?" His request comes unexpectedly. I don't understand. Why? "Only until this blows over." "Lucas, I can't pull the kids out of school."
"This isn't a request, Riley."
He turns to me and catches my gaze.
"Do you have what I asked you to bring?"
My hands are shaking as I pull the items out of my purse. I'd anticipated a number of outcomes from this conversation, but being told to leave town isn't one of them. And I meant what I said. I can't take the kids out of school and run. He takes the envelope and flash drive and drops them into the messenger bag sitting next to him.
"I've got cash to give you. I don't care where you go as long as it's out of state and everything you spend is paid with cash."
I shake my head at his demand. "Lucas, you're scaring me. You can't send me out of town without telling me anything." He grabs my hand and squeezes my fingers tightly. So tightly that it hurts and I have to pull away.
"Don't you get it? I'm trying to keep you safe. It might be a few weeks, but you can, I don't know, homeschool them or something."
Is he serious? And I'm just supposed to leave town, leave you and our home without any questions answered. His answer is handing me a fat envelope.
"This should be plenty for you to do whatever you need to go away for a while."
My body goes numb as I thumb through the hundreds. How much is in here?
$15,000.
I don't even try to hide my surprise as I look up at him. "You're not serious, are you? Where did you get this?"
"It's clean money, if that's what you're worried about."
Irritation laces his words.
"Riley, I don't have time to explain everything. I need you to trust me." I almost laugh out loud. I stopped trusting him a long time ago. Lucas, you can't expect me to take the kids out of school and not ask questions. He's angry now, but he has to know that I have the right to know what's going on. You want to know the truth? He finally asks. That's all I'm asking for. This time, he avoids my gaze. Someone's trying to frame me, and now the feds are after me. For what? I ask. Fraud. Money laundering. All you need to know is it's not true. Whatever you hear, I need you to believe me. And you don't think they'll ask questions if I run with the kids? My heart's pounding now. I look at the stash of hundreds in my hand, wondering where he really got this money. Wondering if he suspects what I've been doing. And now wondering if I've been wrong about all of this. About him. Don't argue with me, Riley. Just do what I said. His voice softens. Please. I fight back the tears. What happened to us? What do you mean? Really? The secrets, not knowing what's going on. You used to tell me everything. All I've ever wanted was to keep you and the kids safe. That's why I've been so distracted the past few months, trying to fix all of this. I swallow my guilt. He doesn't know what I've done, but I know at that moment the stark reality that our lives will never go back to how they were. It doesn't matter how hard I try, how much I want the situation to change, how much I want to save my marriage. I catch the emptiness in his expression, and I realize suddenly that I am not worth fighting for anymore. I never meant to hurt you. Things, they got out of hand. I thought I could deal with it. He catches my gaze, then reaches up and brushes the hair across my forehead. I'm sorry, Riles. I can't remember the last time he called me Riles. He leans forward and presses his lips against mine. For a moment, my heart aches to feel what I used to feel for him, to feel sparks when he touches me. I've tried so hard. But I know that nothing I can say or do will make a difference. I never meant for this to happen. To us. He stands up and the moment is over. I want you and the kids to be gone by the time I get back. I promise I'll be in touch. Where are you going to be, Lucas? I've been staying at the downtown Marriott to protect you, but I'm moving this afternoon. It will be better if you don't know where I'm going. Use the phone, but only in an emergency. The one saved number is mine. He picks up his bag. Tell the kids I love them. They miss you. Oliver is learning to play soccer, and Sadie, she's working on a project for the science fair. She hasn't narrowed it down, but she's thinking about doing something with butterflies. Butterflies and ballet have always been her favorites. She needs a father, I want to say. Instead, I say, we don't have to do things this way, Lucas. Let me stay and help you. I have to go, Riley. I'm sorry. I glance at the money I'm still holding, his orders running around in my head, along with the guilt for what I've done. I watch him walk away and realize I've lost him. I drop the money inside my bag, then pick up my phone, knowing I'm about to make a decision that will have irreversible consequences. 17. My hands are shaking 30 minutes later as I pull open the door to the coffee shop. I never thought I would betray my husband, and yet that's exactly what I'm doing. Again. For better or for worse, for richer or poorer. I'm not even sure how we got to this point, but I know there's no going back. I recognize my contact from the FBI sitting in the back of the large room facing the door, but I go straight to the counter and order myself a double-shot espresso. It probably won't calm my nerves, but it might help me get through the day. I try to focus on the music playing in the background instead of my guilt while I wait for my name to be called. The room is filled mainly with college students and freelancers, most of whom are glued to their phones or a computer. None of them have any idea what I'm about to do. When the barista calls my name, I thank her, then walk away. The redhead looks like she's barely out of high school, probably thinks I'm one of those moms who spends her days drinking coffee or going out for mimosas with friends. Instead, I am about to turn my husband over to the feds. I slide into the booth across from Agent Bertel, then take a sip of my coffee. It's hot and it burns my lips, but I hardly feel it. "We could have talked on the phone," he says. I shake my head, feeling terrified that Lucas followed me and is going to walk in any moment. I'm pretty sure my phone is bugged. I left it in the car, turned off as an extra precaution. I also drove around an extra 10 minutes to make sure no one was following me. The only thing I know about spies is what I've seen on Netflix, and that's not a very good training ground. "I saw him this morning," I say. "He needed me to bring him something from the house." "And did you?" "I made a copy for you." I passed the file across to him. I'm not sure what's on it, but it was hidden in the wall behind one of the electrical outlets in our bedroom. "Where is he now?" "He's been staying at the Marriott downtown, but he's checking out this afternoon." "Do you know his room number?" "No." "Do you know where he's going next?" "No." I've already decided not to tell about the money Lucas gave me. That is my safety net. While I already betrayed my husband, I must protect myself and the kids somehow. "This all seems a bit convenient. Do you think he knows what you've done?" "I don't think so. He told me to get out of town. He's worried about being caught and the backlash." "He should be worried. The men he crossed aren't forgiving." "You think my life is in danger? And my kids?" "It might not be a bad idea for you to leave for a while. Do you have friends or family you can go to?" I shrug my shoulders. I haven't had a chance to think that far ahead. Seems like wherever I go, if I go, should be somewhere I'm not connected to. He also told me he's being framed. "From everything I've seen, I highly doubt there's any truth in that. Your husband is guilty, Mrs. Bishop." I swallow hard, but nod, because I've seen enough to know that he's right. I don't want to stay any longer than I have to, especially considering the fact that I didn't want to be here in the first place. I know what is going to happen now that the feds know where Lucas is. I'm still shaking when I get into my car. I decide not to finish my coffee, realizing I need to be as calm as possible for the kids. Once I'm away from the coffee shop, I turn on my phone and check it for messages. There's a text from Melody wanting me to call her. I haven't told her about what's going on with Lucas. I haven't told anyone. Maybe I should talk to her. She, more than anyone else, would be devastated if I left town without telling her. I sit there for a few more minutes, not knowing what to do. I glance at my watch, thankful there are still another couple of hours before I have to pick up the kids, which gives me time to think. I go through my options. I could pack up and leave town, but I'm not sure where to go. I actually have a go bag ready with everything I need, which makes me feel paranoid, unstable. Part of me wonders if I didn't make all of this up. From the first time I started having suspicions that Lucas was having an affair. How could it have turned into this? I reach automatically for the flash drive on my keychain, hidden in the plastic penguin. I decide I need to talk to Melody. I know she's working today. Maybe it's time I ask her for advice. But all I can hear in my head is the panic in Lucas's voice. What if I got this all wrong? What if he really was set up, and I've just handed him to the feds on a silver platter? 18.
I decide to drive around until school's out in an attempt to come up with some kind of plan. I know the feds are putting together a case against him because I'm the one who gave them the information, something they promised me he'll never know. Now, thanks to the information I gave them, they are more than likely planning to show up at the hotel and arrest him. I also know that if Lucas finds out my involvement in the investigation against him, I'll have no choice but to run. Maybe getting away with the kids is a smart idea. I've been stashing money away for months now, in case I had to leave Lucas. So far, something has always stopped me from taking that step. For one, I've always believed that marriage is until death do us part, leaving a part of me praying we can work things out. But the reality is that our marriage has been over a long time. Even so, what if I'm somehow wrong about all of this? A part of me can't help but wonder if I'm wrong about my husband. What if he told me the truth? What if he really was framed? The old Lucas I knew would never have gotten involved with a criminal organization. I'm suddenly unsure of all my decisions. Maybe my indecision is only because I want so badly for him to be telling me the truth. Grab onto that one sliver of hope that there's a chance my marriage can be saved and all of this can go away. The thought is almost more terrifying than the knowledge that Lucas betrayed me. Because if I am wrong, if he is innocent, then his downfall will be my fault. I need to talk to Lucas again. I pull into a strip mall parking lot, pull out the phone he gave me, then call the only number in the contacts. It rings a half dozen times, then stops. Apparently it's not set up for voicemail. I call a second time, still no answer. I tap my fingers against the steering wheel, the decision made before I really think. Seconds later, I'm heading downtown for the Marriott where he said he's staying. I have no idea when the feds will act on the information I gave them, just like I have no idea why I have such a strong urge to talk to him, other than to clear my guilty conscience. Either way, the decision is made. My mind flips back to an earlier time, when I first met Lucas, when he first swept me off my feet. At the beginning, he was far more interested in our family than his work. I don't know when the trajectory got off, but even though he hurt me, that doesn't mean I want something bad to happen to him. All I really want to do is to protect my children. I know the consequences. I've thought about them 1,000 times. How were my kids going to react to knowing that their father is a criminal? Especially knowing there's already a disconnect between them. A disconnect I don't think is fixable. The niggling thought that he told me the truth refuses to lessen. What if I've somehow got all of this wrong? When I get to the hotel, I circle the block. The second time around, I notice the black SUV. A second one pulls in, followed by 3 police cars. I fight the urge to run inside and try to find Lucas and warn him, to find a way to get him out before they catch him. That's when I see him, walking toward his car 100 yards from me. He gets into the car as I hurry toward him, needing to get to him before he drives away. A loud backfire shifts my attention momentarily. I feel the explosion before I see it. One moment Lucas's car was there, and the next it's nothing more than a ball of flames and smoke. 19. My ears are ringing and I can't make them stop. I'm still standing in the middle of the parking lot, frozen, while trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. The heavy guilt I've been carrying around for betraying Lucas presses so hard against my chest I can barely breathe. I didn't just turn my husband over to the authorities. My actions have somehow become the linchpin for his death. Chaos is already erupting as people try to figure out what happened, but I barely see any of it. All I see is the blistering flames engulfing Lucas's car. No one could have survived an explosion like this. Agent Bertel, the man I'd given my husband over to, storms up to me. "What are you doing here?" "Lucas was in that car," is all I can say.
His face softened slightly. I know, and I'm sorry, but I need to know why you're here. I can't take my gaze away from the orange flames still devouring Lucas's car. I'm not sure how to answer him. Do I tell him I was plagued with second thoughts? That I wanted to warn Lucas, while at the same time wanted to see him taken down? There is no right answer, because no matter what I feel toward Lucas, my husband is dead. I needed to talk to him. I wanted him to convince me that all of this was somehow nothing more than a big mistake.
But that's not true, is it, Mrs. Bishop?
I shake my head. Agent Bertel physically takes my arm and turns me around.
This is about to turn into a 3-ring circus, and you need to be as far away from here as possible. I'm going to have an officer go with you to get your kids, and then I want you to go to a friend's house. But first, I have questions for you.
He stops beside my car, pulls open the driver's door, then helps me sit down. I can still hear the shouting and chaos behind me. Still smell the pungent odor of the fire.
Do you have any idea how bad this looks for you?
He asks. I'm shaking as I look up at him. He can ask me whatever he wants, but I have no idea what happened. I know Lucas had enemies, but I never imagined things ending this way. I don't remember giving him Melody's number, but I must have, because suddenly she's here with me, still wearing her pink scrubs from the hospital. I look up at her, but all I hear is the explosion go off, as if it's on a loop, still repeating over and over, a loop that won't stop, along with the ringing in my ears, the flames, and the smell of the black smoke. Riley? I look around, confused as to where I am. Melody is sitting across from me on a red wingback chair in front of a white fireplace. Her living room. Her house. The police brought you to my house, she says. They're worried that your life might be in danger. I start to panic. Where are Sadie and Oliver? She reaches out and squeezes my hand. They're fine. They're with Philip out in the backyard. I lean back in the chair, feeling suddenly as if I'm carrying the weight of the world. He's dead, isn't he? Lucas. The question was ridiculous because I already know the answer. I had seen him walk up to the car, get inside, and then watched it explode. Yet at the same time, everything feels so surreal. I'm so sorry, Riley. Some FBI agent wants to talk to you, but I told them you needed time to calm down. I fight to make my brain focus on her words, but all I can think about is Lucas. I shouldn't have been there, but I needed to talk to Lucas. I saw him get into his car, and then I saw the feds. They were there to pick him up because I told them everything. Melody's eyes widen, and I remembered that I haven't told her what I've done. What is everything, Riley? I realize you're in shock, but I have no idea what's going on. I haven't told her any of it. Not about the messages I'd found on Lucas's phone, about his involvement with a crime network, about my betrayal. Maybe I should have told her. I can tell she's as flustered as I am, that she wants to help me, but she has no idea how. I'm not sure there's a way to help me at this point. I decide to give her the condensed version. When I'd first realized Lucas was hiding something from me, finding out it was far more than an affair, and my decision to go to the authorities. I let out a sharp breath of air when I'm done. For a moment, neither of us move. Why didn't you tell me any of this? Melody finally breaks the silence between us. I could have been there for you. I should have been there for you. I was scared, I say, avoiding her gaze. Ashamed. A part of me even desperately hoped that I was simply being paranoid. And now Lucas is dead. It doesn't seem to matter for the moment that our marriage had failed. Lucas Bishop was the father of my children, the only man I'd ever loved. For a moment, I can almost forget everything that had gone wrong between us. Flashbacks of our honeymoon, the day I found out I was pregnant with Sadie. The trip we took to Disneyland with the kids last fall. The one I knew we probably couldn't afford, but somehow he made it happen. Now I know how. I use my sleeve to wipe away the unwanted tears and breathe in the smoke from the fire that has attached to my sweater. I can't get the smell out of my nose. Can't get the explosion out of my head. Or the forgotten memories of another fire. There was another fire. My mother started it. She was angry at my father about something. She went out into the garage where he used to work, poured gasoline across the floor, and set it on fire. Oh, Riley. It's not something I want to remember, but the details keep coming. Details of pulling my mother out of the house when I smelled the smoke, running to a neighbor's house with her. I knew she did it. I saw her returning to the house from the garage. She'd been calm. All I could think about was that she could burn the entire house down. If I had never woken up, if I hadn't pulled her out. Do you know why? I think she wanted to die. It wasn't the first time she tried to take her life. And she didn't care who she hurt in the process. My mother betrayed me that day. But so did my father. He made excuses, ignored what was really going on, acted like it was an accident. He didn't protect us. Just like Lucas. And that's why you want to make sure that Sadie and Oliver are protected. What if I can't? I feel like the cycle's being repeated. Melody's husband walks into the room, stopping a few feet from us. Has she talked to the police? Not yet, but they will want to soon. Philip looks at me, then turns back to Melody as if I'm not here. I'm not sure what's going on, but she needs a lawyer. I didn't do anything, I say. It doesn't matter. I've worked with prosecutors for a long time. I don't know what Lucas was involved in, but you're going to be on the top of their list. What all have you told the feds? Melody asks. Everything I told you. I shake my head, feeling as if I've slipped into a bed of quicksand with no way to pull myself out. Sadie and Oliver. They're fine. They don't know what's going on. This time he looks me in the eye. But I think I need to know what we're dealing with. I slouch back in my chair while Melody updates her husband, suddenly realizing how naive I've been. All in trying to do the right thing. I know what Philip's implying. The wife might not be charged with a crime, but I'm automatically involved. Guilt by association. What about Lucas's friend Darren? Melody says. The one we've met a few times? Isn't he a lawyer? That's a good idea, Philip agrees. Don't do anything until you talk to him. I shake my head. That'll make me look guilty. No, it will make you look prepared. I want so badly to wake up and find out that none of this happened. I'm suddenly realizing how far-reaching this could be, how it might even look as if I were guilty. Even I don't know the extent of Lucas's dealings and how it might affect me. I was starting to realize that I could quickly lose everything. I'm also starting to wonder who I can trust. I thought I could trust the FBI, but agents know how to convince people to talk without lawyers. They had done that to me. I never lied, but maybe that didn't matter. Single mom. Widow. The words in my head trigger another loop. This time, the emotions that had gone numb explode with anxiety and panic. Do you have Darren's number? Melody presses. I don't want to call Darren. Somehow that would make all of this real, and I don't want it to be real. I need to make sure that nothing happens to me. I have 2 children to take care of, and I have become a single mom. There's no way to get out of this unscathed, but at least my children won't have to watch him go to prison and be dragged through the dirt for what he did. I press my fingertips against my temples, shocked at the realization that the relief of knowing Lucas is dead feels as strong as the terror of what is to come.
20. Present day. Tucker walked into the familiar coffee shop near the Marshal's office building, still repeating in his head his partner's announcement earlier today. The DA is formally bringing in Riley Bishop for questioning. Those words had changed everything. He hadn't been invited to question her, but the outcome of that interrogation would be crucial. Because if Riley was guilty, if everything she'd told him was nothing more than a lie, that would also affect their approach to finding her daughter. For the past several hours, he and Ruby had gone through every document and piece of evidence until he was certain his head was about to explode. Now he headed past a dozen or so customers who were drinking coffee and working on laptops to where his close friend and fellow Deputy U.S. Marshal Jonas Quinn sat waiting for him. Background music played, loud enough to make conversation harder to hear, and thus more private.
Tucker clasped Jonas's hand for a firm shake, then pulled him into a hug before slapping him on the back a couple of times.
The two of them had known each other for years as they'd risen through the ranks. Shared experiences like their intense tactical training procedures with the U.S. Marshal's Special Operations Group, and, more recently, an active shooting situation in Seattle, had given them a special bond where they trusted each other completely with their lives.
"It's good to see you," Tucker said.
"It's been too long," Jonas said, sitting down.
"I ordered us some coffee. It should be here in a minute."
"Perfect. Just like your timing." Tucker slid into the chair across from Jonas.
"I'm glad you're in town." "A caramel macchiato for you, if I remember correctly," Jonas said, as the barista set down the 2 drinks in front of them.
"Yes, thank you."
"Want anything to eat?"
Tucker took a sip of the caffeine-fueled drink, then shook his head.
"I had breakfast with my parents this morning. It's the caffeine I can't seem to get enough of."
"That does come with the job," Jonas said, tasting his cappuccino, then adding another packet of sugar. "And let me just say, while I understand your decision to relocate back to Texas, I had been looking forward to working with you."
"I was looking forward to staying longer in Seattle as well, but returning here was the right thing to do."
He leaned forward with a grin.
"Now for the question of the day. How is married life?"
"I've never been happier. Madison, well..." Jonas's own smile broadened. "She's perfect for me." Tucker let out a low laugh.
"I seem to remember predicting that even when you weren't sure yet."
"Slow down, buddy. You're not getting any credit for this one." Tucker laughed. He'd missed the familiar banter between the two of them.
"Oh, I don't know. I remember during our SOG training how someone couldn't stop talking about this deputy U.S. Marshal who was gorgeous and smart and who could outshoot both of us. The one you tried to avoid talking about, but failed."
Jonas shook his head as if dismissing the comment. "Well, not only did we tie the knot, as you know, but we're expecting."
"Wow. Congratulations."
"Thank you. We're not sure how this will change our roles career-wise, but we're thrilled and ready for the adventure of parenthood." The front door slammed shut as an older couple walked out, jolting Tucker back to the reality of why he was here.
"As much as I'd love to catch up, something I do want to do before you leave, I could really use some outside input."
Tucker took the next 5 minutes to run through the facts that had been revolving through his mind for the past 24 hours. The disappearance of Sadie Bishop, his call to the Bishop home in connection with the trafficking case they were working on, and his impressions of Riley.
"The evidence points to Sadie Bishop's disappearance being connected to a trafficking ring we're trying to clean up in the Austin area. But like I've implied, I'm not 100% sure we're looking in the right direction."
"The bracelet's your main connection," Jonas said. Tucker nodded, wondering if his boss was right and he was seeing signs that weren't there.
"Sadie Bishop, on paper, is a perfect target for grooming. She's been through a lot this past year, and that bracelet seemed to cinch the connection. Problem is, I can't help but believe we're missing an angle."
"Then what are the alternatives?" Jonas asked. "That the evidence was planted?" Tucker held his coffee without drinking it, realizing how ridiculous his theory sounded against Jonas's question. He was rarely this indecisive with his opinions, yet this case had thrown him.
Maybe, but what would be the motivation to do something like that? And when you add the strange things that have been happening, like the unexplained tickets, supposed break-ins, and alleged sightings of her dead husband.
Tucker shook his head.
When I hear it from you, I realize just how necessary it is to question her sanity. Or perhaps consider the fact that someone wants her to look like she's unstable.
Tucker smiled.
Are you trying to talk me in or out of believing she's innocent? I wouldn't dismiss the theory. You are a fairly decent deputy with pretty good instincts. Thanks for the vote of confidence. But honestly, it's pretty hard to believe she's innocent when you add the wiretap recording of her voice demanding money and $25,000 she can't account for.
The money that matched exactly the down payment for a hitman.
I thought someone has already been arrested for the explosion that killed Lucas. Right now, the authorities believe that either Maxwell Everett lied about his confession or got to him first. He was one of Lucas's victims, confessed to his murder, and is currently awaiting trial here in Austin.
Jonas's brow furrowed.
Why would he lie about his confession? I don't know, but can you see now how this has me running in circles? Tucker said, holding up his hands. Even I can't deny how incriminating everything is for Riley Bishop, but then something happens to make me question her involvement all over again. So either she's crazy, being played, or she could be playing you.
Tucker let out a soft groan, not liking any of the options.
What is your real hesitation in all of this? Jonas asked.
Tucker closed his eyes for a moment, and Riley's image automatically appeared. He pushed it away, needing to keep his emotions out of the situation. He looked back up at Jonas.
I was just so sure she wasn't involved in her husband's criminal dealings. I've spent time with her. She adores her children and has done everything she can to put their lives back together. The evidence still doesn't add up for me.
Jonas shot him a look that Tucker was all too familiar with.
She really has gotten under your skin, hasn't she? No more than any other case, he said, refusing to admit this one had become personal. So where does that leave you? With more questions than answers, Tucker laughed, but it wasn't funny. At all.
Instead, it was as if there were players in the background, moving pieces behind the scenes.
What about the boy Kyle you mentioned? Jonas said. The one she's been texting. Turns out he really is a 15-year-old boy. No red flags there. So that counts him out. What about Lucas Bishop's case? The man had to have made a lot of enemies, Jonas said. It also seems like if Riley is innocent, the real perpetrator would have to be someone close to her. Someone with easy access to her house.
The theory did make sense. Someone who could have left the tickets without a trace, and even staged the break-ins.
No real family, but a best friend, Melody Eddington, Tucker said, praying he wasn't about to head down another rabbit hole. There's also a lawyer friend, Darren Kirby, I believe is his name. He was close to Lucas and has helped Riley. What are the odds that he didn't know about his best friend's illegal dealings? Probably about the same as his wife not knowing, Tucker said. Agreed, Jonas said. Let's start with Maxwell Everett. I only know the basics. His wife had been diagnosed with cancer. They ended up losing their entire life savings, and then shortly after that, his wife. He was a science teacher, and they found everything that would have been needed to make the explosive device, and on top of that, he confessed. Maybe you need to visit this Maxwell Everett. See if we can't cut him out of the equation.
Tucker shrugged.
There are many, including the DA, who never believed Everett was guilty. But he did confess, and I don't see any motivation for his lying. I'm just not sure how that would help in finding Sadie. Like you said, you need to know who's behind her disappearance,
and that means finding out the truth about everyone, including Riley's possible involvement and her husband's death. Jonas took a sip of his coffee, then frowned. I'm going to be honest with you. From what you've told me, I'm not convinced she doesn't have the money. And let's face it, that voice recording and the missing money make her look very guilty. Tucker rubbed the back of his neck. Agreed. Where is Mr. Everett? Jonas asked. Still here, in county jail, awaiting his trial. Why don't you go see him? Tucker shrugged, not convinced it was their best move at this point. I'm sure we could get in, but it seems like a waste of time to me. The man's been thoroughly questioned, and even if he really did kill Lucas, I highly doubt he has the resources to arrange a kidnapping. Maybe it is a long shot, but if he is lying about his confession, you need to know. Jonas glanced at his watch. I could come with you. Madison is wrapped up in a friend's wedding activities, which means I would have an excuse to dismiss myself from some of the plans. You know I'd never turn an offer like that down. My partner's going through the evidence we have, again, so we might as well divide and conquer. An hour later, they'd cleared the visit with Everett and were being escorted into a small interrogation room with nothing more than a table and 3 chairs. The older man was waiting on the other side of the table. His hair was gray, and the dark shadows beneath his eyes communicated that prison hadn't been good to him. Mr. Everett, Tucker started. Please, call me Max. Okay. The two of them sat down across from the man wearing a standard prison uniform. My name is Tucker Shaw, and this is Jonas Quinn. We're both deputy U.S. Marshals. The man tugged on his ear. Don't know why you would want to talk to me. If it's about Lucas Bishop, I don't have anything to say. I did what I had to do, and now I'm doing my time. I've come to peace with that. We're actually here about his daughter, Sadie Bishop, Tucker said. Tucker saw a slight flinch in the man's eyes at the mention of Sadie's name. What happened to her? He asked. She's missing. Max jutted out his chin. Well, you can't exactly blame me for that. We're not, but we would like to talk about what happened to you. You lost a lot because of Lucas Bishop. Max shifted in his chair, clearly uncomfortable with the interview. So did a lot of people. But I never blamed his wife or children. Did you ever meet Riley and the kids? Tucker asked. We were at their house for dinner one time. Riley, that girl made my Gracie so happy. A shadow crossed the older man's face as he stared past them. She listened to Gracie's rambling stories. Riley Bishop was completely unlike her husband, and I could never forget that. Her husband, though, he tricked us all with his smooth talk and out-and-out lies. Tell me why you killed him, Tucker asked. The man glanced away. You never know what you might do until you're smack dab in the middle of a situation. I lost Gracie. My life savings. I had absolutely nothing. That man took everything from so many. He needed to be stopped. And you were afraid he'd get away with it, Tucker said. Max nodded. I wasn't going to take any chance of his getting off scot-free because of some technicality. He had the power to ruin lives, and I had to take that from him. A lot of people still believe that his wife is the one who killed him. Did that have anything to do with your confession? The fact that you believed she was innocent and wanted to keep her safe? The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he shifted again in his chair before leaning forward. I stand by everything I said in that courtroom, including my confession. Even if that confession isn't true, which in turn makes it harder for us to find out the truth, Tucker pressed. I understand you wanted to keep Riley and the kids safe, and yet, Sadie's gone. She isn't safe, and we need to find her. All I can tell you is that Riley Bishop is innocent. Trust me on that." Max stood up. "If you really want my advice on who to dig deeper into, it would be her husband's lawyer friend, Darren Kirby." "Wait a minute," Tucker said, standing up as well. "Why?" Max's jaw tensed as he passed Tucker a piece of paper with handwritten notes on it. "No one's listened to me, which is why I'm surprised you're here. Look into his finances and the cases he's worked on the past year." "What else?" "Everything I know is on the paper." Max's hands clenched at his sides. "I want to go back to my cell now." Tucker stepped outside with Jonas a moment later and watched the man be escorted back to his cell. "He seems pretty sure of Riley's innocence," Jonas said as Tucker unfolded the paper Max had just given him. "I'm just not sure he's a reliable witness." "Agreed." Still, he took a photo of the paper and sent it to Ruby before calling her, then gave her instructions as soon as she answered. "Start putting everything together you have on Darren Kirby. I'll be back at the office in 5 minutes. 21. There are 72 unbroken white tiles on the floor of the intake lobby of the psychiatric hospital. I know this because I have counted them while I sit, waiting for my name to be called. I arrived 3 hours ago, and I'm still waiting. I glance around the room, still uncertain how I got here. A man in a brown tweed suit is talking animatedly on his phone to someone while pacing in front of a group of large windows. The windows spill light into the otherwise shadowy room and overlook a scenic green space filled with trees and grass. The intent, I suppose, is to help clients forget they're in a hospital. As far as I'm concerned, the attempts to distract from reality don't work. A couple sits across from me, staring at their phones while seeming to avoid each other. The rest of the room is filled with half a dozen more faces. No one looks at each other. No one is chatting about the weather or sharing information about why they're sitting in the lobby of a psych ward. My lawyer, who's sitting next to me, tells me I'm lucky I'm here and not sitting in a jail cell. But I disagree. The plastic orange chair I'm sitting on is hard. The heater's turned up too high, and I'm terrified. This is my worst nightmare, the one I'd feared since childhood, since finding out what happened to my own mother. Like mother, like daughter. I want to reject the thought, but I can't. How can I, now that I'm sitting here waiting to be officially evaluated by a shrink? The truth is, I've seen it coming. Knew it was coming. At first, I noticed only small changes. Confused thinking, issues with concentrating, random obsessions with certain thoughts, and then the memory lapses. The same way my mother had started losing her sanity. By the time I was born, her symptoms were already full-blown, but I'd been told that family and friends had noticed the small changes in her personality for years. I shift my attention to a woman on the far side of the room in a polka-dot dress and fake pearl necklace. Sadie and Oliver don't deserve this, but I can't let my mind go down that path. The path that ends with my children being taken away from me. All I can do is pray that eventually everyone will realize that all of this is nothing more than a huge mistake. Something tells me that might not happen. Darren's phone beeps beside me. The police took mine, but maybe it's Melody calling with an update on my children. Darren reads the message, then shoves his cell back into his pocket as Evan McDowell's latest hit starts playing over the intercom. Another reminder of why I'm here. I want to scream. I hate this so much. The familiar song lyrics with Evan's twangy vocals penetrate my thoughts. There's a whisper in the Texas breeze reminding me of home. Stay devoted, Darlene. Always stay devoted, and one day I'll come back again. I squeeze my eyes shut, forcing out the memory of Lucas repeating the lyrics to me one night, years ago, beneath a starry Texas sky. Stay devoted, Riley. Always stay devoted. You like Evan McDowell, don't you? Darren asks. His voice brings me back to the present. Yeah. I hear his tickets are pretty pricey. I look up at Darren, surprised at the strange direction of the conversation. Maybe it's innocent, but I notice something odd about the way he looks at me. As if he's amused, and I have no idea why. I try to rein in my thoughts, but I can't forget that there are really only two options about what is happening to me. Either I'm where I'm supposed to be, in a mental ward, or someone has purposely put me here. But not Darren. He can't be behind all of this. He'd been close to Lucas for years, and had always been like an uncle to the kids. He'd been one of the people who helped me put my life back together after Lucas's death. My thoughts shift again. Darren is also the one person who could have been behind all of the strange things that had been happening. He'd been the one who had helped me set up the new alarm system, potentially giving him free access to my house, and possibly the alarm system itself. Why have I never thought of this before? The room is stuffy, but I still shiver as guilt rears its ugly head. No. Darren would never betray me. Or would he? What are you thinking, Riley? This time, I can't ignore the change in his voice. I know you're scared. I would be too. And honestly, you should be afraid. I shift in my chair, suddenly wanting to get as far away from him as I can, and yet a glance at the policeman guarding the door tells me I can't go anywhere. Even if I wanted to make a scene, no one would believe me. And from the smug look on Darren's face, he knows that. I know you have access to Lucas's stashed money, he continues. And as you might have guessed, I'm the one who can make this all go away. What do you mean? You and I are going to make a deal, because there is nowhere for you to run, Riley. Do you have Sadie? I ask, needing to get as much information from him as I can. I'll admit she's been a part of my plan. Where is she? In a safe place, nearby. For now. An all too familiar panic envelops me. But this time I realize that the web has been laid, and no one has cause to believe me. I don't know how to respond, but for the moment, I decide not to deny I have the money. It's the only leverage I have to help Sadie. Why are you doing this? I finally ask. Quite frankly, it's about the money. The millions your husband left hidden, and the fact that I'm convinced you know where it is. Think very carefully as to how you're going to respond, Riley. You have no proof I have the money. My heart races as I fight to keep my voice low. I'll go to the authorities and tell them what you're doing. Tucker Shaw, for example, one of the U.S. Marshals. He actually listened to me. You really think he's on your side? Darren shakes his head, still looking amused. If you're honest with yourself, you have to know where all of this is going. No one is going to listen to you after today. Blaming me would simply be your word against mine. Even that gallant deputy U.S. Marshal played perfectly into my hand. He'll never believe you and the ridiculous stories you told him. You did tell him everything, didn't you? About the tickets and the break-ins. Like everyone else, by now he knows you're just like your mom. No one is going to give you back custody of your kids. Unless... Unless what? I whisper. He's still grinning as he speaks. You give me access to the money Lucas hid before he was killed, and then I'll make all of this go away. My mind is still racing, but I know one thing I don't think Darren counted on. That I will do anything, absolutely anything, to save my daughter. 22. What have you found on Darren Kirby? Tucker asked, as soon as he and Jonas found Ruby inside the U.S. Marshal Services building. Documents and files had been spread out across a long table, with 2 other agents working beside her in order to go over all the lawyer's information they had access to. That old man Everett might actually be right, Ruby said, stepping back from the table. I've pulled out everything we have, and Darren's finances are a mess. The guy's broke. Tucker quickly introduced Jonas, then started looking through the documents for himself. How can he be broke? All I know is that this lawyer isn't as well off as everyone thinks he is. The man has 3 expensive cars and even waterfront property, but he's also in debt. Everything from medical bills to gambling debts to maxed out credit cards. He's been living a lifestyle he can't afford. He's been making a play for Lucas's money and believes Riley has it, Jonas said. Ruby nodded. It's starting to look that way. And we found one other interesting connection thanks to the heads up from Maxwell Everett. Darren was on the defensive team last year for a case involving one of Jace Kruger's partners. The pink bracelet was never shared with reporters or the public, but as one of the lawyers involved in the case, Tucker said, finishing his partner's sentence, he would have known about the bracelet. The theory still sounded a bit far-fetched and wouldn't help him find Kruger, but if they were right... So he takes Sadie for leverage to get the money, Jonas said, then tries to throw off the authorities with the bracelet, all while trying to make Riley look incompetent. Ruby nodded. Exactly. Where's Darren right now? Tucker asked. Last I heard, he's at the psych hospital with Riley, Ruby said. With his client. Pretending he cared. Tucker's phone rang, and he pulled it out of his pocket. He didn't recognize the caller ID, but answered anyway. Tucker, this is Riley. He put the call on speakerphone. Riley? I only have a few seconds. Tucker grabbed for a pen as she spouted out an address. Meet me there, please. I think Darren has Sadie locked up at his waterfront home. Where are you? Don't worry about me. Just meet me there. We're going to need a search warrant, Tucker said, grabbing his gear off his desk as soon as Riley had hung up. Already working on it, Ruby said. You coming with us? Tucker turned to Jonas. I'd like to, but I'm going to need to leave this case in your capable hands and meet my wife before she starts thinking I've disappeared. Tucker squeezed his friend's shoulder. You've already been a huge help. Go find her. Tucker let out a huff of air as he headed toward the car with Ruby. What he still hadn't figured out was how a family friend who'd been a huge help to Riley over the past few months could have done something like this. He could understand wanting the money, but kidnapping Sadie? Money was always a huge motivator, a thread that wove through almost everyone they took down. They'd yet to unravel the man's relationship with Lucas Bishop, but with millions at stake and a large portion that had never been recovered, it made sense that Darren was trying to get his hands on the money. In the passenger seat, Ruby took a sip of her bottled water as he sped toward the lake, then glanced at him. You okay? You haven't said much. Just worried if we find her, what's happened to her. Even more worried if we don't find her. And Riley Bishop? He knew automatically what his partner was implying. He had never meant to get personally involved in this situation, but he'd somehow connected with Riley and Oliver. If they didn't find Sadie, and if they couldn't prove that Riley was innocent, this entire family was going to fall apart. He couldn't let that happen. They'd already gone through so much. Rain started to pelt the windshield as he switched lanes and turned off of the highway toward Lake Travis, slowing down with traffic. Sometimes this job gets to me. Finding the kids is worth it, but even when we find them, it's not over for them. The trauma they go through will hang with them forever. I know. He'd never told Ruby about losing his own brother. Funny how you could feel the trauma absorbed by your body, even when you couldn't remember the details of what had happened. One step at a time, Ruby said. We'll find Sadie, and then see if the evidence clears Riley. You really believe she's innocent? I do. There's something about her that feels genuine. He didn't miss Ruby's frown. This job wasn't based on feelings, and he knew it. But he also had learned in this job how to read people. His hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as he sped down the road, praying as they approached the waterfront property. Riley's lead felt too obvious. If Darren was behind this, would he really keep her at his house? And how had Riley found out? Assuming again that the woman wasn't playing him. The rain had eased up, and darkness was falling 40 minutes later as they pulled in front of the house that sat just outside of town on a large lot. The sheriff's car was waiting for them on the street when they arrived. Ruby let out a low whistle as they exited the vehicle. "This place is stunning. Too bad it's mortgaged to the hilt, and the man's probably going to lose it." Tucker nodded, though he didn't exactly feel sorry for the man. If you had the extra income, the location was perfect for those wanting a place to get away from the city or to retire. Ruby had looked up the house on the way over. It sat on 3 acres of mostly unimproved land, with huge oak trees and natural springs. A deep-water dock gave the owner direct access to a boat. "Just got the warrant," the sheriff said, hurrying up to them. "Any signs of the homeowner or Riley Bishop?" Tucker asked. "Sorry, but no." Tucker quickly took the lead on the raid, unsure of what they were walking into, which meant they needed to be cautious. They didn't want Sadie caught in a crossfire. Tucker paused at the front door, which was open, and the alarm system off. "Stay alert." They breached the house on cue. A massive stone fireplace sat to the left, while ahead were floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the stunning views of the water. To the right was an impressive staircase leading up to the second floor. While one team headed upstairs, he and Ruby, along with 2 other officers, started clearing the first floor room by room. They'd almost finished going through each room when movement on the back deck caught Tucker's attention. Darren was holding a gun to Sadie Bishop's head and was already walking toward the dock connected to the house, lit only by a few outdoor lights. "Darren Kirby," Tucker shouted. "I need you to put down the gun and let her go." Darren spun around without losing his grip on Sadie. "Step back, all of you." Tucker kept his gun trained on the man, but signaled for the rest of the team to stay behind him. "Let her go, Darren," Tucker said. "This is over. Don't involve her any more than you already have." "Hardly. You're gonna let me leave with her, or she's dead." Tears slid down Sadie's face. "Please let him go. He'll do what he says." "I can't do that, Sadie," Tucker said, noting the speedboat secured below to the dock. "But I am going to keep you safe." Darren's face reddened. "If you really think I won't pull this trigger, you're wrong. I might not have planned for things to happen this way, but I have nothing else to lose at this point. If Riley hadn't... Don't blame Riley for figuring this out," Tucker said. "I'm going to take her with me down to the dock," Darren responded. "And you and your men are going to let us get on my boat and leave." 23. I'm dreaming again. I have to be, because it's the only option. Nightmares you can wake up from. Reality you can't, and I desperately need to wake up from this. Rain is falling in sheets as I watch in horror from the shoreline. Darren pulls Sadie across the dock and toward his boat. I can see several uniformed officers moving in on the situation, but my daughter's life is at stake here, and I won't let Darren leave with her. Someone yells at me as I run full speed toward the dock, yelling at me to stop, but I don't. I can't. The consequences of my actions don't matter anymore. By now, I'm completely soaked from the downpour of rain, but I'm closer to Sadie. All I can think about is getting to her and stopping this madness. I'm still 20 feet away when Darren shoves her into his speedboat, seconds away from losing her. He turns to start the motor. Sadie glances back in my direction, then dives into the dark water. Darren screams at her, but he's out of time. With the authorities almost to him, he cranks the motor and speeds away in his boat. I hesitate at the edge of the dock where I saw her jump in, desperate to find her. All I can see is blackness. Rain pelts against the water. I can hear sirens, people shouting. I try to reassure myself with the fact that she knows how to swim, but the water's deep, and it's dark. Where is she?
Riley, stop! I recognize Tucker's voice as I search the top of the water, but don't follow the order. Instead, I dive in and start swimming toward where I think I see her. My mind is racing in 1,000 directions as I swim across the freezing darkness. How could Darren have done this to my family? A man I thought was a friend and father figure to my children. I can't begin to rationalize what he's done, but none of that matters at the moment. I just need to find Sadie. God, please. I have to find her. I come up to the surface, suck in a lungful of air, and keep swimming forward. Why do people always cry out to God in the depths of despair? When life is spiraling out of control, does he even listen at that point? He used to listen to me. At least I thought he did. Just like I used to listen to him. Maybe he'll listen to me again. Panic quickly shifts my thoughts as I realize that in the darkness, I've lost her again. The only thing I can see is lights shining from the dock and from a couple boats to my left. Maybe I was foolish to do this, but she has to be nearby. I saw her dive in. Sadie's here, somewhere. God, please. I'll never ask for anything again. Just please, give me back my daughter. The cold is starting to slow me down. I can feel it, but I refuse to stop searching even though it's getting harder to stay near the surface. The water is not only cold, but choppy. My lungs are burning. I realize I need another breath of air, but beneath the surface, I'm suddenly turned around. I'm not sure which way is up anymore. The panic presses harder against my lungs, which are screaming for air. I need to find the surface, need to find the lights, but all I see is darkness. I've heard of too many people who have drowned trying to save someone else, and no, I can't let that happen. This is an impossible situation. In wanting to save my daughter, I am risking my own life and the possibility of leaving Oliver without a family. I press my hand against my chest. Maybe this is how it feels like to die. First, you fight against it, but eventually all you can do is give in. I can't stop it. Can't stop the racing thoughts still firing through my brain. The regrets, the list of things I wish I'd done. Like confronting Lucas and finding a way to pull him back from the edge. But in the end, I'd lost him. My mind shifts again. None of that matters for the moment. I'm running out of air. The only solution is finding the surface. Despite my body's desperate need for oxygen, I can't make my muscles work. Instead, my mind is giving way to the darkness, and I don't think I can save myself. 24. Tucker held up his flashlight as he stood on the dock where Riley had jumped in, searching for movement in the water. He was a strong swimmer, yet even he knew the high risk of swimming in the dark in the middle of a winter rainstorm. 2 boats were already in the water, their bright lights aimed at the surface as they searched for both Riley and Sadie. Adrenaline screamed through him as his search came up with nothing. No sign of Sadie, and now, no sign of Riley. The anger in his chest swelled. How could Riley have done something so foolish? Sadie and Oliver couldn't lose their mother, and he couldn't lose Riley. He couldn't lose her. The internal question threw him off. No. This case wasn't personal. This was his job. Thoughts ran rapidly through his mind, one after another. But any unwanted feelings for Riley Bishop would have to be explored another day. Right now, there were 2 lives to save. Movement to his left finally pulled his attention down the shoreline. He couldn't tell what it was in the darkness, but from the size of the ripples in the water, it looked like a person. Someone who wasn't moving. He ran down the shoreline, away from the boats that were focused in the other direction, yelling for backup as he went. He couldn't wait for someone to respond. Instead, he rushed into the frigid water, walked a few steps, then dove in. He reached out as far as he could with each stroke, trying to get closer, but the additional wind and rain made it hard. He kept his focus on his target until he finally recognized Sadie. He quickly turned her over onto her back so she could get air, then carefully started for the water's edge. By the time he pulled her out of the lake, he was completely out of breath. 2 of the officers had noticed what he was doing and were already running toward him as he laid her down. "I need the paramedics," he shouted. He quickly tilted her head back and lifted her chin in order to check to see if she was breathing, relieved when he felt a breath. Someone handed him a blanket. "Paramedics are on their way." "Sadie?" He wrapped the blanket around her trembling body. "My name is Tucker Shaw. I'm with the U.S. Marshals. There are quite a few people who have been worried about you."
"He lied to me,"
she said, her teeth chattering. She sounded tired, but alert.
He told me that someone was after my mom. Someone my dad had hurt. And he needed to bring me here to keep me safe. He told me to wait. Promised that my mom and Oliver were coming. But they never did."
Tucker squeezed his eyes closed for a moment, terrified that this was about to get worse. No, he wasn't going to let his mind go there. He started to move aside when the paramedics arrived, but Sadie grabbed his arm.
"Don't leave me, please."
"I'm right here," he said, taking her hand as they started to assess her condition.
"Where's my mom?"
She squeezed his hand tighter. He glanced out at the water and started praying. How was he supposed to tell her that her mother escaped from a psych ward in order to find her? And right now, he had no idea if she was dead or alive. 25. 1 second, I see my life flashing before me in a random string of events, and the next, someone is pulling me out of the water. Lights flash around me as I realize I'm now shaking in the bottom of a boat. People are shouting, trying to confirm that I'm alive and breathing before wrapping me up. The blankets do little to warm me up, and all I can think about is Sadie. "Sadie," I say, trying to find my voice. "Did you find my daughter?" I recognize the woman hovering over me as Tucker's partner, Ruby. She smiles down at me, but even her smile can't hide the dark concern in her eyes. "She's safe, sweetie. And now so are you." I don't think I believe her. "Are you sure?" "I promise." I trusted him. "Darren?" I nod, feeling myself suddenly being pulled back into that dark place of betrayal. "How did you know it was him?" she asks. The rain seems to have stopped, but I can still feel the icy wind on my face as the boat starts moving again toward the lights on the shoreline. "He told me. Thought he could manipulate me in order to get Lucas's money. Except, ironically, I don't have Lucas's money. I never did." I close my eyes as another wave of fatigue sweeps over me, but I need her to know the truth. I need her to believe me. "He's the one who tried to make me look like I was crazy," I continue. "The one who took Sadie as leverage against me." "And in the hospital?" "I knew I had to get to Sadie. I told them I was sick and needed to throw up. Managed to get out, found a locker of clothes, and then convinced some woman that I needed a ride home." "And that's how you got your car and drove here?" I nod. "I'd do anything for my daughter. Anything." The lights on the shoreline are now above me, and we're met at the dock by paramedics. "You're safe now," Ruby says as the medical personnel take over. "Both of you." I hear her words, but deep down inside, I'm not sure I'll ever feel safe again. 26. Tucker stopped a couple dozen feet away from where Riley sat on the sofa beside her daughter inside the living room of Darren Kirby's house. They were both wrapped up in blankets, sipping hot chocolate after being checked out by the paramedics. Physically, he'd been told, they were going to be fine. But he knew that emotional healing was going to take a lot longer. That was where the hard part would begin, as they dealt with what had happened. The betrayal. Learning to trust again. "Mom?" Sadie looked up and smiled, noticing Tucker for the first time. "This is Deputy Shaw, the one who saved my life. He's a real-life superhero." "Deputy Shaw," Riley said. "I don't know how to thank you." He closed the gap between them and sat down on a red ottoman, deciding to take Riley's lead and not bring up the fact that they knew each other. It was up to Riley to give her daughter the details of what had happened, not him. "How are you doing, both of you?" he asked. "We're going to be okay, and that's all that matters right now." Riley nuzzled against her daughter, then looked up at him. "Thank you for everything." "Knowing you both are safe is all the thanks I need." He glanced outside the windows at the flashing lights of the patrol cars lining the road. "They've taken Darren into custody. I'm so sorry about everything that happened, but you're both safe now." He caught the doubt in her eyes and knew she didn't believe him. Knew she was afraid that this drama wasn't really over. "What about the pending charges they were planning to bring up against me?" Riley asked. Tucker glanced at Sadie, again not sure how much he should say. "It's okay. She knows the majority of what's happened," Riley said. He set his hands on his knees and nodded. "I can't make any promises, as this isn't my case, but I do know that there will be a further investigation. And from what I've heard, I'm confident that any charges they were considering will be dropped." Unwanted memories surfaced in quick succession. Riley running across the shoreline, turning to him for a brief moment before diving into the water. He shouldn't be angry at her. Everything had turned out okay. She was here with her daughter, and both of them were going to be fine. Maybe the real source of his anger was toward himself for allowing his emotions to get involved. He stood up, still fighting his inner turmoil, then caught Riley's gaze. "Could we talk in private? Just for a minute." "I need to stay with my daughter." "Of course." He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. What was he thinking? Any personal feelings he was caught up in didn't matter, and talking to her wasn't going to change that. "I'm fine, Mom. Really. It's okay." Ruby walked up to them with refills for their drinks. "Would you mind staying with her?" Riley asked Ruby. "Just for a moment." "Of course." Ruby filled Sadie's mug, then sat down. He led her into the formal dining room, just out of sight of all the officers who were still searching the house for evidence, suddenly not sure what he'd hoped to accomplish in talking with her. Her hair was still damp, and the fear and exhaustion he'd noted in her eyes the first time he saw her were still there. But he could also sense the same drive and determination, and knew that without it, the situation might have ended very differently. "How is she?" Tucker asked. "Honestly, I don't think the reality has even begun to sink in for either of us. I trusted Darren with my life. He was supposed to defend me, and instead..." She looked away. "Instead, he betrayed me." "I'm sorry about all of this. It's wrong on so many levels." The anger he'd tried to squelch earlier burned in his gut. Anger toward Lucas and Darren for betraying her. Anger over the fact that she risked her own life out there in the water. She was still trembling when she spoke again, a result, he was sure, from the cold and from the overwhelming emotions hitting her. "Tucker, what's going on?" "I'm just..." He couldn't say what he was feeling. That he suddenly wanted to pull her into his arms and promise her he'd take care of her. "What did you think you were doing out there?" he asked instead, working to keep his voice down. "Why didn't you let us handle things?" Her eyes widened. "What?" "Jumping into the water, in the dark, in this weather. Maybe it wasn't the best decision, but my daughter's life was in danger. She stepped back. Did you really expect me to sit back and just watch it all happen?
No, but you didn't only risk your life. You risked the lives of everyone searching for Sadie because they had to rescue you as well.
He blew out a sharp breath.
You could have drowned out there.
But I didn't. Riley's face paled at the reprimand. Where is all of this coming from? Her question was valid. He knew that. But he couldn't fight the fierce feelings of protection churning inside him toward her. Tucker drew in a deep breath, trying to slow his rapid heartbeat.
I thought I lost you.
The moment the words were out of his mouth, he wanted to take them back. This wasn't like him, but he also couldn't deny that he'd spoken the truth. He took a step forward to tug the blanket that was wrapped around her tighter against her shoulders, surprised when she didn't pull away from him. His gaze shifted to her lips. How could a woman be so strong and yet vulnerable at the same time? How was he supposed to switch off what he was feeling toward her? His fingers brushed hers as he leaned forward, wondering what it would be like to kiss her. To take her and Sadie and Oliver away from all of this and convince her he could keep her safe. Voices rose in the other room for a moment, tugging him back to reality. No. Whatever this was, couldn't happen. It didn't matter how badly he wanted to kiss her right now. He had a job to do. He stepped back, stopping himself from crossing a line he never should have gotten this close to in the first place. 27. I thought I lost you. Tucker's words replay over and over in my mind as I try to read his expression, needing to know what he's thinking. I realize how close he came to kissing me, and how, if he had tried, I would have let him. I also realize this is not Tucker the U.S. Marshal, or Tucker the Special Operation Group tactical member. These are the words and actions of a man who has let his emotions get too involved in a difficult situation. That doesn't mean he has feelings for me. I've already been betrayed more than once. First Lucas, now Darren. I'm not going to do this again. Allow my heart to be vulnerable. Yet something about the look in his smoky blue eyes has my heart pounding. For a split second, I want to go back to that moment and let him pull me into his arms again, kiss me, and promise me he'll never leave me.
I'm sorry, he says, withdrawing a step. This has been a highly stressful day for both of us. I shouldn't have taken it out on you.
Forget it. You're right. It has been stressful.
I'm not blaming you, he says.
I can't deny how being with him makes me feel. But as much as I want to find a way to go back to the layer of tenderness I just saw, I know I can't. I don't have a place in my life for anything other than keeping Oliver and Sadie safe. Whatever might be going on between us will only lead to heartache. I need to get back to Sadie. He nods before escorting me back to the living room, as if he has no idea how to respond to what almost happened between us either. I know I'm as much to blame as he is. I'd already shared too much with him, opened up too much to him. Loneliness isn't a reason to let someone in, and as grateful as I am to the man, I don't need Tucker Shaw in my life. 28. Melody and I are in the middle of making cupcakes with Oliver and Sadie when my phone rings, pulling my attention away from flour-covered countertops and Oliver's knock-knock jokes. "Go ahead and take it," Melody says. "We'll get the next batch in the oven." I check my caller ID, surprised to see that it's Tucker Shaw. While he's texted me at least once a week to make sure we're all okay and to give me updates on Darren's cases, I haven't seen the deputy for weeks, making his call unexpected. I signal to the kids that I'll be right back, then step into the living room. I wouldn't be honest if I said I hadn't thought of him, but he's also a part of a chapter of my life I want to forget. Tucker? I swallow hard. Hi. I hope I'm not interrupting. No, it's fine. Which is true, but hearing his voice still throws me off. I have a proposal for you, he says. But if you say no, that will be the end of it. No pressure at all. I hesitate at the request, then momentarily turn to panic mode, afraid he's going to ask me out. Okay. Maxwell Everett was released from jail last week. Now I'm completely confused as to where the conversation is going. I saw that on the news. He'd like to meet with the three of you. And honestly, I think hearing his story might help bring you some extra closure. I glance back into the kitchen, where the kids are starting to frost a batch of cooled cupcakes, not sure what I think about his proposal. I've met Mr. Everett once before. He seemed like a nice man, and I enjoyed talking with his wife, but that isn't my biggest hesitation. Resurrecting ghosts connected to the past isn't something I want to do. Still. Riley? Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry. Can I ask why he wants to talk with me? I think you need to hear his story, but I'd rather he talk to you. I'm just the messenger. I tighten my fist at my side, unconvinced that meeting Maxwell Everett would be beneficial to me and the kids. I don't know. I'd seen a short interview with the man on the news, but he'd never said much to the public, and I'd never heard anything that explained why the man had lied in his original confession. Darren's arrest had been the catalyst that had in turn pushed the DA to look deeper into Maxwell's case, eventually dismissing the charges. You know, it's fine. Really, Tucker says. If you change your mind, you can call me. I just hope you're doing okay. I'd never want to make things worse. Wait. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing, but something inside urges me to say yes to his request. Because while I want nothing more to do with anything connected to Lucas, I do trust Tucker. And what do I have to lose? I'm not the only one who needs closure. If I say yes, could we meet somewhere public, like the park near my house? I'll meet with Mr. Everett, and then decide whether or not I want the kids to meet him. Of course. Whatever you want is fine. Since the kids will be out of school tomorrow, we agree on a time and place nearby. Then I take a moment to compose myself after I hang up. I hate the fact that Tucker Shaw has such an effect on my emotions. His request, though, has nothing to do with me personally. Something I can't forget. I step back into the kitchen, where Oliver is currently telling yet another knock-knock joke to Melody, and Sadie is intently decorating a cupcake. I've learned that much of what I once thought was important suddenly doesn't matter anymore. Instead, I've started learning to get rid of insignificant distractions in order to hold on to just what is important. Moments like right now. Savoring the little things, like hearing them laugh and watching them decorate cupcakes on a lazy Friday afternoon. I study the intensity in Sadie's expression as she pipes pink frosting onto one of the chocolate cupcakes. I have to admit that they both seem okay, despite all that's happened, but I won't ever assume. I even have them both in counseling in order to make sure they process everything they've just gone through. We're living one moment at a time, which is all anyone can really ask for. Melody catches my expression and pulls me aside while the kids continue decorating. You okay? Yeah, it was Tucker Shaw. He wants the kids and me to meet Maxwell Everett. Wait, what? Melody lowers her voice. The guy who confessed to killing Lucas? I nod. I told Tucker I'd meet them at the park around the corner, and then decide after talking to Mr. Everett if I want him to meet the kids. Will you come with me? For moral support and to watch the kids while I meet him? Of course. Melody glances back at Sadie and Oliver. They're going to be fine. I hope so, but sometimes I'm not so sure. They've been through so much. You all have, but they are great kids, and you're a wonderful mother. Sometimes I'm still not so sure about the wonderful mother part either, I say, dropping my gaze. Stop believing the lies, Riley. I know I should, but sometimes it's hard when I remember how we got here, while there are still loose ends that need to be tied up. I've been grateful for Tucker's updates on Darren's case. Forensic analyst discovered that not only had Darren taken control of my alarm system, which he'd set up, he'd also piggybacked onto the FBI's wiretapping and used an AI voice that mirrored mine to create a conversation. The photos of me buying the phone and the man I'd followed outside the cake shop had both been staged, motivated by his knowledge and my fear of my family's mental illness. The technology he used scares me, but not as much as his lies and betrayal. Even though the investigation isn't over, the DA has already brought a list of charges against Darren, including kidnapping, child endangerment, and breaking and entering. The long road back to healing for us has really just begun, but we are back together again, and for the moment, that's all that matters. Tucker would agree with me, Melody says when I don't respond. He's always believed you were innocent, and I know he's been texting you. I roll my eyes, knowing where this conversation is about to go. Don't even start. My heart isn't anywhere near ready to even think about someone new. Besides, our texts are not personal. He keeps me updated on Darren's case, and I'm trying to help him find that farmhouse from the photo I told you about. Though, if I'm honest with myself, Tucker Shaw would be the kind of man I would look for, if I were looking. The kind of man who could actually break through the layers I've built around my heart, if I let him, which I have no intention of doing. I catch her smug look and regret telling Melody about the kiss that almost happened between Tucker and me, as well as how he's been checking up on me. Part of me can't help but wonder if I just made it up. But the bottom line is that my kids have to come first, leaving no room for anyone else. That's the way it has to be. Can I give you some unsolicited advice? Melody asks. You'll give it to me no matter what I say. Good point. She smiles. Starting over is never easy. But don't close off your heart just because you've been hurt before. It's close to a year now since Lucas died. And believe it or not, there are men out there who are worth taking a chance on. Like Tucker Shaw. Are you going to see the Marshal? Oliver asks, bouncing toward me with a decorated cupcake. Can we take him some cupcakes? He wants me to meet someone, I say, hoping he and Sadie didn't overhear my conversation with Melody. And I think cupcakes would be very appropriate. The weather's perfect when we arrive at the park. Melody takes the kids to the almost empty playground where they jump on the swings, and I grab a picnic table and wait for Tucker and Mr. Everett, still hoping I've made the right decision. I see them walking toward me a couple of minutes later, Tucker and an older gentleman with graying hair and a slight stoop. The last time I saw Tucker, I still didn't know how to deal with what happened between us, so I remind myself again that this meeting has nothing to do with me. My heart says something different, but I shove away the unwanted feelings. I've learned my lesson when it comes to men. Riley, he says, walking up to me. It's good to see you. It's good to see you as well, I say, standing up and trying not to feel self-conscious as he catches my gaze. I believe you've already met Maxwell Everett, Tucker says. I move to shake the man's hand. It's nice to see you again, Mr. Everett. Please, he says with a smile. Call me Max, and thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Of course. I motion for them to sit down. Though I'm not sure why you want to talk to me. The man settles across from me before catching my gaze. As you know, your husband cost me everything. My Gracie,
my retirement, my life savings. I had nothing left.
Please know how sorry I am, I say, suddenly regretting my decision to come. Though, honestly, what did I expect?
I didn't come here because I want you to apologize.
He pulls out a folded-up paper from his back pocket, quietly unfolds it, then pushes it across the table. I pick it up, surprised when I realize what he's just given me. I don't understand, I say, looking up at him. The photo is of me and the kids and has been cut out from a newspaper.
I was so angry at what your husband did, Max begins to explain. I followed everything I could on the case, and then one day, I saw this picture in the paper. You looked so lost. It was the first time I felt like we had something in common. The first time I realized that Lucas Bishop didn't just ruin my life. He ruined yours as well.
Though I don't remember it being taken, I've seen the picture from Lucas's funeral before. I had pulled Oliver and Sadie against me, desperate for a way to protect them from everything that was going on, all the while knowing there was no way I could do that.
When I saw that picture, Max continues, I don't know how to explain it, but I knew you were innocent. Your grief looked so real. When I heard that the police were considering charging you for his murder, I knew I couldn't let that happen. I had nothing to lose. I'd already lost everything.
I zipped my jacket up to block the cold that had settled around my heart, not believing what I'm hearing. You set up the evidence so you'd be arrested.
Once I made my decision, it was easy. I could give them both motivation and means. No one questioned me.
I glance at Tucker, then back to Max. I can't believe you did that.
Don't think it was a noble act. In reality, I was completely selfish. I've been in prison before, and at least there you get 3 meals a day and a warm bed. Nothing seemed to matter after I lost my wife.
I press my fingers against my mouth, not knowing what else to say. Guilt slams against my heart, feeling as if it's been shattered all over again, if that's even possible. Max reaches out and takes my hand.
I didn't come here to make you feel bad. I need you to know that every night I took out the photo and prayed for the 3 of you. Every single night. And somehow, God started chipping away all the anger I'd been holding on to.
But God, Tucker says. But God? I shake my head.
It's something my mom has always said to me. When life feels like it's spiraling into an impossible situation, those 2 words can change everything.
He's right, Max says.
Hope, when I couldn't see a way out of the darkness. Hope, when I started to realize that this wasn't the end of my story. What the enemy meant for evil, the destruction of your family and faith, God intends for good.
I don't know how to respond, because I'm not sure if my faith is strong enough to hold on to those words when the darkness presses in. Stop believing the lies. But God. The enemy meant it for harm, but God meant it for good. My mind is still struggling to process our conversation when I glance toward the playground where Oliver and Sadie are playing with Melody. I'd like to ask you something, I say, turning back to Max.
Anything.
Would you like to meet my kids? Max beams.
I'd love that.
I signal at Melody to bring the kids over to the picnic table, surprised at my desire to involve them. I still can't feel God's hand in the darkness, but maybe I'll eventually see something good come out of the situation.
You must be Oliver and Sadie, Max says.
Along with my best friend, Melody, I say. Do we know you? Oliver asks as the 3 of them sit down on the bench.
Not officially, but I'm very happy to meet you.
We brought something for you, Oliver says, pulling off the plastic lid off the cupcake holder. And for you too, Marshal Shaw, Sadie said.
Wait a minute. Tucker's eyes sparkle as Oliver pushes the cupcakes toward me so I can offer one to Tucker. You know it's illegal to bribe a United States Marshal. My mouth opens slightly. I'm kidding. He accidentally brushes my fingers with his, then pulls back and takes a bite. Electricity tingles where he touched me, and my heart rate speeds up. I've been listening too much to Melody. Tucker and I are worlds apart. The kids see you as a kind of superhero and wanted to thank you, I managed to say. I honestly don't know where I'd be if it weren't for you. And Max, I'm glad we met today. Max smiles. So am I.
Do you have grandchildren? Oliver asks.
No. My wife and I never had children. Oliver furrows his brow.
We're alike then. I don't have a grandfather.
My son looks at me. That sweet boy who never fails to amaze me.
Since he doesn't have any grandchildren, maybe he can be our grandfather.
Wow, well, I stammer. That's up to Mr. Everett. I would love that, Max says, leaning forward. And can I let you in on a little secret? Oliver nods. I always wanted to be called Pappy. If your mother agrees, you can call me that. Oliver claps his hands together.
Yeah.
Sadie? I turn to my daughter, realizing she's going to be far more cautious than her brother to jump into a new relationship.
I'd like that too.
She smiles and takes a cupcake. Tucker finishes his, then turns to me. Can we walk? Just for a couple of minutes. I look to Melody, who nods, then get up from the table, suddenly feeling like I need to run. Instead, I shove my hands into my coat pockets and follow Tucker down the cement path that loops the playground. Any updates on finding Jace Kruger? I ask, not sure if I'm ready for whatever he wants to talk with me about. Unfortunately, no. But his days are limited. Tucker glances at me. Thank you for agreeing to see Max. It went better than I imagined. He's beaming. And I hope you'll want to see him again. Knowing Oliver, I won't have a choice. I laugh, then look up at him. Do you always do this? Get so personally involved in your cases? He doesn't answer for a moment, and I wonder if I said something I shouldn't have. No, he finally says, breaking the silence between us. Which is why, if I'm completely out of line, I'm sorry. But I've had a hard time forgetting you. If you hadn't met me here today, I would have ended up with some other excuse to see you. So that's what this meeting was? I ask, my heart racing. An excuse to see me? I really did want you to meet with Max. But I also wanted to see you again. I'm walking faster down the path now, trying to get control of my emotions, because as much as I want to, I can't deny I've felt the same way. I still have a lot of healing to do, I say, knowing I'm looking for my own excuses. I know, and I honestly don't have any expectations. Just let me take you out to dinner. Or, if you'd prefer, I'll make you dinner. I let out a nervous laugh. You can cook. My mother insisted I know how to take care of myself. I'd like to meet your mother, I say, immediately regretting the response. I have a feeling the two of you would like each other. I stop and look up at him. The wind is rustling in the trees at the edge of the playground, and a couple of kids run past us. But all I see is the man standing in front of me. I'll be honest. I can come up with 1,000 reasons why I should say no. I can't let my kids get hurt. And as for me, I need more time. I realize it might be too soon, he says, and you don't have to agree to anything right now. I'm not in a hurry. When you're ready, I'll be here. Just like I'd predicted.
another layer around my heart crumbles. "Why don't we start with right now, if that's okay with you?" I say, surprised at my own response. "An afternoon at the park." "Sounds perfect," he says. Tucker smiles at me before we start walking again, and I realize that Max was right. This isn't the end of my story. God's been constantly working to pull me back to him, and while all I've been able to see is the darkness, he's been there the whole time, lighting the way. "Do you like tacos?" Tucker asks, interrupting my thoughts as we head back toward the kids. "There's this great food truck down the block if you're hungry." "I don't know. I'd offer to buy you lunch, but I've been told that it's illegal to bribe a U.S. Marshal." "Funny," Tucker says. "Very funny." I laugh with him and realize for the first time that not only is this not the end of my story, it's the beginning of a brand new one. Epilogue. Things might not have gone exactly as he'd planned, but as far as he was concerned, the situation had actually turned out far better than he could have ever imagined. Darren had made a number of foolish choices, including trying to blackmail him, but thankfully the man was in so deep he'd never be able to tell the authorities the truth. And then there was Riley, who'd betrayed him, and who would eventually pay as well. He could never forgive her for what she'd done. In the meantime, he would work to implement the rest of his plan, which would get him out of hiding and give him freedom to move about. The money he had stashed in offshore accounts allowed him to enjoy all the sun, sand, and women he wanted while he waited. He smiled as a dark-haired beauty brought him another tropical drink while he stared out at the clear blue water. Oh yeah, everything was going to work out just fine.